Because those in the power then limited the number of political parties in the system. Humphrey Wosu and Babangida and Co. They made this simplistic two-party system. NRC, SDP. So we don't have this type of confusion we have today. Of course, the elites, the civil societies, we all want freedom. Freedom of association, freedom of this, freedom of that. But the problem Nigeria has, part of the problem is what I call negative freedom. What Nigeria practices negative freedom. We have to look at positive freedom so that when we are talking about freedom, it can be freedom that can be beneficial to the society. It can be freedom that is beneficial to the society. In the United States of America, one of the countries that's usually been referenced as some of the best democracies, America is a country of control. America is a country of control. Nigeria is negative freedom, all kind of freedom. We have the freedom to run red lights, you know that, right? We have the freedom to back up to 5 miles on a one-way street. We have the freedom to drive off the curb. And some people have the freedom to even slap a police officer. So the point I'm making is, in the United States of America, where we talk about political parties, we have genuinely two political parties. For you to form a third party in the United States, it's not an easy process. It won't be just to go and get a logo and go to the inec and they throw a party to you. Who does that? There will be some stringent conditions for you to get a party. And there used to be an electoral law that required you to go to the 36 state capitals and have a functional office before you can have a party, before you can know that these parties are serious. All this NDC, peterobi, and Atiku Abubakar. Peter got about 6 million, right? Atiku got about 7 or about
6 points.
Yeah, so that's about 12. Then you got one question about another 1.5. And that's already the majority. So you have a minority in power because of multiplicity of political parties. If you had a simplistic two-party agenda, what would you have either 51% or something like that. But the fact of the matter is a minority.
But even in America, Trump had a minority vote and still became president.
He had a minority.
I mean, he had a smaller vote than even when the first tenure of Trump. Of course, the other candidates won, but he still became president because of the
third party.
Yeah, because of what they do about Congress.
No, not Congress. They have their own system is different.
Yeah.
That's a thing called the Electoral College.
The Electoral College.
Which people have been trying to dismantle.
Yeah, the Electoral College elected him to be president. Why the reality of the people did not elect him?
Do Americans
was short of his vote was short of 2 million votes.
Rex, do Americans like that?
Well, no, you that is resident in America should know.
Americans don't want that. It's been a subject of critical conversation for decades. The Electoral College is faulty. You shouldn't copy everything that America does, whether it is good or bad. What Nigeria should be striving for as a newer nation, to learn from the American mistakes and build a better process. You understand? It's not everything that America does that you want to go ahead and copy. Yes, we have freedom in America, but we turn our own to be negative freedom. I written extensively on the Electoral College and American democracy for a very long time. It's out there. So some of us have been passionately campaigning against the Electoral College. It makes no sense. So I don't want you to translate it to that of Nigerian situation where, hey, somebody with 20% someday can become your president because we have multiplicity of parties in the system. Let's go to a situation where a simple majority can at least give us something. Somebody that can be popular with the people, and it can be less cumbersome to manage. And that way, when you go to National Assembly, you can have a better system whereby you can have a dynamic opposition. May have about 40 opposition members to 60. Today is about 90. Is it about 90% or 100%? Or what is that we have in Nigeria? So whenever Tinubu brings a bill to the National Assembly, you don't expect it to be debated. What do? You stamp it, and it goes. That's what we're into. That is why the country is not moving forward. Who checks him on security? Who checks him on education? Who checks him on the roads? Does anybody check Tinubu? The answer is no.
And that is exactly why we had actually, I wanted to know exactly if the opposition is really virile, because the opposition could do much, including the civil society organizations, to, put the things straight, be able to make a demand on the system. Because where a demand is not made on a system, then the system becomes a free go thing. That is where you say the president does whatever he wishes, whatever he likes. But what are the roles of these political opposition groups? What are the roles of the civil society groups? What are the roles of the human rights groups and all that?
Their role is simple. They should get involved somewhere, somehow, in the primary process, so that the political parties can nominate viable candidates to the legislature. That's why people like us are raising our hand up. We want to be there to change the system. Because if the civil society can come behind and be critical of some of the things going on in the primary elections, where popular candidates are being bypassed to non-entities, this is where the problem begins. So we throw some non-entities to the National Assembly. What do you expect? Before you know it, they will defect to the ruling party and start doing on your mandate will stand. So this is when it is important at the primary level that you can nominate good, viable candidates who can stand up on their own integrity and know why they are in the National Assembly. If you're able to do that, that's where the change in Nigeria begins.
Yeah, that is why I said earlier that people are clamoring that there hasn't been, or the Nigerian political parties, especially those in the opposition, but most Nigerian politics, did not adhere strictly to the internal democratic principles in the party primaries. The one that finished party primaries that was finished on 30th of June.
Well, it's not too late for them to do the right thing. We still have the 29th of August to replace candidates who have been sent in there. I mean, for the National Assembly, the President and the Senatorial and all have you. And we still have September 26th to replace for those and the State Assembly and governorship. Let's go back to Enugu State, where I come from. I'm from Enugu State here, and I'm an aspirant to the Enugu West Senatorial. Look at what happened here.
What are the platform of
NDC?
Okay.
We didn't have direct primary as required by law. We didn't have consensus as required by law. Therefore, any name we nominated now is null and void. I told the party, don't nominate me without going through these processes. I'm known as an ardent advocate of electoral integrity. I can't abandon what I do in the United States to come down here and be a part of the mockery, democratic mockery. So if you want to nominate me, let's get back to the drawing board. We still have opportunity for consensus. I'm not going into here for primitive accumulation of wealth. I'm thankful to God that I'm not into politics for money. If it's money, I know how to make money. So what I'm going in there for...
You probably may have made money.
Well, if I haven't done it at this age, man, I may never make it in my life. So I thank God for that. So the thing here is that some of us are not in here for the money or anything like that. I've abandoned very powerful contracts in Nigeria just to do the right thing. Okay? So what I'm here is for the future generation, for the posterity, to make sure we can have a better governance. So these are our boys who are running away from the country. These boys who are trapped in South Africa, who are trapped in serious immigration jails around the world, so they can come back home. That's why I'm into this. I'm into this so that my own children can also come back. I'm into this so that your own children can also come back. If we continue the way we are going, my children will not come back. Your own children, even if they are small, they will leave this country and they will not come back. I listened to a certain interview by General Yakubu Gowon about 10 years ago. He was shedding tears that his children don't come back home for Christmas. And they have not come back. Despite all that he has accumulated all over the world and in Nigeria, yes, they're not coming back. They're not coming back. Because you guys made the country ungovernable. Like I asked one of my nephews, who got his degree here and went to somewhere to practice, said, son, when do you think about coming back to Nigeria? Say, Dad, will somebody leave a thriving economy to a dead economy? Now ask my own son, when do you think you come back to Nigeria to go back to your fatherland? Say, Dad, have you moved yet? So these are the reasons why somebody like me is in this race. For a better Nigeria, but not the type of thing that the Enugu state want to do now with NDC, where you are sending people without no track record to the National Assembly. You are from Enugu state, I understand. Who is your senator from the East today? What is track record? What is background? Go to the West where I come from. Who is your senator today? What is his track record? What is his background? What is intellectual depth? If we go the way we are going now, it will be worse. The Igbo is in pain. The Igbo is in pain. Look at the contingent at the National Assembly. How many senators do you think there legitimately belong to the National Assembly? Look at the contingent there. Look at the queen. Look at the field. Is that what you want to duplicate for another 4 years? That's why people like us are running. We have to get to the National Assembly, people who have track record. People who have a body of work to demonstrate why they belong in the Senate or why they belong in the Federal House.
We have to get to the National Assembly. People from the southeastern zone extraction, those who has all it takes to better the system. The people who has all it takes to provide the real checks and balances that is supposed to be obtained in governance. So submitted our guest, Dr. SKC Obonia. We are going to pause for a break. When we come back, we'll continue with our discussion. And our topic is still the same. I remain your anchor, Rex Harub. Don't go away.
Join us on Arena, Aneke TV's premium current affairs program, where politics, development, and governance come live. Every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, we host top professionals and thought leaders who speak their minds on issues shaping Nigeria and the world. It's inclusive, enriching, and absolutely captivating.
The roadmap is, let's have our environment secured so that investors can come.
If you don't know what economic security is, kidnapping will tell you what it is. You kidnapping, ransom.
Customers are going to get these meters, and like we said, it's at no cost.
There are things that dialogue can handle. But when you leave it, you want to use a kinetic approach alone. You cannot.
For discussions that promise insight and deliver truth, stay tuned, stay informed, and keep watching Arena, only on Aneke TV.
Via, welcome back. We're still on our program, Arena on Aneke TV, Enugu, Southeast Nigeria. Our topic is democracy under trial as political parties are not are emerged anyway in shoddy primaries. That is, they do not conform to the principles of democracy, which should have governed the primaries. And then the Electoral Act prescribed either consensus or the option A4. But some of these parties, like our guest said, have not applied both option A4. But I want to ask you, because you said, like the party NDC, even that they did not apply either option A4 or consensus.
Yes.
That is what you said. And if this your claim is right, it means, of course, that those who they have uploaded on their net portal are ineligible for the election come 2027. So, and you mentioned that the party has to come back and do a consensus and then substitute the candidates. How possible is that?
Well, it is very simple. People, if you follow me, I don't keep quiet. I don't sit idle by when things are going wrong. I made this clear to the party at the national level. I made it clear to them at the state level that SKCU is involved. What does that tell you? The right thing must be done. I didn't come from the United States to do the wrong thing. I came here to do the right thing. I've been very active. I campaigned for the primaries, the direct primary. I chartered buses. My supporters outnumbered anybody. I invested in the process. I have people in the 81 wards of Enugu West. After doing that, there was no party leaders at the election ground, and there was no inec. It was totally flawed. And they knew this. Even people from the national office confirmed this with me. So we were expecting some level or manner of consensus. It never happened. So I thought we're just wasting our time. At the appropriate time, they will come back to me.
Or they may have done some consensus, but they did not carry along everybody.
If you do consensus without the participants or without the spirit, it's null and void. Read the electoral law. I have over 80 people behind who are in my group, in our group right now. We formed a group of Forum of Enugu aspirants. We're over 80 people. We have that consensus. We're in agreement that there were no direct primaries, there were no consensus. It's not too late to do this. I said, like my party, and I told them, don't nominate me. Because I know APC retrieved a couple of seats in the last election from Enugu State. I don't want to mention, but it's a settled law that when you don't do direct primary, you don't do consensus, you lose the ticket even if you win an election. You lose the seat. So what they are doing is just makes me feel like, do we know where we're going? Do you think over 80 aspirants will be wrong? So I don't know what's going on. But they forgot that SKCU is involved. I'm not their usual candidate.
Okay. You're not their usual candidate. But at the same time, situation where there's this idea about the supremacy of the party. They say the party is supreme. And supreme in all respect. And sometimes when you go to court, issues that has nothing to do with an incursion into the party's constitution or the electoral law or electoral act, is not justiciable. So anything that has to do with internal process, internal wranglings of the party that can be settled within the party is not justiciable. So you think that the party is still not on the right track given the laws that are set to govern the processes that are going through?
Unfortunately, They are reading the law upside down. It's so funny. This is not about party supreme. This is about the process. It's about process, which is in line with the electoral law. You can't violate the electoral law within your party. You get it? You cannot violate the electoral law within your party and can call your party to be supreme. This is a matter of process. The electoral law, I think it's section, let me not be too exact. The electoral law demands, I think it's section 92 or whatever, but it demands that you must have either a direct primary or a consensus. So whether the party is supreme or not supreme has nothing to do with the process that the electoral law demands. This is simple. And Aneke clarified this matter about 1 week ago. It's something you must have. Unless when we win the seat, we're going to surrender it back to APC or ADC. APC people know this. Let me tell you where the party becomes supreme. If SKC Ogonia wins the primary, and if for some reason, you feel there is a reason why Rex is better, Anthony is better, and you decide to substitute my name, like what APC is doing, you can get away with it. Because party can make the final decision. But not when you have not gone through the process of either direct primary or consensus.
You are just alleging that they have not gone through the process. How sure can you actually prove any such situation in a court of competent jurisdiction?
I'm not trying to represent myself, but I read some little law.
Okay.
You know, I'm involved. I went to the location where they told me to go in Udi. I went to the location where they told me to go in Ezago. I went to the location where they told me to go in Ojiriva.
And you didn't say anything?
I went to the location where they told me to go at Aniri. I went to the location in my own Ogwo, where I come from. I'm from Ubo in Ogwo. I went to that particular location with all my supporters there and supporters of other candidates there. And there was no party leader, there were no party leaders, and there were no inec. And to make matters more simplistic, look, I know the people, some of the party officials who came there, who vouched. Unfortunately, they did not have a primary election. Okay. So what are we talking about?
Okay, and does this spell doom for the NDC, especially because the influx of aspirants into NDC, some people say it's as a result of the presence of peterobi. That if peterobi had not migrated from ADC to NDC, there could be no possible situation like the one in NDC. Of course, NDC is seen as the party that had the most aspirants during the primaries of all the political parties in Nigeria. And that kind of overwhelmed the central structure of NDC. And it is because of peterobi. Were these things not going to spell, will these things not going to spell doom for the principal who most persons joined NDC for?
Well, it's not going to spell any doom if they do the right thing. If we do the right thing, which we say have time to do, it will not spell doom. But if they don't do the right thing, it could spell some doom. By the way, Peter is likely going to carry the southeastern states where most of these problems are coming from. Make no mistake about that. peterobi will carry southeast, even no matter how many times you're going to do the election. But where the problem will be are the down ballots. You understand? The down ballots. You may not carry the governorship, you may not carry the Senate, you may not carry the Federal House or the State of Assembly. But Peter is highly popular, especially in Enugu State, where I come from. But you may not win the other complementary positions. Because our people are wiser now. It's not going to be straight ticket. People are going to vote based on individuals. And I don't think Peter wants to go to the National Assembly without competent people from the South, his home base. That's why I've written him a couple of times. Say, look, and my group has written him a couple of times. Peter, come back home. Charity begins at home. If the NDC creates some complex problem because of influx of candidates or aspirants into the political party, it cannot be more complex than some, what do you call it, Sambisa forest. It cannot be more complicated than the national security crisis. It's supposed to be very simplistic. And the best way to do it, bring the governorship aspirants together in one hall. We know who is who. Tell them why you should go to Mr. Okeke or why you should go to Mr. Okao. Explain to them. They will understand. Bring the senatorial aspirants, 5 of us together. My brother, this is why I'm going with SKC. This is why I'm going with Mr. Arum. We don't think you're going to slap a child and expect him not to cry. We need leadership. Leadership is all about getting people together, influence. I believe P2B has that capacity. He has natural talent, really, to be able to get us in one room and say, you know what, Rex, even though you are the shining star now, this is what the party leader decided before we said he could go to XYZ people. What we are asking for is simple. And why can't we do it? And then, if they don't go this way, of course, the 80 aspirants have already elected to go to court. You can't control this anymore.
Okay, you see, where you have these court issues,
yeah,
it boils down to having difficulties within the party's prospects. So what is going to be the party's prospect come 2027 election? And in the course of trying to analyze the prospect, you see, we are beginning to see that you are enumerating some weaknesses of the party. Mm-hmm. The weaknesses of the party, I don't know whether it stems with the officials at the center, that is the National Working Committee, or National Executive Committee, or otherwise. So what are the prospects and the weaknesses of the party?
Rex, Mr. Arum, you are looking at the strength of the party. I am a strength of the party. I am a strength of the party, like other strengths we have in the party. They have me who can vocalize this and bring it to their attention. That's a strength, not a weakness. We have people who can raise up their hand and say, this is not how to do it. That's a strength. SKC Ogbonia is one of the biggest strengths NDC has. Because I can tell them this is not the right way. To correct somebody is not a weakness. So more people should be coming to NDC because people like SKC Ogbonia is there, and we're not going to allow the wrong thing to be done. Have I said that P2B is a bad man? Have I said I'm not going to support him? Actually, I came to NDC because of P2B and Kwankwaso. But what I'm saying here is that we still have opportunity to get it done right. Let me tell you, my brother, it's lonely at the top. You see all these people who we call our leaders. You know, I chair a big organization in the United States. These people who we see at the top, sometimes they don't know it all. So they have to listen to people like all the civil society, the critics. I write a lot, which I'm sure you do see. And we are the opinion molders. And that's what I'm doing exactly. These people at the top don't know it all. Oh, you think P2B knows everything? No, he doesn't know everything. They have to depend on people like all the critics to bring the best in them. So what you are seeing is one of the strengths of NDC. They appreciate me for this. They appreciate me and they should. Because I'm making it easy so that we can do the right thing before we go out there. And once you build this NDC on a faulty foundation, and we gain power, which I think we can gain if we are united, then you start to, okay, let's not forget about it. Let's not worry about it. That's how that's the merry-go-round. That's how we came to where we are. Once, oh, don't worry. That's how we appointed Akpabio as Senate President, appointed this and all these criminal people.
No, are they criminals?
My brother, I don't want to. I didn't call anybody criminals. Okay, I said all these criminal people. There are a bunch of criminal people in governance. Let me help my friend there, Sowore. There are many criminal people in Nigerian government, many of them, and you know them. So let's not go there.
That is
someone is right.
SKC's speech,
so,
not that of Aneke TV.
Come on. I said SKC Obuena said there are many criminal elements in the Nigerian government. Okay. And it's true.
If, for instance, that the political party NDC do not, listen and possibly toe your line of thought in all this that you have given, what will peterobi now do with winning the presidency? Because we have a Nigeria that the institutions are weak, that we have very powerful men. A lot many times might is seen to be right and all that. So if peterobi, for instance, is running for presidency and he doesn't have a very strong institution like the legislature, it means that his effort might be that of futility at the end of the day. He may not be able to accomplish that which he had actually railed out to give to the nation.
Well, peterobi is not perfect. You know this. There are things I know that peterobi does not know. And there are things peterobi knows that I don't know. But one thing that he has going for him, he has a very massive organic movement behind him. I don't have it. So I have subscribed to follow him for many things he has that I don't have. I saw the presidency before. I know what I know. I'm as good to be Nigerian president. But at this particular point in history, I see that peterobi has a better chance than I do. It doesn't mean that he knows more than SKC Obuena or that he knows more than you, Rex. But at this particular point in history, God has brought him. His simplistic way of life, the people that follow him, people love this man. People probably don't love me the way they love him. So no matter what I know, if you look at people who know this, go to UNN or go to University of Ibadan or to IFE, see a lot of think tanks, intellectuals, people who can give you solutions to all kinds of problems. But unfortunately, they don't have the political weight or capital that peterobi has. What I'm saying here is that he has opportunity to listen now before it gets too late. And good leaders listen to good advice. If he wins the presidency with a weak legislature, then we're back to square one. So my advice to Peter, my brother, is that some of us are not running for running's sake. We are running to win. And we come to help you to win. I didn't join this race to make like the typical Nigerian politician, those who are coming to take money. No, I'm coming to give money. So I'm coming here for the common good of the society. Let's think critically now. Like I said, there are things SKC may know that you don't know. And there are things I know within the party. Some of them don't know. Many things have gone wrong. Let's sit down and talk about these things so we can all move forward. And again, I moved into this party because of him and Kwankwaso. I want him to win. I work very hard for him to win. But please, Peter, make it easy for us.
Okay. Yeah, Peter, make it easy for us. Now, we have a case in court.
Okay.
And that case in court, initially, people applied for deregistration of NDC, although the matter is before the appeal court. If that matter goes the other way around, that is what I mean by the appeal court and the Supreme Court upholds the decision of the High Court in Lokoja, then it means that NDC may not be in the ballot. What's your take on that? And how do you view such thing? Because a whole lot of efforts have been put in to that political party and its opposition ideals.
What you don't want to do is to finally push the Nigerian people to the wall. That's what you don't want to do. That is one thing you don't want to do, is to push the Nigerian people to the wall. If after through the primaries, nomination of candidates, presidential candidates, and what have you. Suddenly, you are listening to this type of cases. These judges are human beings. Law is common sense. Law is common sense.
That's a new definition of law.
It's common sense. Law is common sense. Common sense. Although they can say legally, but the fact of the matter that common good is common sense and law ought to be common sense. So if a judge decides to do this, and I do believe that Tinubu has common sense, he ought to know that he doesn't want to push Nigerian people to the wall. There was a time, I think it was about 2002, 2003-ish. I mean, either inec was trying to, marginalize the opposition party to the content. Some of them may not be able to stand to run for election. Obasanjo stood up and said, look, enough is enough. Allow the opposition to exist. And they did. Till we know that he has, we have to have some limitations in what we do. He doesn't want a situation where we'll be saying, oh, the military government that we left appears more democratic than the civilian government we have. So Tinubu is intelligent enough to know that, look, at this particular point in history, be it ADC, be it PRP, be it Labour Party, be it PDP, these people got to go now. There is something they call doctrine of what? Necessity. Whether this party was founded well, or it is logo or no logo, or this, at this particular point in history, especially how tense the polity is, let these people go. Let them go and try their luck against you. Mr. Ahmed Bola Tinubu, don't push Nigerian masses to the wall. They will revolt. Do you know hard hand in NDC collapsed? Neither ADC, PRP, or Labour Party. Move forward and prepare for your election and tell Nigerians why you should be re-elected. Leave these opposition parties alone. Without opposition, the democracy is worse than the army government.
Without opposition, democracy becomes worse than a military dictatorship.
Yes, sir.
And so submitted as Dr. SKC Ogbonna, our guest on this program, Arena, on today's edition. Dr. Ogbonna,
yes,
we are sincerely grateful to have you. You have done justice to this topic from your perspective. We want to appreciate your coming, and some other time we'll still have you on board to reel out your ideas and, beliefs in Nigeria and how we'll make Nigeria to work better than it has worked. Thank you for coming.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Yeah.
And viewer, this is the much we can take from this edition of our program Arena on Aneke TV, Southeast Nigeria. We are going to ask you to join us next time on this program. We shall continue to give you what it takes for you to enjoy political discourse on our TV. Thank you and God bless you.
Thank you very much.
A nation does not fail in a single moment. It declines gradually through small acts of neglect, tolerated disorder, and the erosion of responsibility. In Nigeria, the conversation about governance is often loud, and the conversation about citizenship is often silent. Yet between these two lies the fate of the republic. Civic duty is not a slogan, it is a discipline. It is the conscious decision of citizens to act in ways that sustain the collective good, even when no one is watching, even when the system appears imperfect, even when personal sacrifice is required. For Nigeria, this is not philosophical, it is urgently practical. Consider something as ordinary as public infrastructure. A newly constructed road is inaugurated. Within months, it begins to deteriorate not only because of poor construction, but because of overloaded trucks, illegal drainage blockages, and the absence of communal ownership. The question then arises, who destroyed the road? The government that built it poorly, or the citizens who used it irresponsibly? The honest answer is both. Civic duty begins where blame ends. It demands that citizens recognize that public property is not government property. It is shared property. And what is shared must be protected collectively, or it will be destroyed collectively. Take another example, taxation. Across many parts of Nigeria, there is resistance to paying taxes, often justified by the argument that government has failed in its responsibilities. This argument is not without merit, but it is incomplete. For taxation is not merely a transactional exchange, it is a foundational principle of statehood. It is the mechanism through which citizens invest in the possibility of governance. When taxes are evaded systematically, the state weakens structurally, and when the state weakens, even the honest citizen suffers. Thus, civic duty requires a difficult balance to demand accountability from government while also fulfilling one's obligations to the state. One without the other produces instability. Then there is the question of elections. In democracy, the vote is the most direct expression of civic power. Yet in Nigeria, voter turnout often reflects apathy, disillusionment, or transactional participation. Voters are sometimes exchanged for immediate material gain, money, food, promises that dissolve after election day. But what is truly being traded is that moment is not just a vote, it is the future. Civic duty in its truest sense demands that the citizen approaches the ballot not as an opportunity for personal benefit, but as an ethical responsibility to the nation. To vote without reflection is negligence. To refuse to vote out of apathy is abdication. To sell a vote is a surrender of sovereignty. Beyond the elections lies the everyday practice of lawlessness. Traffic regulations ignored, waste disposal indiscriminately, public officials bribed to bypass due process. These actions may appear minor in isolation, but collectively they form a culture. And culture, once established, becomes stronger than policy. A society that normalizes small violations inevitably becomes vulnerable to larger ones. Civic duty, therefore, is not only about grand gestures. It is about consistent obedience to principles that sustain order. That is also the role of truth in civic life. In an age of rapid information, misinformation spreads quickly through social media, informal networks, and sometimes even through trusted institutions. Falsehood, when repeated often enough, begins to shape public perception, and perception, in turn, shapes national decisions. Civic duty requires intellectual discipline. It requires
In every generation, there exists a defining force. A force shaped by curiosity, driven by ambition, fueled by possibility. Where ideas evolve into innovation, skills transform into enterprise, and vision becomes impact. Because empowerment is more than progress. It is transformation. The voices shaping tomorrow. The idea redefining possibilities. The generation building the future.
We are glad to have you join Youth Focus once again on Aneke TV. It is a program that has confirmed that really iron sharpens iron by following up on the activities and the lifestyle of the young people anywhere they are, especially when they are away from home. To achieve this, we make opinions, we give commendations, motivations, criticisms, and of course, we say a very big thank you so much for being a part of this program. You can find us on our socials, our Facebook, our Instagram, our X, and our YouTube, all at Aneke TV. Thank you so much. My name is Chukwamaka Awasi. And today our focus is students' time management. Thank you so much. And in the studio today, I have some vibrant youths who, as a matter of fact, have managed their time and are still managing their time effectively. By my left, I have a student from the Department of Public Administration at Ebonyi State University, Abakaliki, Uwa Ehnanyachuku Joy. Joy, you're welcome.
Thank you.
And again, I have the CEO of Mikorazon Lex Enterprises, Chike Philip Osigwe.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome on the show.
Thank you very much.
All right. Joy,
sir.
Let me begin with you. What does time management mean to a student?
I would say time management is the process of planning and controlling time on how much time spent on a specific activities to increase productivity, efficiency, etc., etc.
Productivity, efficiency, etc., etc. I don't know how comfortable you are with Joy's definition.
Okay, it's fine. It's okay. The only thing I will just sum it up this way, like being the boss of your time. Like they say, time waits for nobody. That means time is going. But time management is more like channeling it to the path you want it to go. Let me put this time in this direction. Let it travel in this way. And let me be the boss and not the time telling me what to do and what not to do. So that's time management.
Okay, thank you. Joy, like somebody can help, one can help the other wash plates, one can help the other run errands, or even wash clothes, as the case may be. But in this case of time management, can one help another in managing his time or her time?
I would say yes.
Okay, in what senses?
In what sense is that I was asked to come here by 4 o'clock and I was a bit late. Him calling me, reminding me of my time, asking me where I was is also part of helping me manage my time, like reminding me that time is ticking, like clock is ticking, time is going. So it's a part of helping me manage my time.
Okay, for effective time management, do you think there's a space for mentorship?
Okay, of course, yeah. For effective time management, yes. There's a place for mentorship, meaning you coach somebody else on how to prioritize time. Of course, all of us in fact, many of us, we are mentored into time management to teach you. In fact, when I was growing up, when I was much younger, we had this woman in my compound. She wasn't my mom, but she was more like a mom because we were close neighbors. So she was this type that would always ring it in the ears of our children. Time waits for nobody. Time waits for nobody. And that inculcated that mindset in us that time will always be going. So whatever you want to be doing, just know that as you are lying down and waiting, time is not sitting there with you, it's moving. So parents inculcate it in children, priests inculcate it in church members, the school inculcate it by even flogging you when you come late. So it's also mentorship to learn how to prioritize time. So yes, is the answer.
Okay, Joy, if I place before you now 2 students, one that manages time effectively and the other that doesn't. To you, what's the difference between the two?
I'll say priority. One prioritize her time, then the other person does not prioritize her time.
Okay. I think that's exactly what I have said, and that's what I placed before you. Define the person of this person that manages time effectively and the other that doesn't, elaborately.
Okay. If I'm to say that the difference between the both is discipline. It's just discipline, that this person knows that, okay, at this time I'm supposed to be doing this, at the other time I'm supposed to be doing that. Be disciplined with time. I am supposed to be here by 7, and it's one thing to wake up and promise myself that, man, by 7 I'm supposed to be there. Probably you will see 2 students now. There is a lecture by 8 in the morning. One student will prefer, let me eat and go to the lecture. Even if it means being in the lecture by 8:20, I'm still somehow early. Then there's another student that prefers, let me take my food and go to the lecture. And he will be at the lecture hall by 7:30 and yet be eating. So that means this student prioritizes time that I have to be here by 8. The other one thinks even if I come 20 minutes after 8, I'm still somehow in time. So it's just the discipline that is the difference between the two human beings.
Okay, Joy.
So,
I'm back to you.
okay.
What's the approximate number of hours a student who manages time effectively should spend sleeping per night?
I'll use myself as an example. Okay. During exam period, I sleep by 9, then I wake up by 3 to read. Then when it's not exam period, I sleep by 12. Then I wake up by 7 against 8 o'clock lecture.
Can you come again? During exam, you sleep by 9?
I wake up by 3.
Wake by 3?
Yes.
9 to 3?
That's
okay.
3 a.m.
3 a.m. I know. Then, ordinary time?
I sleep by 12.
You sleep 12?
I wake up by 7.
You wake 7. Okay.
Approximately the same thing.
Okay. Then, what do you have to say?
Okay, for a student, okay, it's been a while I left the student community, but I know that a student, probably people might disagree with this, but a student, for me, a student should not be sleeping more than 4 hours. 4 good hours of sleep is enough for a student. The reason is, aside from studies, there are other things you do with your time. Probably your socials, your devotions, and other things. So let me say a student sleeping by 10 and probably waking up by 2 or 3 to read is not bad. You will be sound, you will be stable. 4 hours of sleep per day is not bad for a student, because at 4 hours, you've gotten all the rest that you need. Judging with the fact
does not depend on the students or a particular student's body system?
I don't think it depends. I think the body system in general, except you are sick, the body system in general, at 4 hours of uninterrupted sleep, let me use the word, because some persons might be sleeping, you're playing music, you might be sleeping, you set a movie to watch, that's interrupted sleep. That means you sleep, wake, you sleep, wake. If you have 4 straight hours of uninterrupted sleep, you'll be fine, you'll be okay.
Okay, Joyce said during exam, 9 p.m. to 3 a.m., that is 6 hours.
6 hours.
And ordinary time, 12 a.m., yours 12 p.m. to 7 a.m. That is around 7 hours. Yes. Okay, and you're saying it should be approximately 4 hours. Okay, but Joy used this and it worked for her.
Of course, it can.
Okay, and probably used approximately 4 hours and it worked for you.
Of course.
Do you think, are there no other people who could use approximately 10 hours and it still work for them?
Yes, depending on the person's capability to learn. Yes.
Capability to learn?
Yes.
What do you mean by that?
Some are dull, then some are sharp-minded. With a glance at their book, they have gotten what they want. Then some have to read before they can understand. So some are dull, some are quick to learn, then some are dull to learn.
What are the factors necessitating that, if it is true?
Okay, yes, I buy the idea that it varies with individuals, because just like what I was saying now, it just recalled to me that back in school days, even now, I understand things faster in the night when maybe everybody's asleep. Back in those days, we still have students that when they wake up in the night to read, they don't understand anything, so they have to read in the afternoon. So such students spend more time sleeping in the night. Use my nights and maybe find a time to sleep or take a nap in the day. So it all depends on the time you assimilate more. Mind you, we are just talking about students now. It depends on the time you assimilate more, the time you understand more. If you know you understand more in the night and you sleep for 7 hours through the night, you are robbing yourself. Then if you know you understand more in the day and you spend 6 hours in the day sleeping, you are robbing yourself as well. So it still varies with individuals.
Okay, Joy, when do you think is the best time to start preparing for examination as a student?
1 month ahead.
1 month ahead of what?
Of the examination. 1 month ahead.
1 month ahead. That's what worked for you.
Not for me, for Eddie. That's why I said some people are sharp-minded, then some people are slow to learn. Me, sometimes, depending, if it's a course I understand very well, I might not just open my book. Then one day to the exam, I'll just read through it because I already understand it from the class. But if it's something I don't understand, something I did not learn, something I did not attend the lecture, if it's a course I did not attend the lecture, I'll start 1 month ahead to be able, not like I am not sharp to learn, but to be able, instead of doing cram work, I'll be able to read and understand, read it continuously to understand it.
But I know that in each examination period, you have several courses to write, isn't it? If you give such amount of time to one, what of others?
It's not just one. Which English do I use? Okay. I write out a scheme of work and place time. I'm going to read, I'm going to use...
That's your personal timetable?
Yes.
Okay.
I'll draft out a timetable. I'm going to read this. I'm going to read this so time. I'm going to, yes.
Okay, how do you justify the case of a student who will always wait until when the examination timetable is out, then you start reading?
Such a student...
Don't you think that this happens to a majority of
students? It does. Not just in the students' world. It even happens in other realms of life. But then it's not the best at all. Because one thing that can happen is that you can mix up things. You can use this for this, and at the end of the day, you'll be screaming that you don't know it. Simply because you read that thing, and probably at the points that your mind is still digesting it, is when you're actually supposed to deliver it in the exam. So in the exam hall, you can mix things up. Secondly, you can blank out in the exam hall. It happens to many students. You just blank out, and that's because probably your mind is still trying to assimilate that thing. You can imagine where you've never heard of photosynthesis, and you have to write photosynthesis in the exam, and you just learned what photosynthesis is last night, and you come to the exam and it's before you what is photosynthesis. It's very normal for your mind to blank out because you only heard of it once in your entire lifetime. So your mind will take hours to recall what that thing actually is. And some people think it's a demonic manipulation because what normally happens is after the exam, you go outside and it just comes. And it's because your mind will take the time to digest it. This is what it is, and you bring it out. So it's not even advised. Every student should, not just 1 month. As the classes are going on, practice those things, learn them. Sorry to say, the course I studied, you have to be very familiar with formulas and how to do it. If you are not very, very much familiar, it's very possible you mix up things in exams. So,
I agree with you.
You agree? Yes. Have you ever experienced blank out?
Plenty times. Even spelling. I'll be like, what is? Can someone help me and spell is? I'm like, is. What is? I'm calling it. I'm pronouncing it, yet I cannot spell it. Then after the exam out, I was like, what's like, what was that? What is that I cannot spell?
I don't think your village people have visited you.
The mind didn't digest. Yes.
Okay, in that case, you studied yourself over time. What do you think is actually what happened to you?
Social media.
Social media.
Wonderful.
Social media. Okay, that's a wonderful one. Social media. What actually do students do with social media, especially when they are students at school and during examination periods?
My God. If I'm to say, students do a lot on social media. In fact, if I'm to rate, I think about 60% of social media is managed, controlled by students. In fact, it might even be more than 60 because they are the ones usually on social media. But then, social media is, like it has been argued round about the world, is robbing students of time. Because most students, you scroll on Facebook, you scroll on TikTok, you scroll on this just to watch videos and laugh, and it has a way of keeping you there. And if you are not the boss of your time, just like we are saying time management, you did not regulate it that I will be on social media for 30 minutes. You find people, they will be on social media till they sleep, they wake up, and somebody wakes up, I did not read my book, oh, and meanwhile at the moment he's on social media, still looking at the same thing that made him sleep through the night and did not read, still on it till daybreak. So social media kills students' time, and I don't know exactly what it is they are doing there.
You are talking about watching video or movies on social media. What about some that will have multiple accounts? Like you have an account on X, you have an account on TikTok, you have on Facebook, you have on Instagram, and the rest of them, and you maintain each per day. Has it ever happened to you? What's your own experience of social media blank out during examination?
Okay, so I run an online business. I sell bags, then footwear at times. So most at times, I'm like, let me be keeping up with my customers. Let me be posting. Let me be waiting for their reply, their get back. Hey, you said you are going to get back to me today. I'm always eager to know what is happening online, so I don't miss out. So I don't get a notification, oh, I want this bag, and because I am sleeping or maybe I am reading, I won't get to see the notification on time. Then the person now leaves me to go to another place, to another online vendor to get the item. So I'm like, my data is always on now. I'm active 247. Call me, chat me. Even if I'm sleeping, wake me up, I will answer you, which I normally do, no matter how busy I am. So first somebody wants to buy an item from me, I leave every other thing I am doing. Even if I am reading for my exam, I'll be like, I will not fail the course. I'll close my book. I'll go to deliver the market. Then I come back and continue. So it distracts me very, very, very well because I'm always eager to know what is happening online, what is going on, what is trending. Aside from my business, I always like what is trending, the latest news, what is happening, who is dying, who is alive, who is fighting, which country I am. I always want to know the trending updates.
Okay, Chike, I think Joy is being sincere here.
Very much sincere.
Yes, despite the fact that the other aspect of her business is using the social media meaningfully.
Yes.
Yes, and the other aspect of knowing what is happening around the world. I think in a lot of times, knowing it's always good. Knowing more. Okay, but she couldn't eat her cake and had it. That's why she also suffered the same thing. Others who use social media meaninglessly also suffered. Okay, let me come in this way, Chike. We are talking about time management by students, and in a case where a student is the one training himself in school or herself, now we have to ask is she trades on social media, but somehow the student I'm talking about goes about hostels along the roadside and all of the places, giving people the product she has and all of that, and she doesn't have time to read. Even in the exam period, people are making demands and she's supplying. for that reason, and she needed to do that to pay her school fees. How do you think such will manage his time or her time as a student?
Okay, fine. There is one point I would like everybody to remember. We all have 24 hours in a day. All of us in the whole world. We all have 168 hours in a week. Everybody equally. Now, just like we say, time management is apportioning each time to each thing. The fact that you know that first and foremost I am a student, so that means I should find a way to share in a greater proportion of my time to studentship, like my main job. Then let it be that I am giving 3 hours to moving around to give people my products, which is your second work. So let's say in a day, give out 4 hours to customers, maybe give 5 to study.
But in some cases, according to what Joy said,
yes,
customers can violate the time.
Which is where
which
is where I'm driving.
Because you made the time and they are not aware of it. They can call you anytime.
Yes,
yes.
I'm still driving to that part.
Okay.
Now, if you go to a place like Roban on Sundays, you meet it locked. It's not that they don't like money. It's still time management. Like I said, be the boss of the time. Let those your customers know from onset that by this time to this time is when you will get me. After this time, you won't see me. Banks love money more than every other institution. But they tell you, when you come here by 4, you won't see us. Not that they don't like the money, they like it, but they don't want to violate their time. So every individual should do that as well. One testimony or interview by Dangote, Aliko Dangote, he taught me something. He said when he was starting his business, when he was still very young, he told himself that Saturday is for him and his family. So he grew up with that in the business, that even as big as he is, Saturday is still for his family. So if you set it that I'll be in your hostel on Monday from 2 to 6 in the evening, and you will see that people would adjust to it that, this lady will be here by 2 and she will go by 6, which is the way we adjust to every other thing we go to in life. So such a person should not say, this is the reason why I did not read. If you do it, it just shows us sign that.
But look at the angle I'm coming from.
Manage your time.
Joy, don't you think you will lose some money, supposing you adopt the method you mentioned here?
I will lose.
You will lose some money. That's what it's money we're talking about here.
I will lose.
It's money we're talking about.
Yes, you will lose. It's not a loss per se. Let me say you have other values to offer. Probably this person sells the best rice. If he has gone, you will see that people will say, let me just manage this other one. So to you, it may look like you lost. But that person would most likely come back tomorrow to tell you, I sought for you the other day, you have closed. I just managed the other rice. It has happened to me. I went to a particular place to buy food late. They've closed. I bought food from somewhere else. I purged for 3 days. And that woman might see it as, she lost customer. But me, I know that the food I want to eat is this one. But this person has gone. Let me manage this. And I purged for days. So tomorrow it will make me bend my mind to the fact that I have to meet this woman and buy food, then do something else. I'm just saying this person should not use it as an excuse. I'm doing business.
Okay, that's okay. Joy. Apart from social media and the business you do there, what again takes your time on campus as a student?
Okay, like lack of electricity.
Lack of electricity takes your time? How? You visit NEPA office?
No, we go from one charging center to another to be able to charge our touchlight, our phone,
Is there anything like game you like you go watch football, play snooker, and all of that?
No.
Chika, do you know there are some students on campus that would like to watch every match of any tournament? They will not like to miss any.
Of course.
And that takes their time. How will such student manage the time effectively?
Yes, for a student that loves to watch football, everything about time management is priority. You know when they fix the match. You know what you're supposed to do. You bend your schedule around that time. Let me say there is match by 12. and there is class by 12.
Say exam.
Thank you. Well,
Exam,
okay,
8 a.m.
Okay, exam.
And there is match by 12.
And there is match by 12. You know that probably after your, if it's 8 a.m., the student can cope. Maybe after exam, you rush and go to where they work. But let's just say they are together, 12. Of course, you know what your priority is. You're supposed to go write your exam before you go to the match. Same thing applies to every other thing. But let's say the match is by 8 in the night, and you know that by 8 you are supposed to be somewhere else. Maybe there are some things that you can do now to create chance for 8 p.m. So by then you can create it. Where the issue is you just flow in with the time. Like you don't create any time. You just say anytime match comes, I bend every other thing. And
I think my instance revolves around a student that will always wait till the examination, the timetable comes out before he starts reading. This is the same student that loves watching all matches of a tournament. Then, for instance, today, by 12 a.m. the next day,
yes,
that's when the match is coming up.
It's coming up. Okay.
By 8 a.m. the same day is when the exam has to take effect.
Okay.
How will such student watch the match, read books before the exam, and then go and write the exam successfully?
Such a student will be robbing himself. Unless, in fact, there is no way around it. You have an exam by 8 a.m. and you wake up by 12 in the night to watch football that will probably end by 3 or by 4. That student will only rob himself, because by the time you are done watching the football, you'll be tired. And you say, let me rest a little bit. And by the time you are resting, you wake up by 7:30. The next thing is to take your bath and enter the exam hall with that hurry and that rush. You are even setting yourself up to even forget the ones you already know. So it's not even advised. If you have an exam or even a side exam, just prioritize, set some things out, remove some so that you can be lord of your time and get what you want done.
Okay, Joy, I'm surprised you didn't mention that you go clubbing most of the nights as a student on the campus.
There are some students who go clubbing. I don't.
There are some who do. But you don't.
I don't.
You don't like it?
Not like I don't like it. I stay in a remote area. Isheke is a remote area in Abakaleke, so me going out at night is endangering myself.
I know Isheke very well. Students go from Isheke to Cars, go to Presco, wherever it's happening.
For me, I will not. It's endangered. I could get raped. I could get robbed. I could be stranded. Why coming back and there's nobody?
It means it's fear, the phobia, not that you don't like it.
Yes.
Okay. If not because of the fear, if anything can take away the fear from you, you do what others are doing.
And then if I have friends whose mindsets are also like that, I stay alone. Then I don't stay in the same hostel with my friends. So it's not okay, something.
You don't even have anybody to tell you about how it happened and how fun it was. Okay, but do you know there are students like that who go clubbing almost every day?
Yes, of course.
On campus.
Of course.
Yes. How will such students manage their time? It may not be their fault that they go clubbing. It's what they like.
Of course. Of course. We cannot rule out that there are people that love clubbing. But if I'm to advise such students, use that thing you like as a bait for yourself. Like if I read throughout this week, by Saturday I will go clubbing. It's okay. Maybe because you set it as a bait for yourself that as long as I'm able to cover this textbook from Monday to Friday, I will use that clubbing to reward myself for doing it. It's good. Maybe in a day you can say, if I read for 4 hours, then I will enter on social media and spend 2 hours. Use this as a bait. It's going to help you manage your time. But then where the issue is, if you've not read for the whole week and you go clubbing on Friday and Saturday and you are to, come back on Monday, you are robbing yourself entirely. It's not a bad thing to love clubbing, but as you are loving clubbing, balance it with doing something meaningful for yourself.
Okay. It is not a bad thing to love clubbing. But when you are clubbing, you should balance it and do something meaningful for yourself. It is a bad thing when
you are dull.
Okay, Chike, it's not a bad thing according to you. And Joy, it is a bad thing. Thank you so much. And you tell us more about that when we come out from. We want to observe a short break. After the break, you will tell us, Joy, why it is a bad thing, despite the fact that you stayed alone according to you, and you hadn't anybody who tells you stories about what happened there. Still, to you, it is a bad thing. And Chike, maybe you clubbed. all the years on campus. That is why I say good thing to you. Thank you so much. Our viewer, we shall be right back. Just a short break.
Every second, the world changes. Markets rise. Leaders speak. Stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
All right, thank you so much for being there. Back from the short break, it's still the program Youth Focus on Aneke TV. Topic for today is students' time management. And thank you so much for being there. Before I went on the short break, we were talking about night clubbing. Yes, according to Chike, there's nothing bad in night clubbing as far as you arrange yourself very well so that it doesn't disturb other of your school activities. And then according to Joy, everything is bad about clubbing. Joy, let's hear from you.
Not everything entirely. Okay, I'll say individually. If I'll still use that word though. If you know you are slow to learning, you shouldn't be going clubbing. It's going to do you more bad than good. Because I myself, I don't know if it happens to any other person, but I have this, should I call it behavior of always remembering what happened before now. Maybe I might be scrolling through my phone, then I at church on Sunday I danced so much. That's a distraction. Maybe whether I'm reading or whether I'm pressing my phone, then imagine me now going to club when I know that I cannot even read out. I cannot even read out what is written on the book or spelling it or writing it. Then I went for clubbing. Then I opened my book. What I'm seeing is the way they were sparing money. Everybody was jubilating. They are dancing. It's a very big distraction. I shouldn't have any business to do with clubbing at all.
Okay. I don't know if you have something to tell us, but I wish you have. What are the things and activities in a clubhouse?
It's more of dancing, drinking, then everybody's jubilating.
Dancing, drinking.
Jubilating.
Everybody's jubilating.
Nice.
Chike, you've clubbed for some time.
I've never been to a club. I've never been.
How would you know what I want you to tell
But
me
then
now?
the thing is that from social media, from videos, from reports, we know that clubbing is about partying. In fact, the word is wide party. It's a wide party where there are no rules. Anything goes. You can meet with anybody. Some people get beaten. Some people get raped. Some people, under the influence of alcohol, people do a lot of things. That's just what I know is what happens in the club. It's just a wide party with no rules.
Chike, remember you said there was nothing bad about clubbing. Why are you saying all of this?
With respect to time management,
You know, time management.
We are not saying it from maybe the moral or religious aspect. We're just talking about when it comes to managing time. We are not saying don't do, you remember you said if it is what gives the person happiness or joy. We are not saying you should not go there because it's what gives you joy. With respect to time management, I was now saying it's not bad if you fix it as a bait for yourself. I will use this to relax after doing this. So I wasn't talking from the moral or religious aspect. That's another thing entirely.
That's another dimension of it.
Yes.
It would have been good you make a little touch, so that anybody that has never attended clubbing will have just a tip of what will be happening
I
there.
think I've made my point when I said I've never been to a club. So when I said I've never been, you should send the message.
Okay, Joy, now that I don't know what was keeping you actually when you say you lived alone. Maybe you were not associating with some people. You didn't live in a hostel where there were a lot of students, right? But I know that some students come to the school, a male and a female, will agree to pack into an apartment and then they live as if they're husband and wife, do everything and all of that. Joy, just be sincere. Is it one of the things that kept you alone?
No. I just love my space. I love being in my space. I love my things to be kept the way I organize them, because sometimes people tend to make use of your property or like mismanage it the way you yourself will be hurt. If they are the people that purchase it, I'm not sure they will use it like that. So I love my space. I love being alone. So when you come to my house, you see this laptop, no, sorry, you see this tab as it's sitting, after using it, you still put it down there. But when we are staying together, we are sharing the same apartment. You'll be like, what is there even if I don't keep it there? After all, I'm your roommate. But when you're a visitor, when you come see me, I've placed it there. After using it, you place it there. So I don't like people inconveniencing me in my own space. I just love to be alone.
You like keeping your space?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Is this a personal question? Don't be offended. Are you married?
No, I'm not married.
Supposing you get married tomorrow, and it happens to be such a man that will always pick something from the table and you see it under the bed, pick another one from the kitchen and it is on top of your bed. Like exactly what you have explained that you wouldn't like, and that is why you are staying alone. What will you do?
Okay. To be very, very honest and sincere, if I complain, no changes, we are going to get a maid.
That will be doing what? That will be controlling your husband?
No, that will be putting it in place for him since he's a child.
Who trained that maid? How sure are you the maid will do exactly what you wished?
She's going to do it. I'm paying her.
Okay, that is by the way. Chike, back to the drawing board. You may have been aware that in some cases, a male and a female students, maybe from the same department or from different departments or different faculties, who agree and pack into an apartment as campus couple, and they live all through, and they join themselves. What happens to their time management in relation to the academic pursuits?
Okay, fine. Yeah, I experienced it during school days. I saw people that they are not legally married, husband and wives, but they are living together. And in most of those cases, the man is the one paying for the apartment, and the lady is attaching to it. Now, it does a big harm in terms of time management. You know, everything we are saying today is about time management. I won't talk about the harm it does in other aspects, religious, another one.
Okay, that may not concern you today.
Yeah, it's for today. But in terms of time management, when you enter that home, not a home per se, that apartment, they will share rules. And the lady will have the role of cooking. So
if they so wish, can't the guy have the role of cooking?
Ethically, it's going to be so that the lady will have to cook. Okay. And let's say exam is to start, the lady has exam tomorrow. Meanwhile, she has to come back and she has to cook. I don't know whether you're getting what I'm saying. She has to cook, she has to make food ready. Meanwhile, she has exam tomorrow. So that role itself is killing her time. Secondly, there will be distractions, because maybe this guy would like to watch ball inside the room, or he want to play music, or he want to invite friends to chat and make noise, or maybe the lady want to invite friends over.
People that live alone invite friends, they play music.
No. This one is having the opposite sex. We don't work in the same way. Let's not even talk about distractions that will come from attractions and other things. But these two now will surely affect in terms of time.
Okay, Joy, I'm back to you. What could be the benefits of effective management as a student?
Please come again.
I said, what could be the benefits of effective time management as a student?
Okay. I'll say increase in productivity.
We are listening. increase in productivity. Can you build on that?
Yes, I think I know what he's trying to talk about. Like, increase in productivity is more like you get results, you achieve things. One truth is that, like I said in the beginning, time is not found. You have to create it. I will do it if I have the time is not a reply. But then I will create time for it. Like, for us to be here now, it doesn't mean we don't have any other thing we are doing. But we created this time. So within your 24 hours, create time to do anything you want to do. So one of the benefits is increased productivity. And mind you, being busy is not productivity. That I'm doing something does not mean I'm achieving results. Hey, I'm busy, I'm doing this one, I'm doing this one, you can be what English people say, busy doing nothing. And at the end of the day, somebody will be like, what did you even achieve? And it's nothing. But if you manage your time, you will see that you will be very productive. That is something I used to do. I can wake up in the night and say, today, I have a lot of things to do, but let me itemize it. I will say 9 a.m. to 11, I will wash clothes. 11 to 12, I will wash the bedroom. 12 to this. You will be surprised that by the end of that day, you might have done about 8 or 9 very difficult things, and you achieve them, and probably you still found time to go and play ball or watch ball that same day. But if you wake up on a day that you did not plan, you notice that you will just be sitting, you sit in the sitting room, go to the bedroom, go to the, and at the end of the day, you can't count one thing that you were able to do.
I'm interested or concerned about the busy doing nothing, Joy. When somebody is in the house, Chika is talking about going to the bedroom, going to the toilet, going to the kitchen, moving about. Supposing you are in the house and you are sleeping, are you not busy doing something?
I'm busy doing something. Sleeping is something.
Okay. Have you ever been in your house busy doing nothing?
Yes, all the time. No, not all the time. Not all the time. Not all the time. At times I might feel weak due to my hormonal system. I will get a bath I want to wash. I've soaked it. I am washing, but I am not washing anything. I'm just there. I'm pressing my phone whereas I'm washing. I am busy, but I'm doing nothing.
If that pressing your phone is doing your business online, I think you're
It's not my business. Like, I'm just engaging in.
So such things will happen if there is no time. Like, I must finish this washing by 12. As long as it's not there, you can decide, let me just be pressing my phone. I can wash the clothes all day. And you even notice that at times you have to pack the clothes and go back inside and say, I'll wash it tomorrow. So like that.
Okay, thank you so much. Joy, what can be the obstacles that can stand on the road of the students' effective time management each time?
Okay. Me, I will always use myself as an example. So in Isheke, we lack water. There's no water. So most of the times, I wake up in the morning, no matter as early as I am, while I'm looking for water to take my bed to be on school on time, I might end up going late because there's no water. Sometimes I have to trek from Isheke Junction to trek or then another example is lights. At times my phone goes off, then I am not seeing any lecture updates. I don't know there's lecture at all because there's no electricity to boost my phone and know that this. Then maybe somehow I manage to boost my phone and this on. Then somebody calls me, oh, there's lecture again. I'm like, Jesus, do you mean it? Then I'm running to school. So lights, water, then lack of sleep at times. Maybe sometimes I feel like I don't want to sleep on time, then I'm going to use my night period. I'm going to watch movies. Then it's quick to bed, early to wake, then being here. So when I wake up, my alarm normally clocks by 6. Then by 6, I'm so tired because I did not sleep at night. I'm going to off it and still sleep. Then I might end up getting up by 9. Then 9:30, I'm trying to perform magic to be in school before 10, which is not possible. I will end up going to school late.
Okay, are there other obstacles you can itemize? Jo has told us about her life experience and what has always been the obstacles on her way.
Okay, if I would say the only obstacle could be is still self-cost, but then it's priority. What you prioritize, you set it that this is my time and I must be the Lord over it. That's one. Number two is that you protect your time. If you fail to protect it, you will always have obstacles in managing your time. Let me say, I decided I will go to, I will be washing by 9 to 12. And in between washing by 9 to 12, by 9:30, a friend suddenly calls, bro, please, can you escort me to go and do something at so place? It's my responsibility to say, I am actually fixed up at this time. I want to do so and so thing. Can it be by 1? You understand? You protect your time, shield it that I must finish this thing before I do this. But a lot of people will say, well, let me escort him. When I come back, I'll begin to wash. You can escort him and come back, and you find out that you're tired. Or from that place, you could go to somewhere else. You see that that time is breached. So priority is number one. If you fail to prioritize your time, you will always not be able to achieve time management. Number two is protecting. It's not every call you will answer. It's not every invitation you will honor. Sometimes you tell people your time because you have a plan. You must not fall into everybody's plan, because if you don't plan your time will lord over you. Then somebody else that plans his time will use you to fulfill his own achievement. So,
okay, Joy, is there anything procrastination can do as an obstacle to time management?
Yes.
What is that?
Okay. I would say yes. I will use myself as an example. I know that I'm supposed to be in school by 8. Then as I don't want to insult myself. As somebody that is very sensible, I know I'm supposed to, a night before the 8 o'clock the next morning, I'm supposed to go and look for water. But because I am tired, I'm going to procrastinate it. Then I'll wake up by 6 and start looking for water, then end up going to school late.
Okay. Chike?
On procrastination?
No. How can fear of failure come into effect somebody's time management as an obstacle?
Okay, by fear of failure, is it fear of failing to keep time? Is it what we're talking about?
Fear of failing to achieve.
Okay,
with
fine.
Time.
Of course, there is always the fear of failing to achieve when it comes to time. But I think in that aspect, what people should learn is you know what you can do, know what you can achieve, know what you can meet. There is this rule that is called the 2 minutes rule. That rule in time management says if it's something that will not take more than 2 minutes, do it immediately. If it is something that would be more than 2 minutes, you can reschedule it to another convenient time, or you say, no, I cannot do it. So the fear of failure will come when you are actually having the mindset that I will not be able to do this thing, yet you just want to give out the promise that you will do it. That fear will always, not even a fear now, you already know that you are going to miss it. So when somebody is saying, can you be at so place by 4, and you know that you will be doing this and doing that and doing the other one, and you have to finish by 3:30 and enter transport, you already know within your mind that you will fail in this thing. So it's better you reschedule it, or you find a way to, if you can't, just say it openly, I cannot do this, so that it doesn't affect your time.
Joe, I'm interested in knowing what else that distracts you on campus. Apart from your lectures and your social media time and all of that, what else do you do? Or do you channel your time to? No matter how mega that time is. Distractions.
Lodge, should I use the word apropos? Lodge gist. Maybe some students fought, or maybe they are fighting in the next compound. Something intense happened and I want to know. No matter, even if I'm going to let, I must stay back and know. Like, I want to be involved. What happened? I don't want to hear it. I want to see it with my eyes. Even if, except it's something really, really like exam, that is the only time I can ignore. But if it's lecture, I will always catch on. I'll sit back, I'll watch. I want to know what is happening. Who fought, who first laughed, who
Okay. Chike, let's take it to peer pressure. How can that be an obstacle to time management?
Okay, well, in so many aspects, yes, peer pressure can affect time. You know, there are a lot of things, especially youths, especially students, do out of peer pressure. Let me do this to meet up. In fact, a lot of people go to places, even this club we used as an example, just to belong. And with that, you buy away your time. So peer pressure, trying to be like every other person, trying to do like others. For example, you going to night class. I remember, let me just use this scenario. When we were in school, I was very good with night class. I go to night class, I can go and begin to read from maybe 9 p.m. till 4 or 5 and go. Now, a student feels like, this guy is serious. Let me also start going to night class. Meanwhile, it is not your thing to be awake at night. What normally happens is that student will go to night class and sleep the whole night, and because he did not sleep on his bed, he will come back in the morning and will still have to sleep another longer hours during the day. You see that time is lost, both night and day. So it's better you stick to what works for you and don't be moved by your peers. Just plan your own thing and do it the way you want to do it.
Okay, Joy, how can lack of focus be an obstacle to time management?
I'll go with his example when it comes to clubbing. I'll go with his opinion, because if you are focused, you should know that clubbing is going to distract you. Or me, if I was focused, I know that aporoko that I was doing is going to distract me. It's going to make me lose focus on where I'm going to. But instead, I stayed back. I focused on the aporoko instead of focusing on the lecture going on in class.
Do you sometimes see yourself that you are overcommitted? Like, you have a lot of things you are laying your hands in doing, and it's taking your time. How does that affect your time management?
Because I want everything done. Like, I want to be a captain of 2 boats when it's not possible. I want to cook, I want to fetch water, I want to take my bath. I still want to be in class. It's not possible. I have to do it, each one of them at a time.
Okay, Chike, is there any way this mismanagement of time can be blamed on the parents?
Yes, it can. Some parents do not teach their children the value of time. You know, I see some parents that comfortably look at a child and he's at home sluggishly dragging his school bag, his sandals, his clothes to go to school by 8 or 8:30. And some of them would only tell him, look at the time you're going to school, others have gone. In fact, I've even seen parents that will not even talk.
Gentle parents.
It's wrong. We grew up, let me not even use myself as an example. Every good parent should, the help you can give your children when they are younger is to wake them early enough and say, take your bath and go to school. Because then my own parents would be like, everybody must leave this house by 7:30. And when it's 7:30, whether you are having food in your mouth, whether your school uniform, you are wearing it left, right, whether your sandal is inside your bag, you have to leave the house by 7:30. So by the time you know that if I leave this house by 7:30 and I'm not fully prepared, it would make me stress on the road or look stupid on the road, you will prepare and get done by 7:30. I've seen homes where some parents put their children in school bus by 6 a.m. in these modern days. And I will be like, this child is already made for life. You will find out that there is no meeting or no attendance that child will go late because he has been inculcated with waking up early and doing things early. That child is already made. So parents that failed actually failed. So time management can be blamed on parents.
Joe, let's hear about soft parenting.
I'm against it.
What is soft parenting?
Soft parenting is overlooking a child, causing nuisance, all in the name. I don't want to beat my child. Beating a child doesn't mean you're correcting a child. There's something called correcting a child with love. That's a total no-no for me. When I was growing up, in fact, now that I am still growing, because I'm not done growing, till now I cannot leave my house without taking permission from my parents. It's not done. The only time I can do that is when I am married, according to my dad, and we all respect that. Because of the way I was scared, like I was afraid if I should do this, I'm going to disappoint my parents, they are going to beat me. So I had a modest growing, and I'm still growing. Like I still have fear in me that if I do this, my dad is going to insult me, and I don't want him talking back to me. Or my mom is going, because now they can no longer beat me. But there's a word somebody is going to tell you. It's better the person beats you than telling you those words. So I always call myself back to question. I'm like, I don't want to do this thing. I don't want to attract such insults. Like, I'm old enough to know what I'm doing, the good thing to do and the bad thing to do. So this Gen Z gentle parenting is a no-no for me. I am not doing that. You will see there is I want to give an example. I was sitting down at a clinic, Niger Optic, the place I got these glasses. So I was eating something. A child next to me was crying. On the normal, I'm supposed to give it to the child, but it's spoiling the child. And the child kept on crying. The mom was like, I should give the child now. I don't understand. What are you teaching that child? Which one is I should give the child now? The child kept on crying, so I cut my gala and gave the child. The child quickly ate the gala and still wanted me. I said, no, me, I'm not your mommy. If I was to be a mother of that child, I'm going to beat that child mercilessly, because you are like, how do I put it? The child does not have control, self-control, and the mother, on the other hand, is doing a bad job on the child's upbringing.
Do you like or love your parents for the way they brought you?
I love them very much.
Make a shout out to your parents.
Mommy and Daddy, thank you. I love you so much.
Okay, thank you so much. Chike, I want you to, on a conclusive note, speak to students on campus on the reasons why they should manage their time effectively.
Okay, to students on campus, one thing I normally tell students is, in your student days, you have the greatest time at your disposal. You may feel you are being choked with activities, but when you come out to the real world, that's when you know that you actually had your greatest number of hours in school. Now, if you check your timetable in school, submerge all of them, you will see that you have approximately 48 hours. That's 2 days to study in the whole week. So that means the rest 3 days or even 4 days of the week, you are using it to play, you while it away. So manage your time very well, and you'll be able to produce things. One way of doing that is have your MITs, your most important tasks for every day. If you wake up 12 midnight, write things I must do. In fact, 3 or 4 things I have to achieve on the next day. You will see that you will not be moved. You will be disciplined and do your work.
Okay, thank you so much, the CEO of Mikorazon Links Enterprise, Chike Phillips. Thank you for coming.
Thank you, sir.
And thank you so much, our student from the Department of Public Administration, Airborne State University, Abakaliki, Owa. Ehonaya Chuku Joy. Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you.
Avia, thank you also for being there. This is where we draw the curtain of today's episode of Youth Focus. Thank you so much for being there. My name is Chukwamaka Obas, saying bye-bye.
In every generation, there exists a defining force. A force shaped by curiosity, driven by ambition, fueled by possibility. where ideas evolve into innovation, skills transform into enterprise, and vision becomes impact. Because empowerment is more than progress. It is transformation. The voices shaping tomorrow. The idea redefining possibilities. The generation building the future.
Good afternoon and welcome to News at 3 on Aneke TV. I am Good Hope Chukuma. Here are the headlines. The Sultanate Council of Sokoto calls on Muslims across Nigeria to look out for the Safa 1448AH crescent tomorrow. 8 people have been killed and 5 others injured after suspected gunmen attacked Otukpo Nobi community in Benue State. Questions continue to trail the death of Minister of Works, Senator David Umahi's physiotherapist, as calls grow for a full investigation. Now the news in details. The Sultanate Council of Sokoto has called on Muslims across Nigeria to look out for the crescent of Safar 1448AH on Tuesday, July 14th, corresponding to the 29th day of the Muharram 1448AH. The appeal is contained in a statement signed by the chairman of the Advisory Committee on Religious Affairs, Sultanate Council, Professor Sambo Junaidu. He urged anyone who sights the new moon to report it immediately to the nearest district head or village head. The report will be transmitted to the Sultan of Sokoto and President General of the Nigerian Supreme Council for Islamic Affairs, His Eminence Alhaji Muhammad Saeed Abubakar, for verification and official proclamation. The council said the moon sighting exercise is a significant religious obligation that determines the beginning of a new Islamic month and prayed for Allah's guidance and acceptance of the exercise. The Imo State government has commended IHS Nigeria Limited and UNICEF for launching a digital literacy program aimed at strengthening teaching and learning in public schools across the state. The initiative is providing digital skills training for 200 public school teachers and principals under the IHS Digital Library Literacy and School Connectivity Program. According to the organizers, the program is designed to improve teachers' digital competence, expand internet connectivity in schools, and promote technology-driven classroom construction. The state government says the partnership supports ongoing efforts to modernize the education sector and equip teachers with the skills required to prepare learners for a digital future. President Bola Tinubu has directed the National Identity Management Commission to ensure that every Nigerian is enrolled in the National Identity Database before the end of 2026. Director General of the National Identity Management Commission, Mr. Bishoye Koka Odushote, disclosed the directive during an interview on Channels Television, saying the commission would continue to see that everyone registers and they get to on Director General of the National Identity Management Commission, Mr. Bishoye Koko-Odushote, disclosed the directive during an interview on Channels Television, saying the Commission has intensified nationwide registration to meet the target. She said the NIMC is working with licensed private front-end partners on the World Bank Superfed initiative to take registration services directly to communities across the country and strengthen access to identity services. Koko-Odushote added that the Commission's upgraded biometric system prevents multiple registrations through real-time fingerprint and facial verification, while the NIMC Act 2026 reinforces the federal government's one person, one identity policy. The Lagos State government has issued a weather advisory warning residents to prepare for widespread rainfall expected across several parts of the state. Commissioner for the Environment and Water Resources, Mr. Tokumbo Wehab, urged residents to clear drainage channels and avoid activities capable of obstructing the free flow of stormwater. The ministry said communities including Ikorodu and Epe are likely to experience early rainfall, while intermittent showers and cloudy conditions are expected across the Lagos metropolis during the day. The government also appealed to motorists and residents to remain vigilant, avoid indiscriminate refuse disposal into drains, and cooperate with ongoing drainage clearance and canal desilting operations to reduce the risk of flooding. The Benue State Police Command says 8 people were killed and 5 others injured when armed attackers invaded Otupo-Nobi community in Otupo local government area. Police Public Relations Officer Deputy Superintendent of Police Udeme Edet said the attack occurred in the early hours of Sunday, shortly after the burial of an octogenarian, the late Mr. Adaje Oko. She said Commissioner of Police Mr. Cletus Mwadiobu immediately deployed tactical teams to restore normalcy, while the injured victims were taken to hospital and the deceased deposited at the Federal University of Health Sciences Teaching Hospital, Otuo. The command says investigations have commenced, additional security personnel have been deployed to vulnerable communities, and residents are urged to remain calm and support security agencies with credible information. An Anambra State Magistrate Court sitting in Amobia has commenced the trial of publisher of Igbo Times magazine and iNews, Mr. Ejiko Febu, over alleged criminal defamation and cybercrime. The prosecution follows a complaint by the Anambra State government over online publications concerning Governor Chukwuma Soludo and members of his family. Before the commencement of the trial, the defendant publicly retracted the report and apologized, admitting that some of the published claims were false and expressing regret over the publications. Despite the apology, the state government is proceeding with the prosecution, maintaining that the matter should be determined by the court in accordance with the law. Former Minister of Innovation, Science and Technology Chief Uche Nnaji has pleaded not guilty to charges bordering on alleged certificate forgery, obtaining by false pretense, and money laundering. Mr. Nnaji was arraigned by the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission before Justice Joyce Abdul Malik of the Federal High Court, Abuja, on a 6-count charge. The prosecution alleges that the former minister forged a degree certificate and a National Youth Service Corps discharge certificate used during his ministerial screening in 2023 and unlawfully received about 29.5 million naira in salaries and allowances. Following his plea, the court granted him bail in the sum of 20 million naira with one surety not below grade level 15 in the Federal Civil Service residence in Abuja. The matter was adjourned for trial. The Federal High Court in Abuja has declined an application by African Action Congress presidential candidate Mr. Omoyele Sowore seeking a lengthy adjournment in his trial over alleged cyberbullying. Justice Mohammed Umar ruled that granting the request would be inconsistent with the court's earlier directive for an accelerated hearing in line with the Administration of Criminal Justice Act. Counsel to Mr. Sowore, Mr. Raphael Adekole, had sought the adjournment, explaining that the lead defense counsel, Chief Olumide Fushika, senior advocate of Nigeria, was outside the country and unavailable to continue the defense. However, Counsel to the Department of State Services, Chief Akinlolu Kehinde, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, opposed the request, noting that the matter had already suffered several adjournments. The court subsequently fixed July 16th for the continuation of the defense. The news at 3 comes to you live from Aneke TV. For more updates and breaking news stories, follow us on Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. And now, here is a recap of the major stories making the headlines. Sultanate Council calls on Muslims nationwide to observe the sighting of the Safar 1448 AH Crescent. Benue State Police launch investigation after 8 people were killed in an attack on Otuo Nobi community. Coming up shortly, questions trail the death of the Minister of Works physiotherapist as calls for a thorough investigations grow. Stay with us, we'll be right back shortly.
Across Nigeria's dynamic economy, enterprise is on the move. From the resilience of small businesses to the expanding reach of indigenous industries, commerce thrives on innovation, determination, and vision. Finance is evolving, powered by technology and driven by a new generation of entrepreneurs. In a rapidly changing world, digital transformation is redefining how we save, invest, and grow wealth. From energy to agriculture, manufacturing to tech, Nigeria's economic landscape continues to diversify. Policies shift, markets respond, and opportunities emerge. Every figure tells a story. Every trend shapes the future. The question is, where is the next opportunity? On Aneke TV, we bring you clarity beyond the numbers. This is Business Outlook on Aneke TV, tracking the markets, analyzing the trends, and spotlighting the drivers of economic growth. Aneke TV, informing enterprise, shaping perspective.
Welcome back. Questions continue to trail the death of a physiotherapist, Miss Mary Habila, at the country home of the Minister of Works, Senator David Umahi, in Buru, or Hausara local government area of Ebonyi State. The incident has generated widespread public interest, with calls for clarity over the circumstances surrounding her death. In a statement issued by the minister's senior special assistant on media, Mr. Francis Weze, the minister described the death as tragic and confirmed that the deceased, alongside Ms. Anita Baski, had been on secondment from the David Umahi Federal University of Health Sciences, Uburu, to the Federal Ministry of Works as physiotherapists for the past 3 years. The statement said Senator Umahi immediately directed that an autopsy be conducted to establish the actual cause of death, but noted that the deceased family declined the request. The minister has since renewed the call for an autopsy, maintaining that a scientific examination remains the most credible means of determining the cause of the death. Meanwhile, the incident has attracted widespread reactions on social media, with various individuals raising questions over the circumstances surrounding the death. However, the Nigerian police force has yet to issue an official statement, while the minister has appealed to the public to avoid speculation and allow due process to take its course. Abia State Governor Dr. Alex Oti has directed the immediate rehabilitation of Ibama Primary School, Ndume Otuka, Umuahia local government area. The alma mater of Nigeria's first military head of state, the late General Johnson Agui Ronsi. Governor Oti gave the directive during a civic reception held in honor of the Deputy Speaker of the Abia State House of Assembly, Right Honorable Austin Okezie Meregini, following appeals by community leaders for the restoration of the historic school. The governor instructed the chairman of the Abia State Universal Basic Education Board to commence the rehabilitation process immediately as part of his administration's ongoing program to improve public school infrastructure across the state. Governor Oti also directed the Commissioner for Works, Engineer Otumchere Oti, to assess the condition of the access road leading to the late General Aguirre-Irunsi's ancestral home for possible rehabilitation. Community leaders commended the governor's prompt intervention, describing it as a significant step towards preserving the community's historical heritage. Borno State Commissioner for Sport and Poverty Alleviation, Honorable Sain Abuba, has opposed the proposed 2 million naira monthly minimum salary for players in the Nigerian Premier Football League, describing the policy as unrealistic under current economic conditions. Speaking in Asaba after El Kanami Warriors won the 2026 Presidential Federation Cup, the commissioner said many MPFL clubs depend largely on government funding and lack the commercial capacity to sustain such a wage structure. He argued that club owners and state government should have been adequately consulted before the proposal was announced. Honorable Buba warned that implementing the proposal without sustainable funding could place additional financial pressure on clubs and undermine the stability of the domestic league. He also disclosed that El Kanami Warriors would undergo major restructuring ahead of the 2026-2027 season, with plans to recruit new players, appoint a new technical advisor following the exit of Coach Ismail Dogo, and strengthen the squad for its CAF Confederation Cup campaign. Now in entertainment, the African Action Congress governorship candidate for Abia State, Ms. Doris Ogala, has generated reactions after declaring that she would emerge as the state's next governor in the 2027 general election. The Nollywood actress made the remarks during a live session on TikTok where she expressed confidence in her candidature, saying her emergence as governor was divinely ordained. The video has since circulated widely on social media, attracting mixed reactions from public and members of the place. Ms. Ogala recently emerged as the African Action Congress candidate for the 2027 governorship election and has pledged to prioritize job creation, economic development, and the welfare of Abia residents if elected. Before joining partisan politics, she built a career in the Nigerian film industry and later became involved in political advocacy through the African Action Congress. Political observers say activities ahead of the 2027 elections are expected to intensify as political parties continue consultations and campaign. And now to end news, here are the main points again. The Sultanate Council of Sokoto has called on Muslims across the Nigeria to look out for the Safar 1448 AH crescent tomorrow. Chairman of the Council's Advisory Committee on Religious Affairs, Professor Sambo Junaidu, urged anyone who sighted the moon to report it through the appropriate traditional authorities for onward transmission to the Sultan of Sokoto and President General of the Nigerian Supreme Council for Islamic Affairs, His Eminence Alhaji Sa'ad Abubakar, for official confirmation. The Benue State Police Command has commenced an investigation into the deadly attack on Otukpo Nobi community in Otukpo local government area where 8 people were killed and 5 others injured by suspected armed assailants. Commissioner of Police Mr. Cletus Mwadiobu has deployed additional tactical operatives to the area and assured residents that those responsible will be tracked down and brought to justice. And questions continue to trail the death of Miss Mary Habila, a physiotherapist attached to the office of the Minister of Works, Senator David Umahi. The minister has called for an autopsy to determine the cause of death, while urging the public to refrain from speculation as the circumstances surrounding the incident continue to attract widespread public attention. And that concludes the news. Thank you for watching. I am Goodhope Chukuma. Good afternoon.
Yeah, sauce. Got the presence on me, I can't ever take it off. That's why I came, country boy stepping, yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Country boy stepping, yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Yeah, they can't get like me, rocking boots and white tee. Designer on my cuff, drink something like a movie. Country boy stepping, yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Country boy stepping, yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Artist out the ranch, I just told you that I'm about it. I might take offense if you tell me that you doubt it. It's just what it is, yeah, I'm known to make it rowdy. Then I'm for the fit, and I drive a wide body. Who you know, but like this, nobody. Can't go slow, I gotta hit that body. I'm the top, but the top, I can't never take a break. Yeah, I'm hot, and you not, that's why all my records bang. Oh, it's been a long, hard road, gotta go home. Yeah, 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 yeah. Oh, and I know you love the way that I'm gon' keep going. Yeah, 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 can't do flexing, cause they know I got the sauce. Got the presence on me, I can't ever take it off. That's why I came, country boy stepping, yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Country boy stepping, yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Yeah, they can't get like me, rocking boots and white tee. Designer on my cuff, drink something like a movie. Country boy stepping, yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Country boy stepping, yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Yeah, why they mad at a man like me? I went too crazy. Better take that knee and kiss my ring, cause I be royalty. Everywhere I go, my scene, and they be hating. That's such a lame thing. Yeah, y'all be lame things. I could never ever go outside like that. Yeah, my people got my back, and I know that that's a fact. So I won't worry about a thing. I'm gonna keep on burning track. Do you get what I mean? I got faith in my dream. Oh, it's been a long, hard road. Gotta go home. Yeah, 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 yeah. Oh, and I know you love the way that I'm gon' keep going. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Can't do flexing, cause they know I got the sauce. Got the presence on me, I can't ever take it off. That's why I came, country boy stepping, yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Country boy stepping, yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Yeah, they can't get like me, rocking boots and white tee. Designer on my cuff, drink something like a movie. Country boy stepping, yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Country boy stepping, yeah, I'm country boy stepping.
golden sunlight. I'm going with you and I will get to
the silent witness to human courage, the keeper of memory, the archivist of greatness.
Across the vast landscapes of Africa, from the savannas to the bustling cities, voices once rose, ideas once burned, and visions once dared to challenge the limits of their age.
They were not merely individuals. They were epochs in human form.
In literature, minds such as Chinua Achebe, Wole Soyinka, and Ngugi wa Thiong'o reclaimed the African narrative.
Through ink and imagination, they dismantled distorted histories and restored the dignity of African identity. Their words were not just stories.
They were mirrors, reflecting a people long misunderstood, and windows opening the world to the depths of African civilization.
In the realm of science and knowledge, pioneers like Philip Emeagwali,
from the tiniest cells to the farthest galaxies, life holds secrets we are only beginning to uncover. Why are we here? What connects us all? What unseen forces shape our destiny? Join Professor Jude Udenta as he explores the wonders, the questions, and the revelations that define existence. Mysteries of life, where every answer sparks a new discovery. Watch now on Aneke TV every Monday.
You are welcome here to our program, The Mysteries of Life. We have moved from this trying to look at death to trying to understand this whole issue of accidents, coincidence, what's happening. To now, we want to zero down to what the Igbos call Ifa Bakalaka. One of the musicians in those days said, Nokugegu, the man called Oliver the Kokwe. Nokugegu, no Igbo. Meshazia, Abume Egu, Bakalakia. In fact, almost all the people of Nina, they will say it is the Akalaka. But back to the English word, we are looking at destiny. You know, during this current World Cup, Kluivert, the son of the old Kluivert in 1989 missed penalty in the World Cup, played to the same direction. And the son in 2026 missed another penalty, the same side with what the father missed so many years ago, 20-something years before. And people continue to ask, what is all this? There are stories around J.F. Kennedy and Abraham Lincoln. There are so many stories in the world about so many things. And therefore, which means to look into this particular issue. By my right, of course, we have the pastor who oversees growing ones, you know, the faith of the young ones in the Assemblies of God Mission, Nigeria. He is Reverend Carlo. Reverend Carlo, you're welcome to the program.
Thank you, sir. My pleasure.
And by my left, we have our regular consultant equally, who is involved in trying to settle, you know, peace conflicts. He's a peace and conflict consultant, a good Igbo man, a Mazi in Igbo land, Mazi Nemeka Gabriel Anichukwu. You're welcome to the program.
Prof, thank you very much.
Yeah, so let me start with you. This issue of destiny. I know I would have gone to the pastor, no, but I want to start with you. This issue of destiny, this issue of Akalaka. What do you understand by this issue? I know that I talked of Oliver the Kokwe and all those people, what they used to say, but maybe they were just singing and talking. You know, now what is Akalaka? What is destiny? You know, what is destiny?
Viewed from Igbo traditional understanding, from Igbo cosmology, school of thought, or worldview, Akalaka destiny means once preordained or predetermined parts of life or part in life is one's core purpose for coming to this world as ordained by the supreme deity, God Almighty, is a calling or talent one must adhere with or tally with or follow for the person to live a meaningful life that will give the person meaning, relevance, dignity in this life. Once somebody is in line with his destiny or akalaka, that is the you in you. Even the word of God, according to the Christian, says, Christ in you, the hope of your glory. So destiny or akalaka is Christ in somebody, which is the only hope of glory for that person. Once you miss your akalaka, your destiny, you will live a meaningless life. You'll be living, but you have no essence, you have no relevance, you have no meaning in life.
The person will be existing.
You'll be existing, but you're not living.
Okay.
You'll be existing, you are not living.
Okay.
So it makes your life very superficial. You won't have a fulfilled life. Your destiny or akalaka enables you to have a fulfilled life.
You see, I want to, because I'm getting confused now, because the akalaka and the destiny, they are now two things. I know when I will go back to I'll come back to you after getting to the pastor or to the reverend, because the issue now is, from what you are saying, the akalaka, defines the quintessence of that person's existence here on planet.
The purpose of coming to this world.
I know, but what of the destiny is not, because it could be negative, it could be positive. I don't know, maybe I'm wrong, but Reverend, destiny, because if akalaka might mix it up with us, but maybe you will still add your own perspective to it. Destiny.
Okay, thank you, Prof. To my understanding, anytime we talk about destiny, we are trying to, in the nucleus perspective, unveil the predetermined purpose or will of God.
Okay.
Will of God.
The will of God.
Hidden will of God.
Okay.
In a man's life. What God has predetermined, if that person works according to his will, the end living, the end purpose of a man, what you are born for, what you are born to achieve, to become, and it's just like an inbuilt instinct, a personal instinct. As day goes and comes, it begins to be revealed. It is not openly revealed ab initio, but as you grow in life, trending towards your heart desire and yearnings, you will get to a point, a destiny, a destination, where you now say, I am fulfilled, I am excited doing this, and this is what I am born for.
Okay.
And that becomes
that's one part. But is it possible to have a very negative and unsavory destiny?
Well, when God finished creating man, he affirmed in signature that all he has made is good.
Okay.
But we have found out that the devil is always in the business of counteracting and trying to bring a disabuse of what God has made that is good, to turn it not to be good.
Okay.
And so, in destiny can be thwarted.
Okay.
Destiny can be influenced.
Okay.
Destiny can suffer distractions. And if the bearer takes heed to it,
yes,
that person is bound to miss the end expectation
yeah.
God has planned for that person.
Okay.
So that is the issue that goes along with it. In another form also, God is a sovereign God.
Okay.
He sees tomorrow from today. So if something is not going on well or auguring well, and you happen to align yourself with this God who made you, he can either connect you to a person, or connect you to a situation, or connect you to a channel that will bring a total overhauling of your life. The truth of the matter lies underneath that this is the will of God. And that will of God is unveiled as your destiny in life.
Okay. Now, so because I remember that the scripture tells us that the Son of Man is destined to suffer grievously and to die. Then the third day he will be raised from the dead. So I'm just thinking about it. I'm then thinking about Judas, thinking about the Jews, thinking about his destiny, thinking about people that sometimes when people die, they will say that it was that like they just mentioned that this man missed the penalty. The father missed the penalty, the same penalty in the World Cup to something years ago, the same side of the goalpost, and this year the son, Kluivert, missed another penalty 20-something years later, and we are looking at that, because he is talking of this thwarting destiny, which we know is possible. So, but I'm looking at the positive aspects of destiny, which he has already defined. That at the time God created, he said that everything he made is good. Yes. Because God is good. God is good, and he does things that are perfect. But how does a man move out of God's predetermined purpose for himself or for herself? Maz?
This is a right question at this juncture in this discussion. Destiny is not rigid.
Okay.
It's not a must. It must go well without particular destiny. Depending on how you negotiate that your destiny.
Okay.
God might destine you to be a very good architect.
Okay.
But that's you are destined to become a very great architect in life. It is your destiny. But you worked against that being an architect because of your value system.
Okay.
You deviated and went to study law. You can have PhD, but you can never do well. Whenever you deviate from God choosing part of you in life, it's not, the problem is not from God, but from you. Because God is perfect. That's why in destiny, in Akalaka, we are created wire uniquely, peculiarly. No two persons are the same. We are wired to reign as kings in this life. In your field, you must be a champion. I must be a champion here. The other person be a champion. That's why God, in the originality of creation, wanted us to be gods in our own fields.
That's what the Bible says.
To make our account to Him. Nobody should be spirit to the other. That's why the Holy Spirit in you, even the church people, that will spite the way you do wrong, but to tell you this person is an entity. Nobody should be an entity. Because God does not create failures. He is the super creator, the whole wisdom. So in life, that wisdom of God uniquely carved for each person is what we call destiny. And when you align with your destiny, you follow your destiny. Achebe when law was reigning, running a curse. He went and read literature. Do you see that with that literature that Achebe read, he became a global figure? But some people that read a lot of time could not even build a house. They were good, so Achebe found his part in literature and distinguished himself as actually the decimal akalaka of Chinua Achebe was literature. And see how he became a class of his, he became an institution. So what I'm saying is that you can work against your destiny. When you channel your life, you can refuse to live your destiny and you waste away. You become a waste. You become a failure. But know that God who created you wasn't failure. And that's why in destiny it is connected with what they call cosmic oath. That what
is that one?
Have you seen it? In Iowa or cosmic oath is the oath or a kind of value. Iowa is the value system with which you negotiate your destiny. You can say, I will become a grand lawyer. You're not saying to become a grand lawyer. But in your Iowa cosmic oath, you have chosen before you reincarnated into this physical world that you will never dabble into any case that involves criminality, that so when somebody kills somebody or without just cause, you come and cover that person through your legal knowledge. You say, that I will never defend somebody who had killed somebody without a just cause. And once you go against your that's your cosmic code, and you went to go and defend somebody who has killed somebody without just cause, you have problem. It can lead to your death, as you call Obanje. You can lead to your death or any mishap, any day.
I was saying Obanje is a different issue. No,
Obanje means you do not fulfill your destiny, you bring back. That is when you go against your Iowa. You negotiating. Iowa helps you to negotiate your destiny. But when you go that your destiny, your Iowa means the part, your vow of how you will negotiate your destiny. So when you go against Iowa in your destiny, you have big problems.
You know, you're bringing so many concepts now.
So what I'm saying is that
want those concepts
you can fulfill your destiny, yes. You can challenge it, you can rule it, you can distort it, you can confuse it, you can mess it up. But it's not God messing it up. You are the person who messed it up. But God has given you that destiny for you to become like God on earth, whereby even a governor, a senator, or a minister will ask, where is Nnemeka? I want to see him. He's a great philosopher. He's an independent thinker. I want to. He's specialized in this field. I want to have an audience with him. If I can perfect my destiny now, governors, senators will come into me. Even if you know me, they will seek me and come for Nnemeka and each because they are not coming to me because they love me. They are coming to me because I discovered my destiny and I used it and deployed it, and kings and queens and they sought for King Sheba sought for Solomon. They seek for me, seek me.
Okay. Yeah, because you have brought in a number of concepts. Yes. You have brought in your concept of Iowa and Obanje and what again? But Reverend Carlo, because we are trying to look at, because the essence of this program is for the young ones and for every viewer to align themselves with a number of mysteries of life. Yes. And we are looking at some of those mysteries. Yes, he has brought in this concept of reincarnation, and we are not looking at reincarnation now, but we are looking at destiny. Yeah. Because we just mentioned our Lord Jesus Christ, where he talked that the Son of Man has been destined. He used that word, destined, and both of you use that word, predestined. But he also made a point, which he has also corroborated, that destiny could be ruined, destiny could be diverted, destiny could be thwarted, and so on and so on. So, while you address part of what he has tried to raise, I want you to get into the mind of the viewer, on the essence of some of these mysteries, because sometimes we say somebody gave birth to only one child. That's their grandfather gave birth to one child. And then the man gives birth to one child. And the son, the man gives birth to one child. That's the way we see destiny. That's what I'm looking at. And how do you explain some of those things, in addition to whatever he has tried to bring up into this matter?
All right. I will do my best to make a little explanations to what he just said. issue of destiny, we really need to be too much, we don't need to be too much confused about it. Destiny, like I rightly said in the beginning, is a hidden purpose, a hidden plan, and when it is hidden, it takes time to be unveiled. And when God unveils it through the person's lifestyle or whatever that comes out at the end, you too will know this is what you are born for. Now, there are factors that affect destiny, which we must guide so much. It's not all about who is Obanje or who is Iyowa, who is Iyowa, who now do this, do that. Where are you? Are you a human being to contract or to discuss with Iyowa? Whatever, those things are realms in the spirit. But there are factors that genuinely affect destiny. One of the factors that affect destiny is information. Information. Availability of the right information. And then you applying it into action. That is the skill to information will facilitate whatever is the outcome of what a man can become. Another thing that affects destiny is mentorship. Mentorship. If you say, I want to become this, there is somebody that is there that must be able to assess your ability with your becoming future, whatever you become. Yes, Bible said when Moses was born, the mother looked at him and said, this is a proper child. And for that reason, I cannot just let go. I must go into dimension that will preserve this destiny. And then in mentorship, somebody must be able to see your tomorrow from today by the act or by the behavioral trait in you. You know, you mentioned somebody scoring a goal or missing a penalty, and there are coincidences in life. We don't draw a line on that. Something can happen and it will be a coincidence. What we talk about in destiny is what is the eventuality of the action you take today. In the end, that is the purpose of your existence.
Like the substance. The substance of it.
That's the purpose of your existence. So somebody must be able to mentor you in the track to get to where you are. And when you get there, whatever you are doing, you are excited doing it. That is what you are called for. Exactly. Because what you are called for, if it doesn't excite you, you will not last there. You will not last there. And that thing that affects destiny, you know, is this God. Grace. Grace. You know, as a grace is something that works so much very close to destiny. Everything God has called a man to do, he gives you available grace to fulfill it. If you are not called there, you cannot do it. But the person that is called there can do it. Watch a barber, a salon. He wouldn't mind standing from morning till night. Yes. And he will not complain.
I will be happy.
Watch a medical doctor. He wouldn't mind staying in the theater for long and he will not complain. Every profession you occupy, there is available quantum of grace that will carry you to fulfill it.
So there's something that you just said now. That means that sometimes, because we are looking at destiny just from the point of view of fulfillment of work purpose, because
work calling.
No, work purpose. Yeah, that's calling. No, that's the side, you know, because our brother Job, when he was suffering, said, "Is man's life on earth not mere drudgery?"
Okay.
Is man's life on earth not mere drudgery? Then he went down and they tried to explain a number of things. But now, are we saying, you know, as a diversion now, that some people go into work that they should not be part of? Because if a barber is able to stand for a whole day, barbing, without complaining.
Yes. Are you
I'm going somewhere. Okay. It looks like some people are now going to go and read one of those regular courses. Those ones like him. But he went and read this. Fela didn't read music. He was forced to go and read, and he finished and ended up being Fela Aneke, which we know today. And he's the face of the family today. And so on. The young woman Akonyele, that is probably all over the world today, went to read the Fine and Applied Arts, and everyone was angry with her. Today she is the first of the family. So
Chimamanda.
I'm trying to understand. Chimamanda comes from a lecturer's background.
They wanted to read Mr. and Fancy.
Yes, both the parents were all professors. You know.
That is where mentorship comes in.
Yes.
That is also where grace comes in.
Okay.
If God didn't assign you to that, there will be no available grace that will carry you through.
So the person will be a dangerous medical doctor.
What it also that there could be a time in life when you find yourself in a fixed tight corner. How God will navigate you out of it is a pathfinder to your destiny. So sometimes when life becomes uncomfortable, don't pull out, because there may be a channel.
There is something I want to chip in there.
To fulfill.
Okay,
that's what I want to chip in there.
Yes.
Whatever you don't have passion for, you cannot do well in it.
Of course.
Like Pele found passion in football. He was the greatest.
I want to talk. When you see people are hitting him left, right, and center.
So you then in life, that is why you see somebody who is a senator. That everyone is clamoring for politics. Politics is not the only way to become prominent in life. Someone can become prominent in life through hospitality, caregiving, even the way you talk to people about their conflict.
That's Florence Nightingale now.
So now,
Florence Nightingale.
So you see these pastors, DBS, who are doing evils, we are not called. They call themselves. When you see a real man of God, this Reverend Omar Carlo, if he is really called, he can even spend his millions to come and pray for you and go and spend and go back. Because he is not delivering joy because of the money he gets from being a minister and assemblies of God. He is delivering joy because through him, God is touching lives positively. That is his destiny to become a pastor in the house of God.
But so how do you
and you see a Dubia when he touched you, you see that there is a kind of force that goes with him to alleviate your problem.
Okay.
So whoever, as a prof now, some profs are frustrated because they call themselves to becoming professor. They were some of you should be footballers, Nollywood artists,
musicians.
But they force themselves because their brain says, I must be a prof. Today there are profs who are frustrated. There are sons who are frustrated.
Okay, we are because of time we are about to end. So what do you have to tell our people so that they fulfill their destiny? 1, 2, so that they don't thwart. So that people don't get their destiny thwarted. Yes. I always enjoy what you normally tell us every time. You know, trespass.
Destiny, as my brother had just said, is not necessarily you must have passion for it. You may have passion for a particular thing, but the ability may not be there. You may have passion for something, but the availability, because it takes you to be available, it takes you to be capable, and it takes you to be willing. That is where the passion comes in. If you don't have these 3 things over a particular professional field, you are not destined to survive.
There will be no passion, self.
You are not destined to survive there. So I speak to our viewers, if you want to look for what your destiny is, look for that thing that gives you joy. Look for that thing that guarantees you peace of mind. Look for that thing that negatively there is no competition, but positively there is competition. Look for that thing that gives you a platform to access mentorship. Look for that thing that guarantees you value for life.
Okay.
That is where it is.
What do you tell our viewer?
Viewers, I will advise us to seek that divine voice, that silent voice in you, that God in you tells you you are called to become a man of God.
Okay.
And when you do it, God will be fulfilled. God will praise through you. But whatever you are doing and God will not praise through you, it's not your calling, it's not your destiny.
Okay.
It will bring a cost upon your life.
Okay. And with this we say thank you.
From the tiniest cells to the farthest galaxies, life holds secrets we are only beginning to uncover. Why are we here? what connects us all, what unseen forces shape our destiny. Join Professor Jude Udenta as he explores the wonders, the questions, and the revelations that define existence. Mysteries of life, where every answer sparks a new discovery. Watch now on Aneke TV every Monday.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
flexing, cause they know I got the sauce. Got the presence on me, I can't ever take it off. That's why I came, country boy stepping, yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Country boy stepping, yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Yeah, they can't get like me, rocking boots and white tee. Designer on my cuff, bring something like a mobile. Country boy stepping, yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Country boy stepping, yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Artist out the ranch, I just told you that I'm bout it. I might take offense if you tell me that you doubt it. It's just what it is, yeah, I'm known to make it right. Then I'm for the fit, and I drive a wide body. Who you know? But like this, nobody. Can't go slow, I gotta hit that body. I'm the top, but the top, I can't never take a break. Yeah, I'm hot, and you not, that's why all my records bang.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you work. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Good afternoon and welcome to the program. This is Aneke Brief here on Aneke TV, where we bring to you conversations around the Southeast. What is happening in the Southeast region? We are Igbo living in the Southeast. You know, conversations across all spheres and cutting across all these 5 states in the Southeast: Enugu, Ebonyi, Imo, Abia, and of course, you know the state. Welcome to the show. I'm your host, Princess Ken Ochom, and today we have a guest in the studio, and we're discussing something quite peculiar, something quite sensitive that concerns all of us. It's something that all of us, almost everyone, is guilty of here in this region. But before we get into all of that, we'll take a short break, and then when we get back, we'll be reading out our news bulletin as it appeared today on the headlines. Stay with us.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Yeah, welcome back. All right, getting straight into the news headlines for today. And my guest, like I said, is already seated here in the studio. He is the CEO, Mikorazin Link Enterprises, Mr. Philip Chikezie Osigwe. Have a good afternoon. Welcome to the show.
Thank you
How
very
are
much.
you doing today?
I'm good.
Of
course, of course.
All right, you're welcome. You're welcome. All right, let's just get right into our news bulletin for the day. The first story is an event that occurred on Thursday in Enugu at about 1:20 p.m. where a certain bus driver and his conductor are, accused for allegedly assaulting police officers, attempting murder, and snatching of the police rifle during an incident. Although the rifle was recovered, but the Enugu Police Command said they have launched a manhunt to find out these persons that are involved in this case.
That's a very serious matter. The Enugu version of prison break. It's a very serious one, and then it could mean something very, very, how will I put it? Very, it's a big case for the persons involved. And it's also a wake-up call to the police if whatever happened is from their own aspect. But then both parties need to be very careful.
But isn't it, worrisome that this happened in broad daylight?
Very worrisome.
Yes.
Because people who would be involved in such a thing, it couldn't be their very first time of trying something like that out. And you can imagine if it was in the night. I mean, such a policeman would actually lose his life, and that rifle would not even be recovered. So such a thing calls for more carefulness, both on the side of the police and on the side of individuals. In fact, it's even a more risky thing, assuming the cost of dragging the rifle and stray bullets, just, things like this happen, and they are really very ugly.
Okay, now to the second story. This is in Anambra State. The state government has warned communities against embarking on drainage and infrastructure projects without obtaining the necessary environmental approvals. This was This warning was issued by the Commissioner of Environment after inspecting a drainage channel that was being constructed by community members and a church that ended abruptly because of not having proper drainage outlets, hereby triggering severe erosion. This is around a certain community in Oka South local government area of the state.
Okay, yeah, people tend, most of our people, we don't really know where this drainage something is going to. People don't know the after effect of what they do. What people care is, let it just leave my house.
Yes.
Let the water, let the physics, let the urine just leave my house. Most people don't think, where is it going to? And then where it goes to is actually what does the harm. So most of this flooding, erosion that happens is actually because of people who do this channeling without proper, investigation of where it's going to end. So I really appreciate that. If that can be followed through, because this is Nigeria, it's still possible that some persons will settle and it will just leave it like that. But if it can be followed through, then it's really very necessary.
I mean, something that other states should also
emulate as well, yes.
Truly. All right, and then on the last story, this is also in Anambra State, where a certain clinic owned by a 47-year-old woman who performs surgical procedures and without professional qualifications was clamped down and the woman arrested. This woman is said to,
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Welcome back. Now to the conversation of the day. Today we are going into our homes, our markets, and a medicine cabinet to talk about something that has become normal, way too normal. We're talking about self-medication. Across the 5 southeastern states, before many of us think of a hospital, we first think of a chemist. Even more worrying is the growing trend of sharing prescription medicines among family members and neighbors, assuming that similar symptoms must have the same cause and therefore require the same treatment. Before we think of a doctor, we ask a neighbor, oh, what did you take for this medicine? What antibiotics worked for you the last time? We buy drugs over the counter. We share prescriptions. We start antibiotics and stop when we feel better. We mix herbs with tablets. We treat malaria, typhoid, and body pain all by ourselves. Why? Because we think hospitals are expensive, because the queues are long, because it's just a small thing, because our parents did it and survived. In communities where healthcare facilities are either overstretched or difficult to access, self-medication is often viewed not as a choice, but as the quickest and cheapest solution. But here is the hard question we are asking. Is this resilience or is this a crisis? Medical experts are warning us antibiotic resistance is rising. Wrong doses are damaging kidneys and livers. Fake drugs are in circulation, and people are dying from conditions that could have been treated if they had seen a doctor earlier. And earlier we just read about a certain doctor who has been, conducting medical activities without having certification. Now, today's conversation seeks to unpack one of the most pressing but overlooked public health challenges facing the Southeast. Under the topic, unpacking the self-medication trend in the Southeast. Are we killing ourselves? We'll examine why self-medication has become deeply entrenched in the Igbo society, the health risks associated with indiscriminate drug use, the role of pharmacists, patent medicine vendors, traditional healers, and social media in shaping public behavior, and the practical steps individuals, families, communities, healthcare professionals, and government institutions must take to encourage responsible medicine use. I've already introduced my guest earlier. He is a physicist and the CEO of Mikorazon Link Enterprises, Mr. Philip Chikezi Osigwe.
Once again, thank you.
Thank you. Now, seeing that we already have a story where we've read that someone has been conducting, I wouldn't know how long she has been conducting it. That is on one side. And we have people like us who have decided, how can I you all go you baby? So let's just talk about it. Why do you think we have so much resorted to self-medication? Seeing that, like some people often say, you are educated, you understand that the actual process is to draw a diagnosis, yes. But we just decide go to the counter, collect drug. Why do you think how did we get to that point?
Yes, self-medication is actually, if I would summarize, is just a symptom of a healthcare system that is unaccessible. We have a healthcare system, but having access to it most times is usually very difficult. Most hospitals, healthcare facilities are far away. Now you can compare moving from some villages to come to this town to just go to Park Lane. The distance is quite far. And then availability. There are, you going far distance, you have a pharmacy or a chemist or a healthcare practitioner somewhere close. And then another one is the cost. Some persons to see some doctors is very, very costly, especially if you go to private healthcare facilities. You notice that to see a doctor, just to see him, some over 20,000. And some people feel like, okay, instead of wasting this money and instead of traveling this far, let me just resort to maybe a chemist or a pharmacist and all those things. I'll get my care. So that's the first reason why.
Okay.
Then again, I would say it's just like when you are reading out, you said it's a trend. It has become a trend. So the younger generations are growing up to see it. And in this Southeast now, about 70% of us, we have resorted to self-care. So that means 7 out of 10 people, When they think of any illness, they think of pharmacy, chemist, or healthcare practitioners. Okay,
you know why this conversation is quite peculiar, because it is something majority of the people,
like I said, 70%,
that there are some over-the-counter medications.
Yes.
So can you help us, the difference between getting those over-the-counter drugs and then having to, since we could easily decipher what is wrong with us and would want to get over-the-counter drug, what difference does that have over running diagnosis and the prescription?
Okay, fine. Drugs, we call them OTC.
Okay.
That's over the counter. Something like they say normally when they make advert for paracetamol, they will say if symptoms persist after 3 days, see the doctors. So let me say you are having a pain and you can go to the chemist or to the pharmacist to receive OTC pain relief. It's called OTC drug. There's ibuprofen, there's paracetamol. But if the symptom persists after 3 days, you go see your doctor. Then you can buy ORS for diarrhea. You can buy, I've just talked about pain relief drugs. There are many drugs that are actually OTC that we know that, okay, they really do not have any long-lasting effect. But then there are prescription drugs of which a doctor has to see you, know the history of the sickness, know how it reacts to your body, and the required prescribed dose for your age, for your condition. So those ones are called prescription drugs. Okay. So you don't buy prescription drugs like OTC drugs.
Now, is there a difference between? I'm trying to collect my thoughts so I don't throw off us. Now, when we talk about medications and talk about these OTC drugs, it brings us to the conversation of getting prescription from someone, because if I understand that it's headache that I have, and this person used, or probably in my house paracetamol is the most, where does the conversation of allergies and resistance come? Because you said something about knowing what drug type works for you and all of that. So how do we reconcile all of this? Because it's not something that is taught in schools, in basic schools. So how does one know when to decide or find out that a certain drug that are over-the-counter drugs does not work for them?
Okay, fine. I think I mentioned a bit of it when I was speaking. I said OTC drugs are for immediate care, something that you already know and you are familiar with. Let me say I went to the farm, and after cultivating, bending down, it's just natural that my waist should begin to pain me. Then I go for OTC drug and to cure the pain. But in cases where maybe I didn't do anything and I'm having pain, and I've taken this OTC drug today, tomorrow, the next, and it doesn't stop, it's supposed to be that I contact a healthcare professional or even a pharmacist. The reason is because not all fever is malaria.
Okay.
Not all headache is malaria. Not all maybe stomach issue is typhoid. Because most times when your stomach is rumbling, you are feeling somehow, people say it's typhoid. So not all the time that you have running stomach is typhoid. Most times, not all the time you have maybe pains under your leg is rheumatism. It's not. So most times, especially if these symptoms persist after 3 days.
Okay, let's delve into herbal medicines. Some will say that it has no dosage. I don't know. I mean, there is this we just want it quick, fast. Hey, go you buy work. I try your So how people that combine both. What's the, I don't know if you can help, but what's the ideal? What's the rationale behind combining English drugs and traditional?
Okay, the thing is, orthodox medicine and traditional medicine, they actually take different parts. And from what I know, what traditional medicines do is to detoxify your body. That's remove toxins and other poisonous things. And if it does that, it's going to result in so many things. That's why you hear them say one particular drug, it can cure this, it can cure. You see, when you see herbal medicines, you see that one drug can cure about 25 different illnesses. And the reason is because it detoxifies. Then if you are detoxified, something like blood sugar might reduce, BP might reduce, cholesterol might reduce, body weight. And by the time your body weight reduces, some other things will join it to go. But then it's not really advised to combine herbal medicine and orthodox medicine. The reason is because the content of herbal medicines, most of them are not orthodox medicine. So if you are taking a drug for pain and you take a herbal drug, it annuls the herbal medicine and makes it ineffective. So once you combine both, you lose. It's just like eating bitter cola and taking drugs. The bitter cola goes in and annuls every effect of the drug. So people taking the both, you're actually not taking anything because this one cancels out this one.
But on its own, does this herbal medicine work? Because you see elderly men tell you in the villages, again, not going about right? And they believe that these orthodox medicine are so processed and the whole entire nutrients have been removed from it.
Yeah, the rationale is this. Most orthodox drugs are made from herbs. They are processed and manufactured in a way that it is now safe for the human body and the kidneys. But then most of them were actually, the root source is from plants, herbs, trees. But now the difference is that most herbal medicines, they just bring maybe the herbs, squeeze it together, bring out the liquid, and you begin to drink. So probably when you take it, you get healed. But because it was not fully processed, it can harm the liver, it can harm the kidney. Because the end product of most drugs is the liver and the kidney. They are the ones that process it for waste. But then, if a drug has been processed very well by a pharmaceutical company, they make it in such a way that your kidney, your liver can handle it, and it becomes a proper waste. But when your kidney and your liver cannot handle it, that's when kidney issues, kidney failures emanate. Because they didn't process this herbal medicine. All they know is that if I drink this herb, it will treat malaria. Nobody thought of, okay, when it treats malaria, does my body excrete it entirely? And if it doesn't excrete it, what does the remain do? So that's what we don't consider in herbal medicine, especially those ones that were not examined. There are herbal drugs actually that have moved from being herbal to being orthodox drugs. Because it has been properly examined and the required body have said yes, it's good to go. But then there are other ones that are just locally made. You bring nchamu, you mix it together, you bring the leaf and you drink it. Fine, you take it, but the side effect is what we don't consider.
Okay. Now, there is a certain record that shows that the Southeast are at much high risk of antimicrobial resistance because of how much of pills we pop into our body. So, I mean, how do we remedy the situation? Because, we like to be okay.
Of course.
So whatever it is that we need to take, if this neighbor says take, you take it. So how do we reduce the amount of drugs we take so that the ones that we have taken so far would work?
Okay, fine. Talking of antimicrobial resistance, one of the causes is this. I go to maybe a pharmacist or a chemist and I tell them I'm having cough. And one thing that is just more common in this our side is they'll just be like, name one dose, as in give me one dose. And you take maybe amoxicillin or any antibiotic for the cough and you take one. The cough leaves you for today and tomorrow. And you are not taking any other one. If it's coming back tomorrow, it's coming stronger. It's coming back bigger, and when it comes, it balances. And at that point, amoxicillin will no longer treat it. Let's say it's amoxicillin you took. So you need a higher antibiotic to treat it at that point. So it's usually at that point that people now go to the hospital, and when you get to the hospital, it has become a different case entirely. So that's antimicrobial resistance we are talking about. So what people should do to mitigate that is when you have, let me use cough as an example. talk to your pharmacist, talk to your healthcare practitioner. And when they give you drugs, don't say, give me 1 dose or give me 2 doses. There is a specific dose that should treat it. And then you don't stop because you are feeling better. It's very wrong. Because most times, even I have fallen victim to it at a time. You are treating malaria, you take 1, 2, by the 3rd day, you are actually okay, you just forget it. That sickness is still at the corridor. It will come back. And when it comes back, that drug that you took will not be able to handle it at that time. So when you get your prescriptions, finish it, even if you are feeling better. And don't go pressuring your pharmacist, give me 1 dose. Let them do their work and give you the right thing.
All right. Before we go on the short break, I'd like to just, still on medication before we get into other aspects of the conversation. For a child or for a young adult who understands that one need to, take proper care of health from the diagnosis to proper prescription, that lives in a home where the parents believe to skip all these processes and just go over the counter to get drugs. But because the treatment or the payment of this medication is on the parents, you now have to,
go through
that process, but you're also endangering your life. How do you reconcile, and how does such person, make these parents or make these guardians unlearn these aspects of medicine practices, seeing that they believe that it has been working?
Okay.
So how does this person reconcile and make them unlearn these things?
Okay, fine. First of all, I would say is the reason why this particular, this particular presentation we are doing is important. You listen to something like this and you go ahead to tell your parents or your guardian that such things are really not okay. And the funny thing is that somehow deep down, they know that this thing is not really okay. So when you tell them that we really need to get proper directions from a doctor, from a pharmacist and stuff like that, I need to check myself before I take this drug. In some cases, when they know that you insist to see a doctor, they would most likely give you your will, allow you to have your will. So the solution is awareness. Even if you are finally bending to following their way because they are the ones providing, keep ringing it in their ears that this is not right, we need to do the right thing. And probably when you grow up and you have your own source of income, you can actually do that. Make it a practice. Let them see that you always involve your medical practitioners before you take drugs.
We'll continue on the conversation with Mr. Philip, but we'll take a short break. Stay with us.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you work. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
You're welcome back. This is still Aneke Brief. I'm here, Mr. Philip Chikeze Osigwe, the CEO, Mikorazo. Now, Mr. Physicist, we have in the Southeast alone, one of the most thriving businesses that people do is inec shop. Everybody wants to learn how to mix drugs because they don't want to, I wouldn't say they don't want to go to school and get the certification, but you can go to someone's store now and stay with them, wire with the person. In the package, mix up. But don't you think the amount of chemists that we have is one of the major promoters of self-medication? Seeing that I know if I have headache, I can just come out to the streets and just ask the chemists there to just give me something to take for the pills.
Okay, fine. I would say yes and no.
Okay.
My reason for saying no first is that pharmacists and chemists, they are actually there for OTCs. You remember we talked about OTC. They're actually there so that if somebody suddenly has headache in the night, you will get something. If somebody suddenly has scorpion bites, it has happened in one occasion, you have somewhere at least to run to. I think in little primary school days, we say first aid.
Okay.
They are actually there for OTCs. They are also there for prescription drugs. When you have a prescription, you buy. Now, they are being proliferated, like you said, is not a vice. Somehow it's good because you have it closer to you, especially in rural areas where people have to travel far before they get any medical attention. But then where it's wrong is we converting them to our, our, what will I say, the hospital. All and all hospital. That's where it's wrong. The right procedure is get OTC from them, get your prescription from the doctor, and then patronize them. Then the aspect of, yes, saying it is part of what is causing self-medication is that most people, I won't say all, there are very good pharmacies where people there are sound, learned, they read, they have their certificates. But most people go into it just as a business venture, just like you said, you learn the trade, you go into it. I've seen someone that works in a bank and suddenly he said, man, I need to stop working in the bank. I think where there is money is in pharmacy. Let me just enter into and open. He opened the pharmacy, employed nurses and some dispensers. And at the time he felt he's paying too much. He's paying the nurses too much. So let him start staying. He just starts staying and, actually, one way or the other, people come to actually promotes it, because some people go into that place just business minded, not even with the mind to take care of people's health. But then having pharmacies, chemists is actually okay. They are even supposed to help to school people on what we are talking about, because pharmacies should not just, any good pharmacist or medical dispenser should not just give drugs. You counsel. There are people you meet, you tell them these antibiotics you are taking is too much. Some people want to take 2, 3 antibiotics at a time. You are to counsel. But someone that is with the mind of business, even if you want to take 10 at once, he will sell it as long as he's selling his goods. But a good pharmacist will counsel and tell you, don't do this, don't take this, do this, in as much as it means I won't sell. But I'll tell you what it's supposed to be.
All right, let's digress a little bit and talk about, antidepressants, stress, all those kind of pills. And this has, as we know by record, has increased the addiction rate, which brings me back to this chemist and pharmacist.
Yes.
How do we help people reduce, because it is like you rightly said, OTC, and these things could turn into addictions. It could turn into addiction pills. So how do we get our people to understand that some drugs need to be prescribed accordingly before they are used?
Yes, that's good. Antidepressants, for example, is a prescription drug.
Okay.
No pharmacist or maybe drug dispenser should give out an antidepressant without getting...
Well, we see it happen.
It does, and it's wrong.
Okay.
There have been times when NAFDAC and even ndlea normally, apprehend people that do that. You give out opioid analgesics, steroids, antidepressants without prescription. They get you arrested and you pay dearly for it. Now, that practice is good because nobody should. In fact, the one of antibiotics is pardonable. But giving something like antidepressant, because there are cases where people take it and it scatters their whole body system. So it's supposed to be done by a doctor that knows this person's history. Because some of those antidepressants, you don't take it if you're having heart issues. So if somebody is having heart issues and you give that kind of antidepressant, it worsens the case. So people should not even go to get prescription of antidepressant from an OTC pharmacy. And even if you come, the pharmacist or the OTC person should tell you that, in this case, go and meet your doctor. That's why I said they should counsel, not just sell. So they will counsel you, go and meet your doctor. When you are now prescribed the drugs, bring your prescription, we'll give you. You are asked to take it for 1 month. And after 1 month, our people mostly will not visit that doctor back to say, I've taken it for 1 month. They refill and refill and refill. And that's where addiction comes in. He now sees somebody that he cannot sleep unless he takes this tablet. I've seen a particular man that was taking sleep pills. And at a time, he could take 20 tablets at a time. This same tablet will make a normal human being sleep for over 6 hours. And he was taking 20 just to get about 3 or 4 hours sleep. So at that time, the body is now damaged. So in such cases, when you take it 1 month, see your doctor back, and then in most cases, it will be changed to another one to avoid dependency.
All right. Now, on medication and building of resistance, we've had conversations in the streets and among peers where we see people say something like, "Ogwada works." Not because we've abused it, it's because we feel like these medicines have become fake or substandard, such that the normal malaria drug that you would think should, before you fall sick again, it should take time. So let's talk about substandard and fake drugs. I think last month we heard that a certain augmentin, I've forgotten the particular augmentin, that the Enugu states banned from pharmacies. So these are one of the issues that I feel that we need to talk about.
Okay, fine. Yes, those things they are true, but on some aspect they are not true.
Okay.
I will bring up the case of the one that happened recently about Lonats.
Okay.
It was everywhere. They were saying pharmacies are selling fake Lonats.
Yeah, that there are two of them.
Yes, but really what happened was that the company changed the pack to fight fake. They changed their pack from, dark green to light green. And then, as of when they changed it, most pharmacies still had the old pack and the new pack came in. So I don't know where it emanated from, that somebody now posted the two and said this one is the fake, this one is the real. So even me at a point then, I joined to repost and tell people it's actually a change of pack and it's not original and fake. But then that does not mean that there are not substandard drugs. Actually, most drugs have been imitated. They do the substandard, probably sell it off cheaper, and people go to resell it. That's true. But then, original drugs still abound, especially where you know the name of the brands. There are trusted companies that make pharmaceuticals, very well trusted. Now, most times your doctor will, write a particular brand. Most doctors write the brand of drugs they want. When they want anti-malaria, they can go ahead to write something like Lonat, Amatem Subject. If people now come to take that, in most times, and you tell them, okay, this is the price of this is the price of that, and some of them will be like, I need something cheaper. It's now your job to refer back to your doctor. Doctor, this one is costly. Give me something cheaper. In most cases, you will see the doctor say, okay, give the pharmacist the phone. Let me talk with him. Then when he asks, he will be like, okay, what other brands of artemether lumefantrine do you have? We tell. They will not say, give this. That's the thing. But then, one thing about fake drugs is they will always be cheaper. And then when people want to go for something way, way, way too cheaper, that's where they fall victim. But then, if you go for normal drugs, like they say, everything good, nothing good comes easily. So when you go to pharmacies and they tell you this particular drug is 2,000 and suddenly another one is 150, and people will be like, give me that one of 150. You already know that you are going for something substandard, and when you take it, you should not complain that it's not working, because there are differences in brands. That same way we have differences in quality and effectiveness.
Do we trust the services of lab technicians to prescribe? Because we have, I'm speaking from where I stay. We have laboratory centers that run this diagnosis, and these persons, you wouldn't know if they are certified pharmacists or doctors. They are the ones who prescribe these medications for you. Are these advisable? Is it still proper to go to an actual hospital to run these tests? Okay, fine. There are labs that do their tests actually very well. Now, what labs do is they get sample from you, they incubate it, and after incubation, they find out what bacteria is maybe inherent there. Now, when they find it out, most of them do a sensitivity test
to check maybe which antibiotic, which antifungal will this thing react to. Now, they may write about 6 or 7, tell you it will react to this, that. Now, when they do so, when you give your pharmacist, he should pick maybe 1 or 2 out of the sensitives to give you. Or, you know, when he picks 1 or 2 to give you, those lab people also write out resistance. Meaning, if you take these ones, the bacteria is resistant to it. Now, it may not be their full job to prescribe.
Okay.
But then they can tell you what antibiotic generic is
based off of what
based
they've
on
seen.
yes, they know that, you know, when you use this antibiotic on this particular thing, it is
of government in providing health centers in rural communities. Do you think it's something that we can or that can be achieved, bringing these health centers with, you know, standard equipment and treatment for people to help reduce the amount of self-medicating that goes on in the Southeast?
Okay, I would say the government have tried in their own way, like hearing something like NHIS.
Okay.
NHIS has been existing for years, and a lot of people have actually, you know, cashed into that. You know, getting healthcare at its barest minimum. And, you know, they are being taken care of. But the thing is that some of those government-provided healthcare facilities don't have everything. In fact, even in most hospitals, they don't have all drugs. They might tell you, we have this, we don't have this. So you go outside and look for it. But then, one good thing government can do, I don't know whether it's whether they are doing, or maybe what they are doing is maybe they are doing it in a way that we don't understand. But I think what government can do is to maybe have more maybe doctors on ground, availability of doctors, and then those healthcare stations, clinics in the rural areas should be more. And if there are more, the doctors, the nurses, the medical practitioners should be accessible. Because what normally makes people divert to self-medication is because the queue in the hospital is usually much. And aside from the queue, most people pay a lot just to see a doctor. And, you know, by the time you are paying that money, you now be imagining, if I can pay 20K to see the doctor, what actually is going to be the cost of the drugs and all those things. So that's why people divert. So if we can have more doctors on ground, I believe it should be able to reduce the cost of seeing one doctor. And by that way, people can easily go. I'm sure that if seeing every doctor can be free or can be 1,000, almost everybody will go to see a doctor before they come. And if it's maybe closer to them, of course, people will go and see them before they come.
Now, we understand that, you know, whether we like it or not, this self-medication is something that people find cheaper, easier. Now, with the data that we have on ground, with all that we've said, do we consider self-medication a silent health killer in the Southeast? And what's the progression, or what's the projection for the Southeast when it comes to health in the next 5-10 years?
Okay, from the first question, whether is a silent health killer?
Yes.
I would say yes.
Okay.
It is, because especially, we didn't talk about this part, but then there are drugs that especially youths take, and they say it's for highness. Some are even cough syrups, and because they take it in excess, they become used to it, and it kind of stimulates them, and they go to buy them over and over and over. So those things also have its effect on the body. Now, when people self-medicate, most times wrong diagnosis also causes other things, because like I said before, almost every drug, the end product goes to the liver or to the kidney. Now, people make mistake of, if I have a headache or my eye is turning red, I go to Google and browse.
Google doctor.
If my eye is red, that thing is deception of the highest order, because almost about 8 or 9 illnesses will have the same symptom. And by the time you finish looking at it, you can be convinced by Google that you have hepatitis. Meanwhile, you are just having a probably malaria or something. So that's bad now. And you start taking wrong medication, and these things are going through your system, and you probably don't have this illness. Your body just leaves that whole drug, and it goes to the kidney. So with that, you are damaging your health continuously. And then for the second question, if I wouldn't be able to say what is the projection of the healthcare in the Southeast over the next 5 years, because I believe probably the government is going to change. And if government changes, maybe policies will change, and enforcement, maybe drug law enforcement might change. So depending on whatever it changes into, that is what the healthcare is going to, the interface of the healthcare will be. But then I know that with awarenesses like this, people will get to know that I need to take the right drugs, I need to meet the right persons, and I don't even need to share prescriptions. In fact, I don't even need to store drugs, because where it comes from is from storing drugs. In fact, a lot of people take pride in the fact that when I open my drawer, almost every drug. In fact, some people are, kind of doctors in the neighborhood. I have Flagyl, I have this, I have that.
So this, are you saying this is wrong? Because I mean, every home has its
a drug store.
Yes,
which is not so good, because that's where it starts from.
Okay.
If you are storing OTCs, pardonable, but storing antibiotics, steroids, those prescription drugs is really not good. It can easily lead somebody into, because there's always the temptation of, this drug wants to expire here, let me just take it off. So because it wants to expire, somebody goes to consume drugs even when you don't need it. And let's not remove the fact that these things are chemicals. And in as much as they are chemicals, another name for these drugs is actually poison. If you hear wiser people, they say all of them are poisons. So because it's chemical, passing through your body one way or the other, it can change pathways. And instead of becoming cure, it becomes health hazard. So it's not really advised to store drugs just for storing sake. You store. Some people intentionally don't finish their dose just so that they will have a store of the drugs, which is, we really need to be.
I think maybe this is one of the reasons why people like to get one dose, 2 doses. So if they take it, they won't have to store them. So it's on both ends. I feel we are both.
The thing is, when you get your dose, finish it. Probably they said 5 days. They will definitely give you something that will last for 5 days. You get your dose, and that's all. But people will say, no, I don't need one full card. Just give me 2 tablets. Antimicrobial resistance is increasing. By the time you go to the hospital, it's a bigger issue. The cheap drug you buy today will lead you to pay huge debts in the hospital.
Okay, so what about injections? Because so the same rule for everything applies.
Yes.
Okay, so there are no lesser.
In injections, there is actually more attention is to you being careful about who injects you, whether they know how to inject. That's actually an entirely different case, because some people don't know, and when they inject you, other cases, in fact, the one of the injection is even more harmful than even drugs.
Okay, well, thank you so much for coming to before we round off, tell us something. If you were to advise a 50-year-old woman in a certain community who believes that if my son in the city has bought Ogbo for me, and I still have my herbs to take, I can easily, they call it TFA, two-factor authentication. So what's the advice to such person? And also a young person who feels, I don't want to break down. Right? Let me just take this medication so I don't break down completely. How do we help such people?
I'll start from that of the young person, because young persons are the ones that are more victims of these things. I don't want to break down, so I need to take this drug. You are depending on that drug, and it's really bad. It's more like the same thing of all this, how will I put it, being addicted to drugs. It's the same thing. Some persons, if you don't take that drug, you can't play ball. If you don't take it, you can't go out. It's really dependency. We need to reduce on that. Just be more aware of yourself and try to avoid using the drugs always. People do that even in pentazocines, tramadols, but it's a different topic. Then for that mama in the village that you want to mix herbal drugs and English drugs, please, it is not a good practice. So keep your herbal drugs. If the herbal drugs is safe enough, take it alone. Whenever you are done with it, you resume orthodox drugs, because like I said, they annul each other. and is not really, really healthy.
All right, thank you, Mr. Philip Chikezie Osigwe, for joining us today to unpack, this. At least we now realize that by self-medicating, we are really killing ourselves, honestly. Yes. All right, thank you so much for staying with me up to this moment. It's been a pleasure. It's been a pleasure having you on the show. For my viewers, thank you for watching. Till I come your way again, same time Wednesday. Keep breathing, keep living, keep fulfilling. I'm Princess Ken Ochoma. Have a lovely day.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Security is not just police on patrol. It is safety in homes, schools, markets, and mines. Without it, progress is impossible. Be alert, report danger, support community watch. True security is collective responsibility.
Ebonyi State, the salt of the nation. Located in the heart of southeastern Nigeria, is a story of transformation, resilience, and pride. Created on October 1, 1996, by the administration of General Sani Abacha, the state was carved out from parts of Enugu and Abia states. Its capital, Abakaliki, has grown from a quiet provincial settlement into one of the most rapidly developing urban centers in the region. The name Ebonyi is derived from the Ebonyi River, while its slogan, the salt of the nation, reflects the state's historic salt deposits in Amachara and Uburu, which were once central to trade and local industry. These salt lakes stand as living symbols of self-reliance and the resourcefulness of the Ebonyi people. Culturally, Ebonyi is a proud custodian of Igbo heritage. The people are known for their strong communal spirit, creativity, and deep connection to their traditions. The New Yam Festival, Ogene music, Nkwa Umuaboho dance, and the colorful displays of masquerades all reflect the beauty and vibrancy of the state's cultural life. In villages across the land, pottery, weaving, and blacksmithing are still practiced, reminding visitors that in Ebonyi, the past lives side by side with modern aspirations. Blessed with rich soil and abundant natural resources, Ebonyi is a major producer of rice, yam, cassava, maize, and palm produce. The Abakaliki rice mill, one of the oldest in Nigeria, remains a symbol of the state's agricultural heritage and its determination to feed the nation. Beneath its soil lie deposits of limestone, lead, zinc, marble, and of course, salt, all pointing to vast opportunities for industrial growth and investment. Over the years, Ebonyi has produced remarkable men and women who have made their mark on the national stage. Dr. Sam Igu, the state's first civilian governor and the former Minister of Education. Chief Martin Elichi, an accomplished administrator. Senator Anyim Payos Anyim, a former Senate President and Secretary to the Government of the Federation, and Engineer David Umahi, a visionary leader and the current Minister of Works, all embody the drive and discipline that define the Ebonyi spirit. From education to public service, from entrepreneurship to civic leadership, Ebonians continue to excel and inspire a new, determined to shape a brighter future. The lessons from Ebonyi's story are clear. It teaches the power of vision, unity, and perseverance. It reminds us that no beginning is too humble and no dream too distant. Through hard work and community efforts, the people of Ebonyi have turned their challenges into opportunities, rewriting their destiny with faith and determination. Today, Ebonyi stands tall, a land of salt and substance, of culture and courage, of tradition and transformation. The salt of the nation continues to shine, seasoning the story of Nigeria with hope, progress, and pride.
Across Nigeria's dynamic economy, enterprise is on the move. From the resilience of small businesses to the expanding reach of indigenous industries, commerce thrives on innovation, determination, and vision. Finance is evolving, powered by technology and driven by a new generation of entrepreneurs. In a rapidly changing world, digital transformation is redefining how we save, invest, and grow wealth. From energy to agriculture, manufacturing to tech, Nigeria's economic landscape continues to diversify. Policies shift, markets respond, and opportunities emerge. Every figure tells a story. Every trend shapes the future. The question is, where is the next opportunity? On Aneke TV, we bring you clarity beyond the numbers. This is Business Outlook on Aneke TV, tracking the markets, analyzing the trends, and spotlighting the drivers of economic growth. Aneke TV, informing enterprise, shaping perspective.
All right, good evening, my sports-loving family. Good evening, my football lovers. How are you guys doing? Hope you guys had a wonderful weekend. I want to say I had a lovely weekend. This one that just passed, talking about the World Cup, seeing everything that played out. It was really a beautiful weekend for we that watch football. This is your wonderful show once again right here on Aneke TV. You know how we do these things every Monday evening. It's called the Free Kick, where you are free to do anything to your opposition. We always give you the advice that if you have anything you want to do to your opposition, this is the show where you are free to bounce, where you are free to kick, where you are free to blow, but don't kick the bucket. I remain your humble host worldwide. How are you guys doing? Mr. Good Hope, of course, I'm not here alone. I'm with my veteran. The man
this one you're calling me, are you planning to retire me?
No. You are the veteran that you live, you breathe,
Yeah, I live, I breathe, and I dream sports. I talk sports. Yeah. I live for football.
Of course.
Basically, it's going to contradict a lot of things I believe in. But football seems to be one of the biggest and one of the greatest things I've seen on the planet Earth that someone should live and also engage and also earn a living from. I will tell you that I am really excited to be here this evening while we are talking about not kicking the bucket. A lot of people have kicked the bucket over the weekend, but we are here today, all thanks to the one who made life. And Weezy, first of all, let me start by running to you.
Hold on.
Who wants to run this?
I'm supposed to be the host. I'm supposed to ask you, how are you and how was your weekend in general?
Well, my weekend was splendid. It was yesterday evening I was thinking about the Champions League that is coming up just in September.
Yeah,
in August, September.
We are going to, we footballers, we are getting to that stage where even the Premier League is
and I'm also thinking yesterday, because I'm saying it openly here, I had to I was in need of my game part, so I had to go out to know if I could get some, because some of the one I had was broken.
Oh,
so right now I was not able to get it, and it's already evening. And man, see, so football. So really, it's been an amazing weekend for me after all the activities that we've had. Just talking about the games that came by the weekend and how France had to, take it through. How they're going to be taking it through playing Spain. Yeah. I've been thinking about that a lot of times, and it's been a kind of memory that I have been living with. Even though France has actually won their games, they have won more than. They have
won all their games.
Yeah, like. Yeah, I'm talking about in the past, talking about their head-to-head. Yeah. France has actually won more than Spain has ever won. But Spain's winning could result to, the most important winnings, talking about the Euro 2012, where they won them in the quarterfinals to just go to the final of the tournament. So it's very interesting that I'm here today to just do this with you.
Anyway,
I want to ask you, how are you feeling? How was it?
No, my weekend went very,
weekend was
very
cool, man.
When you have a weekend filled with football, every other thing will fall in place. They say a weekend with football brings you joy.
Very much.
You're going to be joyful, when you watch the quarterfinals. In fact, very interesting quarterfinals, I can tell you. I wonder what this Ghanaian man that said Portugal is going to win the World Cup. I wonder how he's feeling now, if he's still feeling all right, or if he's still, trying to make amends. When you come out and make such statements that you think or you are seeing Portugal. I don't know which eyes he used to see that.
Basically, for that man, he is very special. I will tell you, he's fantastic with his thoughts. Where he's living in his mind, he's living as though he is in control of everything. You saw what he said about Noni Madueke.
Yeah.
That Noni Madueke was actually SAIT, because he did nothing on Noni Madueke, and Noni Madueke was not able to perform.
And also Harry Kane.
And also Harry Kane. I mean, Harry Kane has been spectacular in this World Cup, even though he scored about 66 goals just last season with Bayern Munich, and just the goals he actually scored. Now, I will tell you that the talisman, he's the real talisman. The talisman is a funny human being, and he's bringing his craft into the World Cup. I mean, he's bringing his craft into where players have their representatives in the spiritual realm.
But his craft now is not.
It was not crafting, because
it was not crafting.
No. The only thing that I would see that could tell you the highlight of the World Cup for that particular, juggernaut of. I wouldn't say he's a failure, but the juggernaut of what he did not do right could be that he just had a good time with Colombian fans.
He
no, they lifted him, and I was wondering if the calabash had to fall off. So that was actually what it was.
Let's leave that man for another day. Well, let's talk about what we do normally here in the studio. We'll talk about transfers first before we go into the World Cup proper. Let me bring to you the transfer that we have, and the very special updates we have right now. This is a fresh update for Manchester United fans. Is that they have, or you guys are okay? I remember you're in Manchester United. You guys have signed the Yuri Tillerman.
Who are you? Sorry.
No, right now I'm the anchor.
You are the You are the anchor fan.
I'm the anchor.
Okay.
Right now I'm the anchor.
Well, you are the anchor.
Well, I'm in Manchester United.
Okay. Congratulations to you.
Congratulations to us.
Congratulations to us.
To us, yes.
Good.
Because this is a good sign.
Can we have a handshake?
This is a good sign.
This is a good sign.
It's not what the Chelsea fans
someone had to
sign.
Yes, just sign whoever. You sign Xabi Alonso, you sign Abi Alonso, you sign Papi Alonso.
They are looking to sign Granit Xhaka, the man that
and it's been days. It's been days they have been trying. I mean,
the thing is not going to come.
The problem with Chelsea signing right now is that they're trying to pull off. Chelsea is like one of my younger brothers who always do what I do. When they see that I am really, I posted something on my WhatsApp, or I made a post that reflects any issue. Like the other day, I posted dreams come true, but it takes nothing to dream.
Okay.
This guy had to post his own dreams. He just wrote dreams come true. That guy is very funny. Now, what's happening? Chelsea is just like my younger brother. They just had to copy me. But they can't be me.
They are not even copying. It's just like you have opened the result sheet for them. Copy.
Yeah, they cannot still copy. And I wonder who is giving them that kind of glass, because their glasses are actually not anti-red.
Scouting their players.
The way they are scouting their players. Now, talking about Granit Xhaka is the guy who, when it comes to your team, you see what he did with what was doing with Bayer Leverkusen. You see
Sunderland,
and then Sunderland really powered up. Don't forget my favorite striker, Brian Robbie, my guy from Netherlands. Now, Granit Xhaka, his deal was announced weeks ago, about 9 million euros.
Yeah.
And I mean, if Chelsea cannot pay 9 million euros, they should talk to me.
Look at Chelsea that are even trying.
No.
Try to repay their team. Look at who. Granit Xhaka has already finished playing football.
Well, we're not talking about finished players.
He has finished playing football.
We're not talking about finished players. I know, because you are just turning it around. We're not talking about finished players.
Well, he has finished playing football.
No, we're not talking about finished players.
If you want to
we're talking about players.
Is it Xhaka that you?
We're talking about players who cannot, impress. Who cannot even impress themselves. Now, let's just take it there, because looking at Granit Xhaka, he is going to nowhere.
Sunderland have even refused to sell him again.
They
said they don't want to.
I told Chelsea and I told their fans. I mean, one of my well, maybe I should be careful so that my Oga don't shut me out, because
your guy is a Chelsea fan.
He's a Chelsea fan and he's somewhere now trying to feel me raging. And next thing I may be going. But now I'm saying that if Chelsea doesn't have that money, they should just get to me. I mean,
you supply.
I will supply, and I will.
If it's loan, you can give.
I will give them. I will grant. No, we don't do loans here.
No, that's why you guys have heard it.
Yes, Chelsea fans,
you can apply.
Please come to me. I can give you 9 million. I know encouragement. Just of encouragement, so that you guys can.
That's a good one from the Sport Oracle. Very good one from.
No, we don't mention.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
On behalf of Chelsea fans.
It's good.
So we're talking about transfer. We said Tillermans, in fact, is a confirmed Manchester United player, and also we are having Ugochukwu. You remember this guy Ugochukwu was signed to Chelsea. That was 2023. Ugochukwu has gone around.
Leslie Ugochukwu, right?
Yes, he has gone around. He went to Everton.
Leslie Ugochukwu even played. He has really played though. That name is very popular.
He started from Rennes. Yes, in France.
Yes, that guy has really gone around the world. He's just a tourist. He's from the Ministry of Tourism.
He has not stayed one place in football. He's just going.
Now he's back to Victor Osimhen's team.
He has
and I'm sure that Victor Osimhen had to welcome him very well. Look at him. Look at that. Just take a look at him.
The fine young man.
Yeah, a wonderful guy who is going to show what he has in that Galatasaray team. I really would tip him to score and also play his role very well, because when you have people like Victor Osimhen in the team, you are having spectacular guys. You are having people who are influential, who can give you what you really want.
And we wish Ugochukwu well all the best, as he has joined our own brother Victor Osimhen in Galatasaray. Then still talking about transfers, we have the man Lisandro Trossard is going to Besiktas, almost a done deal, but we are having Trossard to be going to Besiktas very soon. We are going to see Trossard. That's Trossard from Arsenal. I wonder why Arsenal are letting this guy go, but of course they said he's going. Then also we have Aston Villa, who has also confirmed the signing of Mazambi. Here we go to Aston Villa. They're still talking about the transfer. We have Lucas Digne. This guy is still playing in the World Cup, and PSG are already hunting for him. Lucas Digne, that's one of the right back for Aston Villa.
I remember Lucas Digne last week. That shot he had to pull through.
That the keeper had to make a wonderful save.
It was a wonderful save last week, and I really wish Manchester United would have seen someone like that. Which was that Manchester United, nobody knows who's next they are going to sign, so no rumors.
It's good that they are not saying it out.
Yes, and so no rumors. Everyone is just there.
Before Tottenham will go and hijack.
Yeah, Tottenham will not go and hijack. Because I like, you see the brilliance. When Manchester United announced that they are interested in Mateus Fernandes, when they announced that they are interested in this guy, and also that Sandro Tonali is, going to excite them to have him in their team. Tottenham had to go through Roberto Di Zerbi and had to discuss with Mateus Fernandes. And just in few weeks, Mateus Fernandes had to change his words. Someone that has already been linked to Manchester United now had to change his words. The same thing with Sandro Tonali. In fact, where Manchester United had to start looking up to having Sandro Tonali into the game was that game where Manchester United had a 3-3 draw with Newcastle. That Newcastle was a man down, and Sandro Tonali was in the midfield as if there were 10 in the midfield, just 10 players in the midfield. He had to cover all the runs, he had to cover all the tackles, and he did extremely well. He was even shooting. That guy, if someone had given him a sniper, would have been done that day.
No, Tonali is very agile.
Very agile. Now, seeing the Italian midfielder, defensive midfielder, going to Tottenham also tells you, gives you a glimpse of what is to come.
That's a club that wants to rebuild.
That really wants to.
What Chelsea is doing.
Yes,
talking about
that's a club that wants to rebuild. But
they are rebuilding.
They're rebuilding. I mean, Chelsea rebuilding.
Chelsea is they are destroying.
Chelsea is restocking.
I don't think they are rebuilding.
No, Chelsea restocks. Chelsea doesn't rebuild. They restock.
You people have let Cucurella go. You Enzo Fernandez. Let
me tell you something. You see what will happen in Chelsea. Enzo Fernandez will not stay.
Madrid
now, it's not even Madrid that will go for him. I'm just telling you, okay, let me not say it so that Arsenal fans don't hear me.
Okay.
And they rush and go and beat for him.
Probably Man City.
Yeah, probably Man City. Yeah, probably Man City will just know what they do, because for me, Man City doesn't even, okay, yes, his boss is in Man City. Yes, Enzo Maresca is in Man City. So
and this guy also is going back to Chelsea, Nicolas Jackson.
Yeah, Nicolas Jackson had no time playing at Bayern Munich. And when he played for his country, Senegal, was not so performing in the World Cup. But we're going to see that young man go back to where he knows how to miss goals.
When Nicolas Jackson played for Chelsea, this guy, he will have about 8 or 9 attempts.
1v1, like 1v1.
You won't convert.
This guy cannot like, I don't know if his Birel the change, effect had to die.
Nicolas Jackson
was not the one that made Chelsea fans smile, and I see them not smiling again. No, of course, sorry if you're a Chelsea fan, I'm so sorry. You guys are amazing.
No, they will smile. If they will not smile, we will smile. I know at the end of the day they will make somebody to smile.
Yeah, somebody has to
smile. If they're not the one smiling,
another person will smile.
So smile will be involved.
Yeah,
and of course, still talking about transfer, we have Danilo, who is also going to Lazio. Then
Danilo of Brazil.
Yes, he's going to Lazio. Then Adeyemi, this Adeyemi said
Karim
Adeyemi. He said he wanted Barcelona, no other team, and of course, it's almost a done deal for about 35 million euros. Karim Adeyemi will be seen in La Liga alongside Rafinha, alongside Yamal. Barcelona has not really talked about striker because Lewandowski is leaving.
Barcelona looks like a basketball team now. That they are just getting the guys around. They are just getting the guys around. They are just trying to, understand how their kitchen works.
Because
I'm sure Karim Adeyemi is actually a striker.
No, he's not a normal top 9.
That's what I'm saying. Now they will use him as a striker. I mean, if they don't use him as a striker, they will use his hair.
I'm not sure they can use.
They will use his hair as striker.
Because now you have Rafinha. He plays where Rafinha plays, and they bought Gordon. Now you're having 3 people in one position.
Okay, the point is that Rashford is coming to Manchester United.
Rashford, of course.
Rashford is already back, and my brother Rashford will meet just sometime next week. So that
you said you're traveling. So
yeah, we are going now. Are you
of course.
Yeah, we are going. So we're going to meet Rashford. Now, what I'm saying is, Barcelona are not even getting to talk about any other person. I mean, do they even have money?
That's another
question. I'm asking, do they have money for the striker? Is it a bad thing to ask?
No, it's not a bad. When they have not finished building their stadium, that they can.
They can borrow.
They are taking money from selling of. They sold their grass. Have you heard? They sold grass.
They sold their grass.
Barcelona are doing things.
Okay, wait. They sold their pitch grass.
Yes. It just generates money. They are trying to complete that stadium, but so far so good.
Why will you embark on a project you
that you don't have money? And now you are coming outside to complain that there is
no money. So you want my Rafinha to be drinking Gary?
And they wanted to buy Alvarez. Which money?
Which money? You will not promise. They will promise Atletico Madrid.
Atletico Madrid said they should show them their bank.
Show me your. I like that.
Show what is not. Show what you come and tell someone that you will not pay half. They will start
for the ruin. I'm sure there are someone they are still owing Messi.
It's not only Messi, they are still owing even the Rafinha himself.
They should sell themselves.
This Gordon that they bought, I'm not sure they bought him, with full payment.
They loan him. They loan payment.
So Barcelona and O is they go similar. When you hear Barcelona, you
hear loan.
They O and
you hear O and Barcelona.
They're still talking about our transfers. We have Garnacho. This young lad.
I thought you called him a young lad. You are even nice.
This young
lad,
entertainer, that is more dancer. A dancer or a content creator or something. This boy is not a footballer. This boy cannot be a footballer.
No, he's now growing beards.
He's growing beards. He's not drew tattoo, one green like that of Zlatan Ibrahimovic.
Congratulations to tattoo.
When you see players that have that kind of tattoo, they know how to play ball. But you going to draw that kind of lion tattoo on your back? What are you trying to tell us? We should be scared of you.
Well, for me, Alejandro Garnacho really forced the hands of Manchester United
Manchester
fans
United, Chelsea,
and his
they are
own
tired
hands.
of him.
And this guy had opportunity to go to Bayern Munich and
Yes.
play a good football. I mean, he could be, replacing and subbing off when Luis Diaz is subbed off. He could come in and show what he knows, and he would have flourished there. But this guy decided to be a wickeder.
Wicked so.
And wicked, being wicked during the weekends, there's a way it is. So we just have seen someone who, at this point, his career has not blossomed. I will use the word because I'm trying to be nice.
This young age,
No. It happens. Listen, remember what happened to Ousmane Dembele. Ousmane Dembele too may not have the same track record of Alejandro Garnacho.
But Dembele was doing well. He was in Dortmund. He did apart from injuries.
The same thing happened to Alejandro Garnacho. When he was Manchester United, he was trying his best.
The initial time.
He was trying his best.
Yes.
There's something about trying your best, pushing through, trying, and Enawa is the last in the trying your best. You are trying your best, you are pushing through, you are doing your best, then Enawa. So he really tried.
Yes,
I will tell you that he really tried.
From what we have here, we have that Roma are interested in Garnacho, but they don't want to buy him on a permanent deal. Roma has come out to say they want him on a loan spell, not and Chelsea are saying no. We don't even want to have anything to do with this boy. You just take him, pay the fee, and they were to place 50 million euros on his head. I wonder if they are going to sell this boy or they just want to keep him. Then, of course, there's still someone. There's a name. I don't know if all the transfer news I'm having today they are all from Chelsea or they are people that are featured, one or twice in Chelsea. You still remember Kodzuma? Kodzuma is going to.
Yeah, I know Kodzuma.
Kodzuma, now he played for Chelsea.
My guy, yeah, he played for Chelsea, and he's going to the Arabian side. He's going to see what he can do. Kodzuma was actually a good player, a good red card player.
I thought Zuma,
a good red card player.
He was very aggressive.
A good red card player.
The number of red cards that Zuma had in
Zuma had a red card that Chelsea was coming to the game and he wore red.
Because I don't know between Zuma and Sergio Ramos who has more red cards. I'm sure Ramos must.
Ramos must have, because Ramos and Ramos, they are like this. You see names. Why are you comparing names?
No, this guy is the red card I'm talking about.
Ramos is a legend.
No, Ramos is a legend.
Ramos is a legend
in terms of red card.
Pepe is a legend, even though many times his own Pepe is not red.
Pepe is too aggressive.
He's aggressive. Now, talking about Kodzuma, Kodzuma, he just tries to impress himself. You will see a leg, you will see a ball, you kick a leg. I don't know what you
leave the ball.
And leave the ball. They say kick everything, but not bucket.
No.
Well, you will kick leg and leave bucket.
Then you will not put the team one man down.
Then they'll start struggling. So why wouldn't you go to where you just play football and enjoy your time?
That's in fact the best decision that he has made. Just go to Palm City where the league is not United Arab Emirates. How many people will even watch that league? If not even the second division of the league, that's where he's going to. So I believe he just wants to go there and just enjoy football for the last moments. Of course, he's way above 30, so he's now getting to those retirement stage. Then, of course, during the weekend we had the golden boy that is talking about Lamine Yamal. Lamine Yamal celebrated or turned 19 during the weekend. So the golden boy is officially 19 years old, and you can see him with the trophies that he has achieved. In fact, this young lad has achieved a lot. In fact, some footballers they did not achieve what this guy has achieved. In just looking at this boy, 19 years old, he has won a lot of trophies. Where you can say someone of 38 or 39, has not even touched some of these trophies that this young boy has. So Lamine Yamal turned 19 this weekend. And also not just Lamine Yamal also turning 19. We have Vinicius Jr., who also turned 25 this weekend. These great guys. Vinicius Jr. won the Champions League with Real Madrid, and of course he turned 25 during the weekend. So we are saying happy birthday to Lamine Yamal, happy birthday to Vinicius Jr. That's the Real Madrid player. These two guys, did their birthday over the weekend. Then we moved to Juventus, where we are seeing that, in fact, these people I want to call them old ladies, because Juventus is no more Juventus in the way we used to know Juventus. Juventus, since when Ronaldo left, has no title. This was a club that used to lift the Serie A almost back to back every time. But since Ronaldo left that club, I can tell you that there has been no trophies coming into Juventus. 0 trophies.
No, when Ronaldo was around, they only had 2 trophies.
Yeah.
But right now, they had no trophies.
No one, not even that you have won.
It is sad.
Topper.
It is really sad. I will tell you, it's really sad because Cristiano Ronaldo had to show them that everything is possible. It depends on your dream. How much are you dreaming? How much are you ready for the next level? And when Cristiano Ronaldo came, he made sure that he places a demand, that he placed a demand, and he had his demand of having the 2 trophies.
Yeah.
Now, I will tell you that Juventus, if they need another Cristiano Ronaldo, they should tell me. I mean, you guys should just be vocal.
They should contact you.
They should contact me. Listen, I give grants for teams that want to buy players, and I also play for teams that really want to feature in.
Okay, you also play.
Yeah, because I don't understand how you will be in a team and you will be a club that has a good track record, that has someone like Cristiano Ronaldo that has played in your team, and you don't have a history, like you don't have a trophy in recent times. It doesn't.
That's not the Juventus we used to know.
It's not the Juventus. That's why in their language it's called Juventus. Because we call them Juventus, they are called Juventus. You see, so Juventus is the one that loses. Juventus is the one that won 2 trophies.
That won Scudetto.
Yes, you know, Scudetto. So seeing this thing is really very painful for me. And I must tell you, the old ladies must sit up and go to the gym.
No, I don't think they are ready to even sit up, because look at what the Colomwani, they have been going for Colomwani for more than 2 months, right? And they have not still signed Colomwani till now. Juventus cannot afford. I don't know if they cannot afford to pay what they are asking for, or they just don't want to pay. Imagine having to take about 2 to 3 months just to sign one player. Yeah, and this is a team that we are going to see in the Champions League next season. In fact, Serie A as in league, for me, I don't know. They are just going. It's like they are going backward. Juventus, when they come to the Champions League, you almost see them leaving after the group stages. AC Milan, you cannot say different for AC Milan. Inter Milan are the only ones that even try, to go a bit far. Napoli, the same thing. So these were names. When you talk about Serie A, when you hear these names, you know that yes, these are teams coming. But now they will just rotate coach around themselves. Just this one will use Spalletti today. Tomorrow, Kante will come to Juventus. Then next tomorrow, he will go to Napoli. So they are just taking that league as if they are not serious. I just want to tell me that league, they are not serious. Because if they are serious, you will have signed players. You'll be hearing players coming to this league. You'll be seeing players agitating to go to the Serie A side. But these days now, when a player is looking for a club to go, he will not even be talking about the Serie A side. Moving straight into the World Cup, what has been happening? Of course, during the weekend, we saw the quarterfinal, that took place between Argentina played their match against Switzerland. France played their match against Morocco. All those matches we are going to get there. But first of all, I want to talk about the top assists, right now that we have. We are having Michael Olise, who is on number 5. He has 5 assists currently in the World Cup. This, I'm sure he will end up as the highest assist, because for me, Bruno Guimaraes, who is on number 4, is already out of the tournament. Brahim Diaz, who also has 4 assists, is out of the tournament. Then Ferran Ruiz has 3 and is also out. Roberto Alvarado has 3, also out of the competition. Now you have only Olise and of course Kylian Mbappe, who also has 3. So at the end of the day, this guy Michael Olise, we can't stop talking about this young man. He not just for this World Cup, now even in their league this season, he had a lot of assists.
Someone was asking me. I think I was watching the game, France, the last game they had before they qualified for the next.
Yeah.
Someone was making a comment. Okay, I think it was Spain, Belgium.
Okay.
So we're trying to compare Lamine Yamal and Michael Olise, and I was telling the person, both of them play the same wing.
Yes.
But both of them, they do their things differently. But if you are tipping for the best, I must tell you, Lamine Yamal has more media.
Yeah, of course.
Public relations than Michael Olise. What Michael Olise has is just the performance. Lamine Yamal too, as young as he is, they are not even in the same age range.
No.
I must tell you. And this is how life works. Opportunities come out and people start earlier while other people had to catch up.
Yeah.
So what we're saying is both of them, they're just in the same era because it's just a few years gap. They would have not even existed. And Lamar has been tipped to be the next Lionel Messi, the next generational talent that we'll have. But I'm not sure he's going to live up to it because of how he's living his life now. No, let's be sincere.
The coach had to warn him that he should not even make any media posts. Not normally when he wants to play all these high-profile match, you come and say,
he has
make those posts. The coach warned him that he should not try it. He should not make any posts. Let them play the match.
First of all, he's just 19, and I'm sure that when people are 19, they need a lot of guidance. They don't know what they should know. First, knowledge is what drives action. If you know a lot, you will act. But if you don't know a lot, you may not act. In fact, knowledge makes you to act and act rightly. So I think Lamine Yamal and Michael Olise, they are incomparable. Michael Olise is doing what he does. If Michael Olise was in Barcelona, he would outdo Lamine Yamal. And if Lamine Yamal was in Bayern Munich, he would still play good football because these two teams are the teams that play by the flanks. They love playing by the wings. You know, similar kind of talking about Michael Olise. Michael Olise replaced Sane, who is in Galatasaray now. You know, Michael Olise replaced Sane. You see, so when Sane was there playing there, oh, I really miss my game. When Sane was playing there, I would tell you that Sane was one of the best, you know, wingers you ever find in that limelight. But looking at where he is now, nobody hears of him. Nobody talks about him. He went from Manchester City down to, you know, Bayern Munich, and next we are finding Galatasaray. So it is just what it is, and it's football. But I'm sure both of them are incomparable.
No, if not for the fact that media they don't publicize Olise very much, we will have been talking about Olise for Ballon d'Or, because right now, even in the World Cup, now you see when Yamal gets an assist, you see that the media is quick to post that, okay, Lamine Yamal got an assist today, then he was the man of the match. But hardly will you see them posting about Olise, and this is on with the highest assist in the World Cup. Nobody is posting him. You will not see him on any front page or anything. Just this, and his own lifestyle is very quiet. In fact, he does not even want the attention. When they won the Bundesliga, you saw where people were celebrating. He was not even interested in celebrating. He was just one side, you know, just enjoying his own drink. So he's that kind of person that just likes those quiet lifestyle. He does not want to, you know, go into the public space and where they will have to be talking about. But I can tell you, this guy is a very great player. I would have loved to see Olise in Manchester United. If it's possible, Manchester United, please get us Olise. And, you know, we might not even ask for any other transfer. Olise in Manchester United is enough for me. Moving forward, we will also have the top goal scorers, just like we have talked about the, you know, guys with the most assists. Let's also see the guys currently topping the chart for the goal scoring, you know, in the World Cup. We have Kylian Mbappe, who is currently on 8 goals. Also, we have Lionel Messi, who is also on 8 goals. Then we have Erling Haaland. Of course, he has exited the competition after that defeat against England. So Haaland is on 7 goals. Then we have Jude Bellingham. This is another person that we don't get to talk about often. We don't get to see. And I can tell you, this guy is not even a striker. He's a midfielder, a defensive midfielder at that. But having to score 6 goals in this tournament is something we have to really mention. Then, of course, also Harry Kane has 6 goals. That they are from the same country, England. Jude Bellingham and Harry Kane are in the same country, 6 goals each. Then, of course, the man Ousmane Dembele, a Ballon d'Or candidate. I can tell you, in fact, it's just a matter of time this guy will win the second Ballon d'Or. Is also on 5 goals. So this is the chart for the highest goal scorer. The Golden Boot race is on. And we will take a short break. When we come back, we'll talk about the matches that we still have coming up. You know, the quarterfinals are coming up. I will give you other updates concerning football, but sit down, don't go anywhere, don't touch that button. Let's have a short break and we'll be right back. Stay with us.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
All right, welcome back. And, you know, it's still your show on Aneke TV, we call it the free kick. We are talking about the World Cup, and I want to give you the semi-finals as we have it. The first match we are going to see is France versus Spain, and of course this, you know, I like this semi-final. The countries right now that are currently in this semi-final are within the, well, we'll say 1 to 4 in the FIFA ranking. So you have the country that's number 1, France, who is topping the chart in the FIFA ranking, playing against the world number 3, that is talking about Spain. This is the first semi-final match that we are going to see tomorrow. Then we have Argentina, ranked number 2, playing against England, which is, imagine having the first, second, third, and fourth all in the semi-finals. I can tell you that these teams are, in fact, they are what the position they are currently at. They are doing very well in this current World Cup. France has not even drawn a match in this World Cup. They have won all their matches, and they will have to meet another country that I can tell you that are in good shape. Talking about Spain, you are having to see Mbappe and Yamal in your picture there. So these two guys will get to meet. And also Messi's side, Argentina is going to face the English side. I can tell you that this Messi himself have not even played against England for his entire career. He has not had the opportunity to play against England. So this is going to be the first time Messi is going to play against England. I don't know, Mr. Gudo, what are your predictions for these 2 matches? Talking about France versus Spain, what are you seeing Lamine Yamal outperforming Mbappe, or
I'm seeing Lamine Yamal underperforming Mbappe?
Underperforming.
Yeah.
Okay.
We looking at Spain, how they play their football, how they attack their football, what they do. I can tell you that they still have their shirts unstained like your white polo.
Okay.
Like your white tees. The tees are still white. They have not even entered the competition at this point. Of course, they have scaled through.
Yeah.
They have really done a lot. But I'm still telling you, they have not done as well as they should have done.
They have conceded only 1 goal.
Only 1 goal. You see that trap. Now, I will tell you that Spain is special.
Yeah.
But France has the special effect.
Okay, so
See,
one is special, one has this.
Yeah, listen to me. You should.
No, I'm jotting something.
Yeah, you know, that's what I wanted to tell you.
I'm taking note.
And now I have an Achabe effect.
Okay.
Yeah. So we bring quotes. We just.
Okay.
So what I'm saying is that Spain is special, but France has the special effect. They can score you anytime. They are dangerous with the ball.
Guys.
They have the guys. Remember my very first midfield, Mistro, Chameni, Kone, and they are still this guy cooking in the microwave. No, warming. Kante is still warming.
They have not even unleashed Kante.
They have not unleashed Marcus Thuram. Then they from time to time bring in Bakola.
Yeah.
From time to time bring in, you know, Desire Doué just to finesse the game. But we've seen Mbappe being at the top and seen Michael Olise.
Yeah.
You know, two World Cup influencers. And I must tell you, Mbappe is already the highest goal scorer with 8 goals. Michael Olise is the highest assist with 5 goals, with 5 assists. Yeah. So this duo in one team is dangerous.
No, let's take a look at the first possible lineup. I just want to give you the
possible
possible
let's take
lineup.
a look at that, because
I have the
really
picture of possible lineup
that.
for France. We are going to have to see Mbappe at the front. Then Desire Doué is by the right. Then you have Olise. Now Olise has to play from the middle, because normally he plays where Dembele plays, but you know, because of they have to fit him one way or the other, one person has to play in the middle. So Olise is playing more like a 10, then Dembele is now the winger. Then at the midfield there you have Rabiot and Kone. Then by the defense you have Digny, you have Saliba, you have the man they call Upper Mekando, who is, I don't know if he was a mechanic before, but this guy, I can tell you that he does not allow you to do anything. You cannot pass him. Then you have Koundé, Jules Koundé by the right, then the keeper Magdan. Just take a look at this squad and tell me which team, which country is going to, you know, hold these players down not to score. If I'm not to score goals, I won't even say score 1 goal.
Can we see Spanish side?
No, I just want to, let's just take a look at these fans very well.
Okay.
Of course, this is the possible lineup. There might be changes to this, but this is usually the lineup they have been using. Imagine having to face this squad.
Kone and Rabiot in the GM.
Yes.
Then you have Olise creating the chances. And Dembele can create the chances. So.
Of course.
This thing you are saying, Doué can create the chances. So.
The 3 of them there.
That place Doué is Bakola.
Bakola will come in.
He comes in there.
Yes.
Then that place Dembele is You can have a, what's his name?
Olise and Dembele used to exchange.
You can even have
Cheki.
You can have Emerizene. You have not talked about Cheki now.
He comes from the bench. You know, he has not even been featured in this squad. Just look at a squad that one team, one country has. I don't know how it's going to be possible that Spain will eliminate these people, but I can tell you from this squad I'm seeing here, it's going to be difficult for Spain to even hold them down. I want to see how that match will unfold. Let me see if the Spanish defender, of course, they are very disciplined. That's one thing I like about the Spanish side. They are very disciplined. In terms of defense, they have just conceded 1 goal in this tournament so far, and they are in the semi-final. So let's see, if possible, if they are going to hold down Olise, hold down Dembele, hold down Mbappe at the end of the day and get a win. I'm not sure that is going to be possible, but we have to wait and see. Then, of course, for the semi-finals I've listed, there is only going to be one outcome. I want to give you 4 scenarios of possible outcome that is going to happen from those teams that we showed you for the semi-final. Now we are going to either see Messi winning the World Cup, that would make him like the second person to achieve this feat. That's talking about Argentina. He might be the one to win. I'm just giving you one scenario. Then you can also see Mbappe, that's from France, winning the World Cup. That is to say, he has won 2 World Cups in the space of about 12 years. One of the youngest persons also to do this. Then you could either see also Lamine Yamal winning the World Cup. That is talking about Spain. And of course, they are the current holders. That's talking about the Euros. This young lad at 19 will have won the Euros, won the World Cup, won the La Liga. Having a lot of trophy. Imagine at 19 winning World Cup, winning the Euros, winning your own league matches, and contestant for Ballon d'Or that was last season. This man, I can tell you, he has achieved a lot. Then also you could either see England, talking about Harry Kane, and the rest of them, Jude Bellingham, winning the World Cup. That is after 60 years. England has not won the World Cup. So out of these 4, someone is going to take home the World Cup, and we are going to see what plays out. And of course, Argentina have requested to play that semi-final against England with their away jersey. That they are blue, that they are fine blue jersey, not the white and blue. Normal blue, and that was the jersey they wore when they won England in 1986. That was when Maradona was still playing. So they have requested to wear that jersey. I don't know if they are trying to attach some good luck to requesting, because normally they will have worn their usual white and that stripe, but now they said they want to use this one just to see if they could get that luck that they had when they won England, when Maradona, of course, was still playing. So we are going to see if that request will be granted. Then, have you seen this news? Jurgen Klopp is about to be signed as German coach. But there's another person that is also coming out that we might possibly see, that's talking about Pep Guardiola. I've seen that Italy are also trying to contact him. So we might get to see these 2 people again. After they are done with the Premier League, one person was coaching Liverpool, one person was coaching Manchester City.
And these projects are big projects.
Italian, having to coach Italy is a
very big project.
And I would love to see him.
Yes.
Italy for like 3 World Cup now, they have not gone. And Gattuso was the last coach, and they did not make it to this World Cup. Now, imagine the Italian side with Pep Guardiola. What remedies he will do?
It's going to be crazy having these guys. I mean, Pep Guardiola, the legendary Manchester City, former coach. I want to call him a goalkeeper, but because this guy keeps a lot of trophies. He's a trophy keeper, and he won 20 trophies in 10 years. I mean, that kind of profile is very unattainable, just being a normal person. But I can tell you, having these 2 sides, looking at Pep Guardiola and then having Jurgen Klopp coming to German side, I would tell you this is not going to be ordinary. And imagine both of them meet in a competition. I'm sure they will do 1 or 2 friendlies first.
No, they will first of all start with the friendlies. Definitely.
And it's going to be a good game, because I mean, I've been trying to take you to one of these friendlies. In case you are ready.
I'm ready. What am I waiting for?
We can go together. I mean,
the pre-seasons will soon start.
Yeah, so on Saturday, I even have a match against Wrexham.
Okay.
Yeah, I have a match against Wrexham, and it's going to take place just on Saturday.
Wow.
So if you're ready, we can just go and...
No, I'm not. Am I doing anything?
What are you doing now?
No, maybe after the studio session, we can go. Do I need passport or something?
No. Your face is enough.
Okay, my face is okay.
Yes, you are a burning fire.
Okay, so if that's not the problem. I don't need to carry my bag.
No.
We go to shopping from there.
We self-shop and we self-suit. So we go there. every cloth you need is there. Everything you need to feed in. I mean, you will not find there's no mom there. Well, effect.
I'm hoping that after this, I will hold you by your trouser.
By my trouser. After this segment,
Manchester
United has a game on Saturday, so it's coming. So just let's see what happens with.
So we'll go and watch it live.
Yeah, we'll go and watch it live.
All right. Mr. Goodover, you guys have heard him. He said he's taking. So in case you don't see me on your screen, you know that probably I'm somewhere, over there having a good. So if they have to see me on their screen again, they know that you don't take me anywhere. So anyway, this one is a sad story. This is not a happy story. The South Africa, they lost somebody, and this guy just came out from the World Cup. And
my days.
He, I don't know what happened.
It's really a pity.
It's a painful one.
It's a painful one. When I read the news, when I saw his picture, I remember him playing for South Africa.
Yeah.
I was so heartbroken. I mean, we are even though we are still talking about the issues that are happening there, but this is football.
Young man, at
25 years, he lost his life. It's a pity, and commiserations to the South African Federation, Football Federation, and also to his club. I mean, the club he plays currently. And may I pray for the peaceful repose of his soul, and also wish that the families he has left behind would really find comfort in the things which he has already done, and also in where he is. It's really a sad thing to see a young person at this age who has dreams. Of course, dreams are really dreams. So it's very sad to have him, losing his life at this age. And just 2 weeks before he lost his life, he lost the grandmom while he was playing in the World Cup. So he had to gather himself and play in that match. Unfortunately, he's no more, and I don't know whether it's just because of the grandmom or something else. But South African Federation are yet to talk about it. We're going to see what happens at the end of the day. But
all right.
For me, it's a painful one. Really, it pained me a lot.
No, the story was a sad one. I could not believe it. I know we like to band South Africa very well. We like to have one or two exchanges with them, but not when it comes to losing somebody, and that's not something we pray for. So, my condolences to the family and every other person in the South African Federation. Please do, I pray that the Lord gives you the heart, especially to the family, to bear this loss. And also, we are having a quick update that I am just seeing right now, talking about Caicedo to Barcelona. How are you seeing this?
Who is Caicedo? Which one?
I mean, Caicedo.
No. I want to understand. Is it the one, the Brighton Caicedo I know?
The Brighton one that moved to Chelsea. So it's no more.
Yes. Okay, to Chelsea, to Barcelona.
Yes.
What is he going there to do?
I don't know.
What is he going to Barcelona to do?
It's just an information that I'm seeing.
It's going.
I don't know if it's going to be possible, but I'm just getting to see that Caicedo might probably. They don't want to drain Chelsea because they have taken away Cucurella. What's his name?
No,
Jackson is coming.
No, this is not the Caicedo. This is not the Caicedo.
This Caicedo.
No, it's not the Caicedo. This is Jisue. This is a winger.
Okay. Because Caicedo. When I saw this,
this is not the Caicedo. This is actually not the Caicedo.
Are they trying to drain? Do they want to frustrate Xabi Alonso, who have never started? When you are taking Caicedo, you are taking Cucurella.
Chelsea has actually agreed for 18-year-old talent Harrison Bertoni. From Wigan.
What is Chelsea actually doing?
They are agreeing.
What are they doing? Because
they are doing agreement.
They are reviewing. Is it for the academy that you are buying the player for? Or is it coming to? Because they have started this thing that they did about last season or last 2 seasons, where they will buy more than 40 people. The names of people in Chelsea, you will not even know that they are part of Chelsea. When
it looks like Solomon's concubine.
They will just pack everybody. Then later you will not hear them say they want to loan someone.
Say, am I your player? He will ask him, Xabi Alonso, am I your player? But he said, are you my player?
When you come to the you will just see some children running the court.
Whatever now.
Where are you from?
What makes me funny is that, Xabi Alonso doing training, we see somebody passing, say, when we sign this guy, are you my player?
No, Chelsea has, even till now, they still have some players that throughout last season they did not feature. Throughout, and they are
let me tell you one beautiful thing. They will still be like that Chelsea's problem is desperation. They are too desperate, and they are not a big team. Now you are believing me that Chelsea is not a big team.
I'm not going to say they are not a big team.
No, why not? Chelsea is not a
small
big team.
They are small.
They are not. Chelsea is not a big team.
You finish position 10.
I said this.
A big team is not supposed to be finishing in 10th.
Do you get? I said that Chelsea is not a big team.
Big team that is not playing Champions
It's not
League.
because I have issues with Chelsea. I don't. The problem with Chelsea is not that they are not a big team alone. There are things they don't factor in, and it's a problem. They don't factor patience in. They don't also factor the place of, scouting players very well. When last did you see a Chelsea striker, do something extraordinary? Someone that they just, of course, Pedro has been awesome because he came from Brazil. He's a Brazilian, and since the time of Didier Drogba, who has and Fernando Torres, who has actually played a wonderful game for Chelsea. Of course, there were Ramirez, awesome Ramirez of Brazil. You have William played a wonderful game. Fulham William played a wonderful game for Chelsea. Talking about these guys. And Eden Hazard. Who else have you seen with that stroll, with that commentator, kind of flashy talks? Oh, it's becoming a stroll that they're scoring a lot of goals.
Since the time Hazard left or retired from Chelsea, in fact, since Drogba, Chelsea has not had a good 9.
I'm telling you, Chelsea.
Say, okay, look at Drogba, look at this person.
Chelsea has not had a good 9, and it's not something we have to debate about. Chelsea has not had a good 9. It's because Chelsea, from the point they see themselves, they are still looking at themselves as Everton. See what I'm saying? They're looking at that like Everton. Chelsea doesn't want to win you. They want to stop you from winning.
Yeah. That's what they did against Manchester City.
Do you get? They don't want to win you, but they want to stop you from winning.
They prefer that draw.
They did it against Manchester United. So whenever Manchester United meets Chelsea, they want a draw. They don't want a win. And it's been a case that we've seen over the years.
As a small team.
You see the mentality. So, of course, they had a wonderful team earlier. Having the likes of Kovacic in your midfield, the likes of, the likes of Kovacic, the likes of Enzo Fernandez. They have had great names that have played. Moses Caicedo now.
When they used to have Michael
Ballack. I mean, they have had a lot of players.
Diego Costa.
They've had a lot of great names.
Lampard.
Lampard, the legend. I really think that guy has some things that you don't know about. I mean, having to coach and manage Coventry, even after he failed at Chelsea, should tell you should not fail and to lose, and you should not lose to fail. Well, anything you understand, please understand.
I'm trying to.
I hope you're motivated.
I'm just trying to, sometimes when I see Chelsea fans, I used to pity them. These days, I pity them because now people are rebuilding. Look at Manchester United now. They got Santos from Chelsea. In fact, people are taking from Chelsea. They are taking the ones that they even are managing, then leaving them with now Garnacho. Now they are trying to chase him away. You go and look for a club. You don't want to go. You want to be here. Then who want to be here? You want to be here doing content. They just want to. That one is just content. Maybe it will be doing camera work for them. Just capturing them when they are training. I know that's what is going. But look at who they are going for. Granit Xhaka. Now they signed 18 years winger. Big defender from Wigan. You are looking for Xhaka. Look at the categories of players you are looking for, and you want to rebuild. And this is a club that is just trying to. They have only. Don't forget, they have only the domestic league to play. They are not even playing Champions League. They are not playing Europa. So it's just that domestic league that you'll be playing, and you are hoping to get at least into the Champions League. If not, I'm not going to say win the league, because that one, it seems like just saying, I'm just going to say it out of saying sake, but we know they are not looking like who is capable of even contesting for the league. But at least when you are bringing, Xabi Alonso is going to have a rough time in Chelsea, because these people that are giving, this is not the people he used for Bayer Leverkusen when he was doing exploit. Even when he came to Madrid, he had players, but now he's coming to coach a team that I don't know the categories of players that are there. When you see Pedro Neto, I don't know where that one. Sometimes you just run and leave the pitch. Whether you are trying to cross the ball, I don't know, but you just leave the ball, run to where you are going to. Then you see Garnacho performing his own. Then the man they called Code Palmer, that is now very cold. He's not even activating again. So the person that I can tell you that I like in Chelsea, that at least I respect, that's talking about Reece James. You know, sometimes Reece James, they will not use Reece James as a midfielder. He will leave defense, they will use him as a midfielder. Sometimes he will even come to the front just to try and assist these people. So at the end of the day, Chelsea Football Club, you guys are listening to me. I'm just giving you advice. Go for, you know, will I say proven players. Don't stop all this your scouting when you have 45 people in your squad, 50 people in your squad, then at the end of the day we will not see result. Go for let this Premier League, want it to be competitive. I beg you, let's make it competitive. Not that when Chelsea is going to play Manchester United, you will just see 4-0 or 5-0, something that is done. When they want to play Manchester City, you will be scared. When you want to play Arsenal, now we cannot even regard the people as a big team anymore, because a team that is not playing in the Champions League is not a big team. So you finished 10th last season. So try, help us. We know, you know, this football we are supposed to be able to bounce you that, okay, look at, but now there's nothing to bounce again. Please, for this season, just try and make us proud. Let's have something to bat. At least when you win some, you lose some. When you want to play Manchester United, when you want to play the big boys, we'll be talking. But right now, if I'm talking now, what will you guys be telling me? Is it your signing that you want to be telling me, or what you have achieved, or what you finished with last season? So Chelsea Football Club, this is particularly important advice to you guys. Make us proud this season. Let's have some, you know, some conversation that we can bounce each other and tell you, okay, this guy, this is what happened today. This look at this player. This you know when the bounce is sweet, you know, it's healthy and sweet, but not when there is nothing to talk about. Talking about last season, when you guys were finishing last season, there was almost nothing to talk about again. You guys were, you know, getting used to defeat. So we don't want to see that this season. Let everybody behave yourself, behave mature. Thank you very much, guys. This is all that we have for you on this segment of the Free Kick. Don't forget to leave your comments on all our social media handles, on YouTube, on Facebook, on Twitter. Tell us what you think and comment your scoreline prediction. Don't forget the quarterfinals is coming up tomorrow. Tell me your prediction, and if you get it right, I promise I have something for you that I will not mention, but I have a gift for you, for someone that will get the correct score right. And this is where we draw the closing curtain on this segment. I remain your humble host worldwide, Mr. Gudo.
Thank you so much.
It's always a pleasure doing this with you. Thank you very much. Yes. All right, I'm saying good day, goodbye, good night, bye-bye.
From the ancient seat of the Caliphate in a modern Nigerian state, balancing tradition and development. Sokoto tells a story of history, faith, commerce, and resilience. Located in Nigeria's northwestern frontier, Sokoto State is a gateway between Nigeria and the Sahel region. Sokoto is the spiritual heart of the historic Sokoto Caliphate. Founded in the early 19th century, the Sultan of Sokoto remains one of the most influential traditional leaders in West Africa. Trade remains the lifeblood of Sokoto's economy, with vibrant markets connecting rural farmers and regional traders. Beyond tradition, Sokoto is investing in education and infrastructure to shape its future. The people of Sokoto preserve a deep cultural identity rooted in Hausa Fulani tradition. Like many regions, Sokoto faces development challenges, but reforms and investments continue to reshape its future. From its rich Islamic heritage to its evolving modern identity, Sokoto remains a powerful symbol of history meeting progress in northern Nigeria.
Time, the silent witness to human courage, the keeper of memory, the archivist of greatness.
Across the vast landscapes of Africa, from the savannas to the bustling cities, voices once rose, ideas once bound, and visions once dared to challenge the limits of their age.
They were not merely individuals. They were epochs in human form.
In literature, minds such as Chinua Achebe, Wole Soyinka, and Ngugi wa Thiong'o reclaimed the African narrative.
Through ink and imagination, they dismantled distorted histories and restored the dignity of African identity. Their words were not just stories.
They were mirrors, reflecting a people long misunderstood, and windows opening the world to the depths of African civilization.
In the realm of science and knowledge, pioneers like Philip Emeagwali proved that African intellect could reshape the frontiers of computing and technology. Their work was a quiet revolution, reminding the world that innovation knows no geography.
And in leadership, towering figures emerged when history demanded courage. Men like Nnamdi Azikiwe, Kwame Nkrumah, Nelson Mandela, and Julius Nyerere redefined freedom, not as a privilege bestowed, but as a right reclaimed.
They spoke for millions. They endured prisons, exile, and resistance. Yet, their vision transcended the politics of their time.
They dreamed of a continent awakened. Today, their echoes travel through generations.
In every African classroom, in every curious mind, in every dream that refuses limitation. For history is not merely what has passed, it is the foundation upon which tomorrow stands.
The past still speaks. Its lessons remain. Its voices endure.
This is not just remembrance, it is inheritance. Echoes of the past, where history breathes and legacy lives on.
We have evolved, but it seems to me that our ideas of gender have not. I actually detest this behavior more than I detest politics.
I think including women in leadership is essential.
Particularly how we educate girls. That is
5 daughters is what he had, and that's not such a big deal.
in northern Nigeria. Where's the sun?
The only thing I can do is to match them on the field of politics. And my husband said, finally.
If there's any way I can improve myself, I'm on that journey.
Security is not just police on patrol. It is safety in homes, schools, markets, and mines. Without it, progress is impossible. Be alert, report danger, support community watch. True security is collective responsibility.
In this interview, I'm going to take the stance. Let's assume that I am an undecided voter, yeah, who in the last election either voted for Bola Tinubu or Omoyele Sowore, or who did not vote because I didn't think that the election was going to go well, or I voted, but now I think there is no point. That's the position I'm going to take today. So my questions are going to flow from there. First question, NDC, which is your party. The news, as interpreted by some sections of the public, is that in effect, the Federal High Court decision has deregistered the NDC. Is that the case?
No, it's wrong.
Okay.
That judgment is very defective.
Right.
It is a wrong judgment, and it cannot stand.
Mm. But until it is set aside, is that not the status quo?
Well, we're in court. I won't say we're not registered, okay, because we're in court.
Right.
Until that case is over. NDC remains a registered party in Nigeria. Because we appeal. If you have a judgment and you're appealing it, so we're still there.
So you're saying the status quo is that NDC is still fully registered?
NDC is still a registered party in Nigeria.
And the matter is now in court?
Yes.
Right. Because the reason that you gave in public for leaving the ADC is that the current ruling party is trying to frustrate opposition parties. So how did the NDC still fall into the same pit that you ran away from the ADC for?
The same thing I said before. That the current ruling party is actually trying to destroy democracy. Not just opposition, to destroy the entire thing.
So that there's no opposition?
Not just that there's no opposition. They're not democratic. They don't want to be. So it's not just destroy opposition, but to destroy the entire democratic system.
There's this persistent accusation. Yeah. So when people look at your record in Anambra State, one of the persistent, actually, now I remember two. One of the persistent accusations is that you took the state's money and put it in your bank. So that even if you didn't collect money, it's because you are savvy enough to have found another way to extract from the state. What do you say to that?
Well, you know, whatever you do, people have excuse.
Okay.
We had, for example, when I left, I had $50 million in Diamond Bank.
Right.
12 billion naira.
Right.
Same bank.
Right. Does Anambra State had the money in?
Anambra State savings.
Right.
$50 million in Fidelity Bank, which is supposed to be the bank I'm involved. 12 billion naira. $50 million in Access Bank, 12 billion naira.
Right.
One, go to those banks. Let me start with the dollar. There are bonds. The rates are issued. Everybody knows the rate. Go to them and see if there's anyone who are benefited.
Right.
Children who have saved. Show me any other subnational state in this country where a governor have left with savings. One, and I'll stop running.
Right, right.
In dollars, I saved in dollars and naira. And the only excuse for saving is to normal thing in Nigeria, rather than give you prize, it's calling you name. When Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, go and read Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala's book.
Yes, she name checked you on that.
Yes.
Yes.
On why we should save.
Yeah.
Page 61.
Yes. The book.
Fighting corruption is dangerous.
Fighting corruption is dangerous, yes.
Go and read it. I was the only governor who supported savings. And somebody said, oh, Peter, maybe you were trying to. I said, let me tell you, I have served as the chairman of a bank, director in banks in Nigeria. Go and ask any of the banks whether any of them bought me a car. Whenever they asked it, I said, no.
Right.
So it's not a question of whether you did this or you didn't do that. So you didn't do that. I signed off several thousands of CFOs in Anambra State, land owned by the state. Should if you find one land, directly or indirectly belonging to me, I quit politics.
Right.
So it is not just, did I do that one because land was apportioned to me in Abuja or whatever? No.
Right. So the question about putting money in a fidelity bank is irrelevant because it's a question about...
Let the other person put in his bank and save it for the state.
As long as it is saved.
As long as it's saved.
Right.
Or why didn't they keep the one that's saved? Or move it somewhere else?
So what's your plan for security? Because essentially, one of the big cases against Goodluck Jonathan, who you supported then, leaving office, was that security had collapsed in the country. For a voter like me, that was a key issue. But it seems that 11 years after, 12 years after, we have returned...
Far worse.
So now the government says, one, it is opposition politicians, and two, it's a global collapse.
That is nonsensical.
Okay. Why is it nonsensical, and what are you going to do differently?
It requires political will. One person must be in charge. Is that not the government is in charge? Or they are in charge? If I'm in office, one person must be in charge. And I can tell you I'll be in charge.
So you're saying President Tinubu is not in charge?
No, it doesn't show the capacity.
Right.
Truly, if I have, let me use Ibadan for example.
Okay.
If I have 40 children in the bush, I'll be in Ibadan.
What difference would that make?
Big difference.
Okay.
If I decide to move all the security apparatus to that place and deal with it decisively, it is a capacity thing. I'll move there.
Right.
I've done it in Anambra State. Go and ask anybody. I wasn't delegating. This is the machinery. This is what people want to hear from government. I was in Ibadan over the weekend, and I was shocked. I said in my tweet.
Yes, you said that the president has not called Governor Makinde, the governor of the state.
It's unbelievable. Let me tell you. Today, forget security. I had an erosion in a place called Umuchiani in Ekulobia. By 2 a.m., my phone rang, and they said there's erosion, and a house had collapsed into it. I left my place in Oka and drove to that site 2 a.m. and called President Obasanjo. From there, I said, I'm in a village called Umuchiani. Erosion had just taken place there. A building had fallen into. He answered me 2 a.m. 2 a.m. And that has been the case. When I had one of the most critical robberies, I called President Yaradua. He was calling me daily until that situation was...
Even though two of you were in different parties?
Yes. 50 days. The war Nigeria was outraged that Jonathan did not call for 2 weeks. This is
when the Chibok girls were kidnapped.
Yes. Yeah. This is over 7 weeks. Right. Our children cannot be in the bush. And all of us politicians are preoccupied by next election. It is total lack of compassion. If I was president, I would by now convey all party meeting, all party leaders, and we'll decide how to tackle this situation. Right. Among other things, not just this, there's other things we need to tackle. Right. Part of the governance structure is communication. Right. The people want to hear from you.
People say that though he has been communicating.
How?
Through Bayo Ononuga, his presidential spokesperson.
Did we vote Bayo Ononuga?
But
no. You see, we can't communicate. The Indian Prime Minister Modi is not communicating through
spokespersons.
No, we elected you. Even Trump. It's not always. You should be talking to us, tweeting. Is this the person we elected?
But people say it's a matter of personal style.
No. That's
he's an institutional thinker, so he wants the people he hired to do their jobs. That's what his supporters will say.
We hired you.
Right. We hired the president.
Yes. We now want to hear from the person we hired. We don't want to hear from his people. It is you who made the promise. It was it Bayo Ononuga that said, I'll give you power. If I don't give you power, don't vote for me. No. If it is. Right. So we want the man who said it to come out and explain why. Don't bring another person to explain what you promised. Do you know what it means? You say to your child, if you graduate with a first class, I'm going to do this for you. I'm going to maybe help you to buy a home. Then when he graduates, you now start telling the mom to tell, no, you made the promise. This is even family.
Right.
He, in his own campaign, family said, if I don't provide this, don't vote for me for second tenure. The honorable thing is that since you don't provide it, to say, I have failed. The British Prime Minister has just done it. Honorably. That is the leadership this country requires now. Jonathan had issue with Chibok girls. Only one school kidnapped. Nigeria was outraged. It didn't go for 2 weeks. That even became worse. The president was calling for his immediate resignation. Now we have had over a dozen school kidnapped. You didn't even call the chief executive at the sub-national level for over 7 weeks. When it was over 2 weeks, I asked somebody to go. Okay. The honorable thing is to show example of what you preach by saying, I made a mistake. I'm going. Because I lack the capacity to deal with this issue.
Right.
The same thing on and on. We now need people who preach and do what they preach.
Right.
We're tired of these excuses.
Right. But is it practical to expect him to resign? Because people say it's grandstanding. This is over the period of the past 6 weeks. You've made the third call to resign this morning.
It's not grandstanding.
Okay.
It is what should be the new norm. That when you don't, I've just said, I will deliver
minimum
of this in 4 years. Right. Even if I'm not contesting the next election, should I deliver it? Because it underlines to my integrity, my character, my person, to have promised that. Right. When I was going to Anambra, I said, I'm going to change education. I'm going to change health. And I tackled it head on. Right. The way they are going now, Chudi.
Yes. So there's a possibility you may not be a candidate based on how.
Not even a candidate. I might not even be alive. I'm telling you. Every single thing I do for a living, this government is frustrating it. Deliberately so. Everything. So there's even possibility if they have opportunity, I will not be alive.
Oh wow, that's a big.
It's an accusation. I know I get frustration every day because you do things that you think they will be normal. It is not normal any longer. They won't come directly and say, oh, we're doing this, but you could see their hand in virtually everything.
So the government is attacking you personally?
They're attacking everybody who is in opposition personally.
Right.
I am being attacked personally.
Right.
Everything, even to provide me with necessary things that I should have been entitled to. Not at all. You're struggling to get it every day. Every day, you're struggling to get it. Little things. I had a case recently at the airport where people who work in the airport came and locked my car. And I said, it's me. The person on the side said, he doesn't care. But I said, look at the cars of other people. And you could see them talking to each other, you know, as if, who is this one? We have divided the country, breeding hatred among us. That's why I keep saying, I want to bring back unity where there's division. I want to show love, compassion, care. It's gone out of here. I said, I'm looking at somebody. He locked my car in front of me. And saying, you're not supposed to park here. But there's cars here. So what is the exception to my own? Should the Nancy people I know at the airport, they will not greet me. Because they are fearing that if they greet me,
they become targets of the government.
Thank you. And I have people send me invitation and say, my son, my daughter is wedding, but please don't come. Yes. Trudy, I'm telling you, I'm doing this, but I just want to notify, but don't come. I'm doing burial of my days, but don't come. These are my friends.
Because they're afraid of being targeted by the government.
Completely. I'm doing 70th birthday, I'm doing 60. Peter, you know how these people are. Don't come.
Wow.
What country is that? You can't live like that. And everybody's telling you, Peter, be careful. Peter, be careful. What is being careful? I went to, but the governor said, this man has not called. And I said this. They said, no, Peter. But I've told my children. I've told my wife. Whatever happens, so be it.
You sued your SY ally, Kenneth Okonkwo, to court.
Yes.
He has said that that is anti-democratic because it's a question of freedom of speech, that other people he attacked on your behalf did not sue him to court. Why should you?
Thank you very much. Kenneth Okonkwo said, as my spokesperson, he has so many hidden things that if he's provoked or sued, he will bring out. And that's the only thing I'm suing him, to bring those things out, because we must now examine the background of those who want to serve. We are tired of getting in there and we find out that, true, they used to do this, true, they used to do that. Let's examine it now so that if I'm not qualified, I withdraw.
Some of the people who criticize you say your army that led you to win the election in Lagos State and in other states that people didn't expect, that army has dwindled because those voters think, for whatever reason, that their vote will not count, that an opposition party cannot win against the current government.
It is designed so. And that's why I'm appealing to them. Those who are living off the confusion, those who are mortgaging your future, are the ones that are making you believe so. The earlier you realize that even the bonds Nigeria is issuing today are going to be paid, go and check it, 2048, 2050, 2045. We won't be there then. Most of these people who issued this bond are in 70s, 80s. If you add 25, they are gone. So they won't be there when those who own those monies are saying, pay us. And you say, no, it's not. That's what your forefathers have chopped. Please, I'm pleading to the young ones to not get disillusioned. It is designed for you to be disillusioned. They are the ones running to South Africa and are being killed. Not those who are stealing their money. They are the ones who are dying in the ocean. They are the ones who are dying in various places trying to escape this. And I'm saying to them, let's die here. I'm ensured that this rot stops. This is not a country. There's no way we can say that politicians of today in Nigeria are human. If we are, truly, we will not be talking today about the next election. Our preoccupation is, how do we get our children out of the bush? How do we put food on people's table? How do we ensure that our children are in school? How do we, there's things we should be talking about. Nobody's talking about it. We are preoccupied in the wrong direction. Our compass is headed in the wrong direction. Right. We must now stop. And they are the ones who will tell us to stop. Right. And because they are disillusioned, that's there. They have been arrested by Yahoo. Let me tell you, I said it before and I continue to say it. Several of the Yahoo boys are people who push into that frustration. There are people who have talents, who if we support very well, can turn the same talent productively. But nobody is asking of them. They're on their own. And these are things I want to do to mobilize that talent for revolution in different areas. Look at us not being in the World Cup. With the level of talents we have all over the place. When a tiny country like Cape Verde,
you mentioned that
500,000 people, they're not even up to the people in Ajegunle. I've several times the number of people who live in Cape Verde. And it's in Ajegunle that we had created all those talents that used to play. But nobody cares about them any longer. Look at the amount of money people are stealing in government. Money they don't need. Look at what you're seeing everywhere. Somebody owing 50, 70, 100 houses. How? They don't care. We're now rich where we're having agencies. So we're having ministries without anybody knowing it exists. Employing people, holding seminars abroad, collecting money and budget.
On that case, though,
we used to have the ghost workers. Because we didn't do anything.
We have ghost agency.
Soon you become ghost ministries.
I'm sorry.
Yes. Ghost governors and ghost presidents.
Okay, final 3 questions. Last time we spoke in last election, you talked about, I asked you about structure, and you said the structures that these politicians have are structures of criminality.
The structure of today's politics is the structure of criminality,
people now
which must be dismantled.
Right. But people say the reason why you selected Kwankwaso and abandoned Dati is because Kwankwaso has structure. Why is that not a structure of criminality? He's an entrenched Nigerian politician.
Let me tell you, you don't know Kwankwaso.
Okay.
Kwankwaso is one politician that I can say it anywhere who cares for the interests of the poor. He believes in pulling people out of poverty. He believes in training a child of nobody to become somebody. And that, for me, aligns with my position. He believes in education. Truly, the biggest driver of development is education, human capital. It is not physical infrastructure. It's human infrastructure. That's what the Asian tigers did. That's what the Chinese did. That's what Malaysia, that's what everybody did. That's what we need to do. I have millions of out-of-school children which we want to tackle from day one. Go and read my tweet on the 1st of July. I said my 2 things I hit head on is education and health. Kwankwaso believes in education.
So Kwankwaso is a different kind of politician.
Completely.
And that is why you aligned with him.
That's it.
People who even support you worry.
Yes.
That your support in 2023, it was the movement was hot.
Yes.
It was fresh. It was the first time you were running for president.
Yes.
Now they feel like that passion may have cooled. And sometimes they point even to Anambra state politics, where the party you were part of at the time, LP, its candidate lost state-level elections, including the governorship candidate.
No, it has always happened like that.
Okay.
We're talking about presidency. If anything, my followership have increased. Because those who jumped into, in quotes, some experimental thing, oh, this man did this was going to create the future, have seen that the whole thing was a mess.
You're talking of the renewed hope.
It had become hopelessness. When President Tinubu came into power, 87 million Nigerians were living in poverty. Today is 1/4. We were number 5 below where we are today in hunger list. We've increased. Everything has gotten worse. Like I said before, we're no longer talking about ghost walk around. You can see where we've gotten. So everything, insecurity, everything has gotten worse. Which hope are they going to renew again? You can't renew failure. And that's it. So the only way to do now is to plead with them. There's a way you fail in school. They have to leave the school. Sorry.
Right. So you're saying the supporters of Tinubu have now joined your supporters?
Completely.
Right.
They have, because they've seen it themselves. Nobody can tell you. Nobody can tell you things are moving well. What are they going to do now?
Right. Sorry. People are going to kill me on the internet. Okay. So, right. So you don't, so well, the answer to the question is, you believe that your coalition is even bigger because people have seen the results of the last election. That's your point. I don't want to laugh. Okay. Final question.
Judy.
Right.
Those who have business.
The whole studio is cracking up. The whole studio is cracking up. The whole studio, my crew is cracking up. Right.
People had business. When he came into power, have collapsed.
Oh, it's not funny.
Yeah. They've collapsed. They're not people who are selling
Oh, no. I didn't expect it.
There are people selling kuli who had business when he came.
Oh, Akara.
Yeah, no. I said those who had business when he came.
Right.
I'm not become.
Oh, Lord. Okay. Final question, sir. Why should... I'm crying from laughter. Final question. Why should people vote for you instead? So you made a case why people should not vote for President Tinubu. People are voting for an opposition candidate. Why should it be you?
Why will I be voted? It's for you to look at my past and look at what I'm saying now. Right? Somebody asked me yesterday, said that Pastor Adeboye said Tinubu has tried his best and he's not happy. And I said, no. Pastor Adeboye remains a very, very, very revered, respected religious father, whom I believe in his genuineness and goodness, and that his prayers of people like him is what is actually keeping us now.
Right.
And that what he said was correct.
Okay.
He said he has tried his best. He's trying his best. That's it. It's the correct answer.
Right.
The question to ask, is his best good enough? In where we found ourselves today, that leads to the issue of capacity. When I talk about leadership, I say competence, capacity, compassion, commitment, character. These are the issues. Somebody today, President Tinubu is tired. I need to go home and rest.
Thank you so much for joining me today, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you for speaking to me. You know how tough the schedule has been, but
Yes.
you said you were going to make time, as usual, for this interview, and I'm thankful. I wish you all the best in the journey ahead. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
It's a wrap. That was a banger. That was a banger. I want to make a personal request to you. Many of you watch, like, comment, but you don't subscribe. Now, subscription matters as you subscribe and as you engage. So I am making a personal request. Don't just watch and leave. Please click the subscribe button. It matters to me.
The eagle stands as a majestic symbol of strength, clarity, and vision. Its ability to soar above storms signifies resilience, while its shaped sight represents focus. This is why many nations, including Nigeria, use the eagle as an emblem of nation pride. Eagles do not fear challenges, they embrace them. They fly higher when the winds become strong, rising above obstacles rather than avoiding them. This teaches us that problems are not barriers, but stepping stones for those who dare. To live like an eagle is to stay focused, courageous, and disciplined. It is to see opportunities where others see only difficulties. The sky is not your limit, it is your launch pad.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Good morning to you, our dear beloved viewers. Welcome to Sunrise. It's a beautiful, cold morning, one that is perfect for either Oba, Pap, or Akara. But then again, we're here in the studio to work this morning. It's a bright Monday morning, the Monday 13th day in July, and I welcome you to Sunrise. I am Princess Ken Ochoma.
And I'm Uche Osai. They say no matter how dark the night, that the day must surely come. We're here to make sure that you do not just pass through this day, that you own it. Therefore, get ready your coffee or tea. Relax. Enjoy this ride because the sunrise is set sail.
All right. Now, before we get into all of that, I know I mentioned that the morning is perfect for, that kind of breakfast that hits you up and gets you on for the day. But then again, man, it would have been nice if you came to work with probably pap that has a lot of milk.
These things are relative. While you are looking at the weather being so calm, cozy, and a little bit drizzles here and there, it may be an impediment to some other persons there. While you're looking at it about realization and celebrating with you said pap. I would rather do a coffee, for breakfast than a pap in the morning. Yeah, so it all depends, from where you sit. Yeah. While some people are celebrating this, some people are having their honeymoon, of course. But for some, it has to be business. So it all depends on where you stand, and that covers your perspective on how you see the cozy weather.
Yeah. So I wonder what.
So for you, where would you want to be? I suppose not in this studio. Maybe
I would want to be here. I would want to be here because if I'm not here to do what I love to do, how would our viewers know what's happening and understand what our mind is from here in the Southeast? And of course, it's a brand new week, like I mentioned, and we have a lot to unpack this week.
Yeah, there's a lot.
Last weekend, we saw the release of the abducted children from the captivity, and we also saw the uploads, the final uploads for the governors and presidential candidates across all political parties. And we saw the president issue a directive to ICPC to investigate the phantom agency. So we had a lot from last week, and it's another week. And of course, we're here to bring you updates as it's unfolding in the society.
Yeah, a lot of things to unpack from the said to the unsaid. A lot of things, a lot of controversies brewing here and there. You can, talk about the border agency where we'll have a seat-tight secretary, executive secretary or director general, so there are a whole lot of issues to unpack. Beyond that, you must be aware also that the 2027 election is already heating up, and people are alleging, in fact, the candidate of the MDC is already alleging threat to his life, that he may not be alive to, even contest in the 2027 election. There are a whole lot of intimidation here and there. And beyond that, there are many issues that is unfolding. Our troops, of the OPHDK are making inroads, foiling attempts by the insurgents, the ISWAPs, to infiltrate, some local government in Maiduguri, in Borno State, and others. So there are a whole lot of things to unpack, and many of the insurgents were decimated. So there are many things to talk about this morning.
Right. Yeah. Now, before we get into all of that this morning, we'll be reading out our quote for today. Our quote this morning is from Thurgood Marshall, and it says, "There comes a time when time itself becomes an adversary. We must move with all deliberate speed. There comes a time when time itself becomes an adversary. You must move with all deliberate speed. There are things that you know you need to do, but because we keep procrastinating, we end up not doing them. And time itself can be an enemy of time. And it's only when you understand that your greatest enemy sometimes is time. You understand the importance of, doing things fast. Maybe not hastily, because of course you could do things hastily and then you would ruin the process or you mess these things up. But there are some other factors that determine, or the pace at which you do them fast determines how productive they end up becoming. There are some things that do not require that long patience. There are things that deserve swift action, swift, processing, and swift carrying out of responsibility. And this also can be connected to the political situation in Nigeria. Election periods are times where you have to act fast, because if you don't act fast and vote the persons you think are capable of being in charge of the economy of the system for the next 4 years, you will not be able to get that opportunity again till after 4 years. So time in itself can be its very own enemy, and there are things that deserve deliberate speed.
Yes, this quote is quite apt, coming from the first Supreme Court judge of the U.S. Supreme Court, Thurgood Marshall. Time is maybe sometimes an adversary, and these are the time we are in. You highlighted it quite well. The INEC has extended the time for voter registration exercise. So we should take advantage of that, get our PVC. Time becomes of the essence, and we need to move with deliberate speed, to see that we are registered, we are good to go, ready to vote, to choose who will be at the helm of affairs, across board. So time is of the essence. We need to move with intent, deliberate speed, get them and be ready, because soon it will be time again. We need not complain. We have the opportunity to decide the direction, the trajectory of this nation. And it's all on time. Time is of the essence.
Time is truly of the essence. That's our quote this morning from Thurgood Marshall. There comes a time when time itself becomes an adversary. We must move with all deliberate speed. We'll take a short break, and when we get back, we're bringing up weather updates for the day. Stay with us.
The Insight with Uche Osai.
Having the political will to confront whatever is the challenges.
Igbo man wrestles with
the tortoise that had a lot of ingenuity, a lot of ideas, and the tireless.
It will take the bold mind of government in power to say, let there be electoral reform, no matter whose heart is God.
I was there. We did everything. All of us came and supported him with our last block.
In-depth analysis, expert views, real voices, uncover the stories shaping Nigeria today. Deep dive, honest, unfiltered, only on the Insight with Uche Osai on Aneke TV. Join us. You're still watching Sunrise here on Sunrise. Next, we'll take a look at the weather across major cities in the southeast today.
Welcome back. This is still Sunrise on Aneke TV. Now we're going straight into our newspaper headlines and analysis for the morning. We're starting off with the story on the Daily Trust. This is a major headline on the Daily Trust. And it reads, Federal Government Exam Fee Hike Raises Dropout Fears. Federal Government Exam Fee Hike Raises Dropout Fears. Now it says the federal government has been criticized for its decision to increase the registration fees for the West Africa Examination Council, that's WIKE, and NECO exams to 50,000 naira. This increment was conveyed in a letter dated June 18th, signed by the Director of Senior Education of Nigeria, Adeniji Ibrahim. This is to say that the amount paid, which is currently at 27,500, would be increased to 50,000 naira. Now, with these new developments, the bodies of education has come out to say that this will become counterproductive, such that because the government proposes that this would help reduce dropout and encourage more people to go to school, but this is going to be counterproductive according to the headlines, that this is going to make people not want to go to school, saying that we've had Atiku Abubakar comment on this, we have peterobi commenting on it, saying that he had to pay registration fees for pupils who could not afford it because at the time or at its current price, it is expensive. But having to increase it to 50,000 naira, it's going to be more difficult, much more difficult for pupils to afford.
Yes, you know, when you see these stories like this or news this way, one is highly disturbed, you know, leading to ask a lot of questions. Yes, the government agency has come out to, you know, make the foundation upon which they've raised the cost, having to take into account the considerable cost of organizing public examinations in Nigeria. We remember that at one point in time, there was a meeting between the joint meeting between WIKE and NECO in, you know, together with the Ministry of Education, where they looked into the cost of conducting these examinations, and they agreed on a unified pricing for these examinations, bringing it from 27,500 to 50,000 naira, which signifies about 82% increment in this amount. You know, if one is to concede to this argument, bearing in mind, yes, that the cost of living in Nigeria has skyrocketed over time, that even when you bring into account the cost of transportation, for example, the price of staple food prices, you take into account that even in private schools, and the price of school fees, you know, over time have continued to, you know, be on the increase, even up to tertiary levels. So you may not want to go against the fact that it is, you know, within the same environment, economic environment, that the fares for these examinations would have to be increased. But be that as it may, if one looks deeper into this issue, you need to not just take it on the face value, but bring it together and look at the situation of the people beyond the economics, beyond all that. You know, Nigeria is in a state where you need to get more people educated. You know, the last study that was carried out, you know, will have a verified report that about 18-point-something million children, you know, and adolescents are out of school in Nigeria. And then when you further go into breakdowns, you see that over 10 million, you know, of school children, you know, talking about primary schools, you know, people who are of primary school age who are out of school are over 10 million. And then when you go further beyond that age range of 11, you know, 6, 11, and 15, and then go further, you discover that the number climbs higher beyond the 18.5 million to up to 20 million and above in this very regard. So you take that into account, you now begin to discover that we as a people need to do much more beyond looking at the economic facts and numbers, you know, when we want to realistically increase prices of fares in this regard. And this has to do with education, which is the most prized part of education in Nigeria. You know, talking about the senior secondary level, where people have to, you know, undertake that very exam to either, you know, go look for handworks or further their education. So it's quite important that we take the Nigerian situation into account, because what are the challenges that will happen now? A lot of persons are unable to afford the 27,500 that you had. It was an issue. And here we are increasing to 50,000 naira. So you will see a lot of dropouts from school. You will see a lot of families that will not send their children to school, believing that what's the essence of their children going to school when they can't, you know, afford to, you know, write either JAM, rather WIEC or NECO in this very instance, which leads me to, you know, question other issues. But before I dive into that, you know, holistically, let's just take a moment and go on a short break. When we return, our expert analysts will be joining us, and then together we'll extract these issues. Please stay with us.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Thanks for staying with us. And joining us is Aneke TV's in-house analyst, Emeka Odom. Mr. Emeka, it's a pleasure to have you.
Thank you so much. Good morning.
Yeah,
Good morning, welcome.
All right, prior to your joining us, we're looking at the increase of WIEC and NECO exam fees in Nigeria from 27,500 to 50,000 naira. To properly guide you into the conversation, I was already, you know, speaking to these issues, and trying to link up the fact that this may lead to a number of more out-of-school children in Nigeria. The numbers already has it that we'll have about 18.3 million out-of-school children within the age bracket of 6 to 15 years. And then further down the line, if you go higher above 15 years, then the number increases beyond 20 million out-of-school children in Nigeria. And in review of that, given that the price of things in Nigeria are skyrocketing, the cost of living and all that, which justifiably on that ground, they look at the cost of conducting this examination to be, you know, way higher than the 27,500 that was charged earlier than this, and have increased the price to 50,000. But looking at it, one may want to bring in these factors beyond the economic factors and the need to have more of the Nigerian children in classroom. And education has been said to be, you know, the proper factor you need to ensure development across boards. Mr. Emeka.
Yes, you know, when I got wind of this this particular news when it broke, in fact, I got to know about this, you know, very early today, very early in the morning when I was, you know, going through the various news breaks across the night, and I felt very bad. I must be honest with you, because I know, you know, I'm somebody that is very close to the grassroots, and I know the various challenges that even parents are encountering right now. I know how frustrating it can be, not just for the parents, but even for the students themselves, when you have probably gone through JSS 1 down to JSS 3 and SS 3, and you're ready to register for your WIEC and possibly NECO, and your parents says there's no money yet. You know, 27,000 naira cities now could be a chicken chain to somebody else. And I can tell you that it could be a whole fortune, you know, to some families. And considering the fact that some of these families, you know, have other responsibility, other children are also in school. So it's for anybody to even think of, you know, increasing it, I see that as very, very sensitive. But that is on one side. And realistically too, you know, that is on one side. The second side is that now, when the currency was devalued about 2-3 years back, we knew that these things are going to be the ripple effect. Because the bodies that conduct these examinations, yes, you could say that many of them are government agencies and many of them are, you know, have a direct bearing with government. But the bodies that conduct these exams, their running cost has also increased. And the expenses, the overhead, as long as this examination is concerned, has also increased, including, you know, those who mark the papers when the time comes. So if you look at it across the board, you find out that their own expenses have equally increased over time. Now the question to ask is, how much did it cost to register for JAMB 3 years ago, and how much did it cost to register for JAMB this year? So, and WIEC also is an examination body. JAMB is even a one-off examination. WIEC is, you know, for a whole month. The invigilators have to keep going and coming back, keep going and coming back. Sometimes they have to, when they ask invigilators to leave location A and to go to location B, they have to cater for their transport, like cater for their logistics. You know, so their expenses, that no doubt, has also increased, and these are the ripple effects of devaluation of the currency. What you probably achieved with 100,000 naira last year, I mean before the devaluation, you know, you can't achieve the same thing even with 200,000 naira this year. So I just hope and believe that those, you know, in authorities will have to look at this issue once again and offer succor where need be, and possibly, you know, grant rebates. I don't know how it's going to be done, and I also use the opportunity to also call very good spirited individuals, because no Nigerian child must be you know, chased out of school. Because we're even looking at those who are not able to, maybe you grew up and parents says, look, sorry, you can't go to school because you don't have money to train you, pay WIEC and everything. But for those who have actually gone through primary, gone through JSS, gone through SSS, and now you get to the point of registering where they say there's no money for you, and that frustrates you out. You know, that anger and that frustration, many people carry it for the rest of their life, and that's why even when they grow up, when they're talking about, yes, even when they have succeeded in life, when they talk about it, they tell you that, look, the society was very harsh on me. And maybe because of their current status that is pulling them back. But for those who are not able to succeed, they go outright and become very big menace to the society. Very big menace to the... Not long ago, a particular musician in Nigeria, a successful musician, you would say, was being interviewed, and they asked him, if you were not a musician, what would you have done? Publicly on a live television, he said, well, I would have been an armed robber. Because my parents didn't have money to send me to school. There was no other option for me. I would have been, in fact, I would have even started stealing small. Thank God that music came. Ordinarily, by now, either they would have killed me or I would have killed many people. This was what he said. And he was not the only one that, that would be caught up in that kind of web. So, I don't know what those in authority are thinking, over the increment of these YS school fees. They have to take a look at it the second time.
All right, Mr. Emeka, looking at a nation that at one point in time will subsidize petroleum, amount the subsidy on petroleum is gone. When it comes to subsidizing electricity, it's still a strong debate around that. Many people still believe that they pay out of pocket entirely for electricity. So shouldn't we be looking at education, subsidizing education in Nigeria? From the era when we got our independence, through the 60s to 70s, even early 80s, education in Nigeria was subsidized. So can't we look in that direction again?
over time, there has been this debate in Nigeria, you know, where do we classify education? Should it be a commercial venture or a social service? You know, that this is a debate that has been raging for quite some time now. And I don't think we have successfully situated, you know, that issue at this right place. Because if you have, quite frankly, a lot of policies that are coming from government probably wouldn't have been coming if we have actually situated education as a social service. Because if you look at education today, yes, some of the government schools, some of the government-run schools, the fees may not be very high, but it's not as if they are just outrightly affordable. You know, they are not outrightly compared to what it was when we went to school. I mean, I can still remember very vividly that in my year one in the university, my year one, after all my registrations, all I paid was 210 naira. Very clearly, I still have my receipt till today. Even as I speak with you, my receipts are there. You know, so I everything I paid was 210 naira, and we are talking about well, reasonably, just maybe close to maybe about 30 years ago, thereabouts. You know.
No, but you know,
so,
even without taking it that far, most recently in earliest time, I paid year one, both accommodation and everything was 2,014 naira.
So you see now, so that is it now. But today, even at the government-owned schools, government-run schools, the question is, how much are people paying today? We see all kinds of, you know, student demonstrations here and there across the nation over cases of increment of school fees. So I don't think the nation or itself, even the government has fully, you know, and substantially answered the question: is education a social service or a commercial venture? You see, they will come and tell you that those in authority, those in government will come and tell you and try to convince you of how much, you know, government is spending to sustain education in Nigeria. Well, it's not in my place to argue with them. I don't know what the figures are. However, if you just look the other way around, you also see schools where, you know, parents pay an average of 2 million naira for their wards or their children in secondary school. You go to crossover to private you know, universities. I had the privilege of, you know, my wife going for a master's degree program in a private university. Honestly speaking, it wasn't funny. Maybe by now I wouldn't even have, I would not be able to afford the money. That's the truth, because then perhaps things were much better. If we were now, probably wouldn't have been able to afford the money. I know how much I paid. So now the question is, if education is actually a social service, why should that be the case? Why should that be the case in a nation that is still grappling with, you know, literacy issues? So that is why it's very difficult, you know, to say subsidize education, because government has its own basket full of stories and reasons why it's very difficult for them, you know. But by and large, you know, the ultimate thing is that you know, we live in a country where struggle seems to be the accepted norm. Elsewhere, you know, government does one or two things for people on the social line. Now, since I grew up, honestly, well, good at thing, students of these days are privileged to be getting, you know, students' loan to pay their fees. When I was in university, I used the holidays to work. Sometimes I missed lectures. Sometimes, you know, way into the semester, I'll still be in Lagos hustling to get the money to, you know, sort out myself and to keep myself in school. So, but now students can get a loan, you know, pay their fees and things like that. So, education is still an issue. Honestly, education is still an issue, I must tell you.
All right.
Okay, moving on to our next story. This is from the Frontline Africa, frontlineafrica.com.ng. And it reads, troops kill ISWAP cameraman, identify Palestinian trainer, Moroccan doctor in Borno. Troops of the 19th Brigade Sector 3, the Operation Hardin K, have repelled an attempted infiltration by suspected fighters of the Islamic State West Africa in Kokawa local government area, killing a suspected terrorist cameraman and recovering intelligence materials
the military said identified foreign operatives, and these operatives included a Palestinian identified as Abu Ishaq, whom the military identified as the ISWAP's overall trainer, a Moroccan identified as Abu Thayab, and a medical doctor serving with the terrorist network, and another Arab operative whose identity has yet been established. This was recovered from a camcorder, a Sony camcorder that was recovered from the cameraman that was killed.
Mr. Meka, what we're looking at here now, obviously through intelligence is established that there is international collaborators, there is an external foreign support expertise, that the ISWAP and these insurgents are gaining in Nigeria. Let me get your take. Yes, we are celebrating the fact that we foiled an attack, we eliminate many of these terrorists. But are we doing enough in terms of ensuring that their foreign collaborators are unmasked and dealt with?
It's very difficult to say. The word "doing enough" there is requires a lot of interpretation, and because what exactly is enough? What exactly is enough? And what exactly is not enough? To begin with, yes, it's a very cheering news that this has come out. But the question to ask there is that, is anybody surprised that at the possibility of foreign connections to the terrorist issue in Nigeria? For me, I'm not surprised. You see, if you keep track of world events, what happens, around the world, you wouldn't be surprised. In fact, you should expect that terrorism of this nature, as it has lasted in Nigeria, certainly cannot be a case of begin and end in Nigeria. Remember that, not long ago, was it the United Arab Emirates, released a list of people they refer to as financiers of terrorism in Nigeria. And also, not long ago as well, the United States, I think also, came up with names also. Now, that tells you that there is an international dimension. So if the funds could travel from one country to another, or if the funds could connect one or two other countries, what makes you think, the personnel may not also be? You see, and why do we call it ISIS? ISIS has an origination which we all know, began from Islamic State of, Islamic State of Iran or Iraq or something like that. Iraq, I think that's where it started from. So, in the very first place, before it began to spread, and we were told then that they were forming some kind of a network, within the West African sub-region. By the way, let me also tell you that, you see, I piece things together a lot, and I take time. I spend enough time listening to news. If you come to my house, my wife, my family members will tell you that I don't joke with. There are very few things that can take me away from news. And when I listen to all this news, go through all this news, I try to piece them together. Sometime in 2008, or was it 2008 or 2010, at the United Nations General Assembly, at the UNGA, then, that was when the issue of Palestinian states came up very strongly. A lot of nations most of the Arab nations were trying to make the move for the full recognition of Palestine as a full state. Of course, you know the state of things there now. So that's a long story. Let's not get into that, please. Now, many countries came. Those who felt sympathetic to the cause of the Palestinian people came there. Mainly Arab nations spoke very eloquently, and their allies, for United Nations to recognize. And of course, the countries that we know very clearly also went there to either abstain from talking about it or spoke vehemently against it. Now, I remember very well that the Israeli Prime Minister, the man at the center, came at that time, at that conference. And he derided and chided many of the world leaders who were there advancing the cause of. And he told them, he said, look, he said he's so surprised that world leaders will sit down here and be talking about something, that is less important than a major problem that he said that Israeli intelligence has revealed that the world is likely going to encounter a major crisis that will engulf many nations, that nations will have to spend years and time and resources fighting. He said, he mentioned it. He called it, the name he gave it then, he quote, Islamic militancy. You can Google that. He called it Islamic militancy. He said because Israeli intelligence had been that there were some people, some religious fundamentalists were building up, right, and being sponsored by some certain states. That in the future, that many of the countries will be spending a lot of resources to fight the menace, the hydra-headed menace, for a very long time. And that is what he expects the world to be thinking. How does the various states pull their resources together, synergy in a strong security synergy and information sharing and intelligence to deal with that issue? Now, he said that not long before we could say 2014, 2015, they had begun to manifest. It began in the Middle East. Today, Africa is at the receiving end. Sub-Saharan Africa is at the receiving end. It might interest you to know that it is not only in Nigeria. Else, you go to Mali, go to Somalia, they are all there.
Sudan.
Go to Sudan, they are there with different nomenclature, different names, and perhaps being coordinated by a central. So that for me, I'm not surprised. I'm sure our security agencies themselves probably will not be surprised. So the truth is, like you said, beyond this revelation, what are the actions? You say Palestinian, Moroccan, and so beyond that, what? And of course, naturally, we expect that. So I congratulate them. I hail them for the good job they are doing. But honestly, I don't think this information should be new to them, because they are the ones at the center. President Muhammadu Buhari told us some time ago, that they discovered that the insecurity we are suffering in Nigeria were a direct offshoot of, the arms that left Libya across the Sahara into Nigeria. That speaks of an international dimension. So what are we talking about?
All right, moving on to the next story. This is from the Daily Sun. The next story is from the Daily Sun. It says, DMO, federal government borrowed 7.6 trillion naira via T-bills bonds in 6 months. Federal government borrowed 7.6 trillion naira. The federal government borrowed 7.6 trillion naira through treasury bills and federal government bonds in the first 6 months of the year, according to the Debt Management Office. Now, they said the borrowing was aimed at financing budget deficits, refinancing maturing debts, and supporting government expenditure. The figures reflect Nigeria's continued reliance on the domestic debt market and mounting fiscal pressures.
Mr. Mecca here. Looking at the domestic front,
yes,
we're not just borrowing internationally, we're borrowing from home as well. But amidst all this, we've enjoyed a windfall, given that our budget benchmark was around 64 US dollars, and the crisis in the Gulf, necessitated that crude has been sold up to 120 US dollars, what we would describe as a windfall. But amidst all this, the borrowing continued to mount. Though one may argue that there's nothing wrong with borrowing, but the issue is what we are using it for. And from that perspective, let's get your opinion on what you think about these exposures.
You see, these are perhaps what is most interesting here is the details But I don't think anybody has been in doubt. The government itself has not left anybody in doubt as per, you know, their borrowing nature. It has been a borrowing government right from day one, you know. So both internationally and locally. It's even better for me. I even think it's better to borrow locally, you know, than because local creditors will always be far more lenient, you know. The conditions will always be better than international. The international ones, the money may make more meaning, you know. However, you know, what baffles, just like you said, you know, there was a time I think it was the president that said that at that time that the nation had met its expected revenue targets, you know, non-oil. I think he said non-oil revenue targets. Yeah. So now, when you now hear of borrowing, you know, in this manner, you begin to wonder that creates some kind of paradox, you know, irreconcilable paradox in the minds of an average, you know, follower of events. But the truth of the matter is that we have heard it from experts over and over and again that the economy is not in healthy shape. You see, for me, I don't so much run with what those in government say, because not that they can't tell you. I'm not saying that they are not telling the truth. No, that's not what I'm saying. But I'm simply saying that by the very nature of their position, you know, they cannot attest for themselves. I think it's not morally sound for somebody to attest for himself. You can only make a case for yourself, but when you come to attestation, it simply requires an external, you know, authority to attest for you. So when people in government try to attest to their economic or managerial expertise and how well, sometimes they will tell you that they have managed Nigerian economy in a way that no other government in the history of Nigeria has ever managed Nigeria like that. And so sometimes we wonder. So now, fine. After all this managerial expertise, how come the economy is the way it is today? How come there's more suffering in the land than it has always been? You know, how come that there's hardship now more than it was when the government came to be? So it's all of these things point to one thing, that our economy is not in the right shape, irrespective of statistical figures that are being released every now and then. And we have always said it. We have always said it that statistical figures are different from the reality on the streets. An average man will come. Sometimes people underrate, or rather, let me say, some people are not in total grasp of the real situation, the real level of hardship that people experience on a daily basis. You know, so the government is continuously borrowing and saying that, you know, things are much better, things are the economy is in a better condition, but some of the actions and some of the information that's, you know, filtered through the media seems to say otherwise.
Okay, now on to the next story. This is one that is quite trendy in the political space. This is on Wike's ally remaining in office despite Tinubu's directive. Wike's ally remains in office despite Tinubu's directive. A leadership crisis is brewing at the Border Communities Development Agency as a governorship aspirant under the APC in Rivers State, Dr. Alabo George, remains in office as the executive secretary despite his replacement by the president with the former House of Representative. And this also comes after the president has directed all political appointees under his administration who intends to contest elective positions to resign their appointment on or before March 31st. Now, this said George Alabo, despite this directive, has refused to resign and is said to face, you know, as the Adeyemi's case is still on, this is another case that is brewing hot in political space.
Mr. Meka, there are two key issues here. One is the Electoral Act, Section 88, Subsection 1, you know, as amended, dictating that all political office holders have to leave office. And then Mr. President, in line with INEC regulations and guidelines, did encourage everyone who is serving in his administration to leave. And then here is Dr. Labo, who we knew indicated interest in the Rivers State gubernatorial election, though he later withdrew. But prior to that, there's been an announcement. But the question now is, just like the Phantom Agency, he is sitting tight, saying he never resigned. That in fact, if the press wants more clarification, they should go to the presidency. Let's get your opinion on this.
Yeah, two things are involved. And, I don't even know why, the media should celebrate this case to the extent of, featuring in the front page. Number one, two things are involved. Number one, is either a case of defiance, because when the president has given a directive, we expect it to take effect. Some designated agencies and officers are supposed to ensure that, president directives is carried out. For instance, when the president made that statement, I would have expected the normal thing is for if maybe if the Secretary to Government of the Federation does not pick it up immediately, perhaps the Chief of Staff will have to communicate to the Secretary to Government of the Federation, look at what the President has said. It's a directive. And the Secretary to Government of the Federation will have to write to, all ministries and agencies, because that particular agency, if it's under a ministry, you write to the minister. If it's under the presidency, you probably take it up there and ensure that the various officers comply with what the president has said within the deadline that it was said. But we didn't see that happen. So that means the second option there would have been that it's possible that some kind of waiver was granted to him. And normally, if a waiver is granted, they may not come to the public to tell you.
But this instance, we've listened to, in line with President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's pattern, when Dr. Labo was appointed, it was in July that announced, and similarly, Bayo Onanuga had been making such announcements, and we've heard Bayo Onanuga stating that, that Namadas is the rightful DG of this very border agency in this regard. Yeah,
but that's what I'm also saying, that I'm trying to put it in the mildest form. The president's directive is capable of, is capable of being carried out without any obstruction anywhere. So when you see the president's directive not being carried out, then you must know that's possibly some kind of well, not even power play. Because when the president tells you, imagine when the president sits here and says, look, take this cup away. I can't imagine. It's only God that can stop that cup from being taken away. The cup does not have the capacity to resist being taken away. So if actually the president, if the directive says the man should leave office, I don't want him. What would imagine? So when you see such directive being flouted, then there's another inside power play that is taking place.
Mr. Meka, this power play is not becoming one too many. We saw Adeyemi, claiming to be the head of the Phantom Agency, who is being prosecuted, despite the fact that Mr. President has given 30 days, for which the ICPC should come up with a position on that. And now, despite the media linkage of his guts, driving from the FCT minister, are we seeing more of this power play?
You see, governments of this nature, as we have it today, these are the kind of things you get. Governments of this nature, as we have it today, these are the kind of things you get.
Government of this nature, these are the things you get. Are we having a government of power sharing?
No, you see, we first and foremost is a civilian government that we have politicians, and politicians will always, politicians can negotiate anything. They can negotiate anything, and they can also say things that they don't really mean. Either they can play to the gallery. They can just say things to satisfy some interest groups. It's okay, well, it has been said. You know, it has been said. But why, you know, they can, you don't be surprised. As a politician can say, look, say, you know what, say, I'm going there now to, let me give you an example. During President Muhammadu Buhari's regime, there was a time we were told that the president had given the then Inspector General of Police ultimatum to move to Benue State, you know, as a result of the insecurity situation we were experiencing then. That the president had directed the IG to move to, the then IG to move to Benue State. And 6 months after, the media, you know, had opportunity to speak with the president to say, Your Excellency, you gave order that the IG should go to, please, what is keeping the IG in Abuja? So, you see, so that's why I'm telling you that. So don't be surprised that, you know, when we run this kind of government as it is today, these are the kind of things you get.
But Mr. Mek, is it possible that the president is so insulated from these happenings that he's not aware of what is going on?
I don't want to believe. I don't want to take that option. Do you know why I don't want to take that option? Is because if you also understand, I have not worked in the presidency, but you know, as a journalist, we have, you know, at least we interact with people who have worked there, and if you also follow the way, if you study the way things are done, because some of these things are established. You know, they're not things that anything goes. It's not a case of anything goes. There are things that have very strict protocol. For you to even break them is an issue. So the point is the president of the country. The president of the country, you know, has a routine of officers that work under him, appointed, elected, and very importantly, as part of his routine, as part of the various build-ups around his office, he receives daily security briefing, and I can tell you, there is no single pin of significance that will drop on the streets of any Nigerian, or that will drop on the floor of any Nigerian street, that the president will not get information about. You see, that office is not a headmaster, it's not a school headmaster office. Neither is it a college principal's office. That is the office of the president, commander-in-chief of the armed forces of a country. So when people come to say, is it possible that the president does not know? I laugh, because you see, the Nigerian presidency is fashioned after the office of the president. The Nigerian presidency is you know, is a replica of the American presidential system. In fact, our system is largely drawn from there. Yes, to a reasonable extent, in our government structure and style, it's dangling between the British and the American. But if you look at the American presidential system as a prototype, you will understand how the presidency functions. The president is adequately briefed, and I use my word, adequately briefed, on a daily basis, security-wise. So, and that briefing, when you say security-wise, whatever the president needs to know, I think he knows. He's told, he's briefed.
Okay, we'll take a short